All right. Hey, everyone, and welcome back. And tonight we reopen the virtual pub. Unfortunately, under some new management, the agents have taken over the pub, and we are just going to have some fun tonight. Um, have a few drinks. Hope you all have your favorite drinks with you tonight. I'm going to be, I got basically the same stuff as before. We have the plum stuff that I had earlier that's left over, and I did get a couple new flavors we can try out tonight. We got the strawberry kiwi, which I'm sure is going to taste like ass. We got some green grape. And then the other one I figured we should try tonight is the Hanagoi sparkling Japanese sake. So we'll try that tonight. Hopefully it won't taste like complete trash. Let me turn this music down a little bit, and we can get started. So I got a couple different things planned for tonight. If you guys want to join in, you're more than welcome to. We'll be putting together a absolutely definitive version of tier list. I mean, of the entire Star Trek franchise, of all the different TV shows and movies that are out up to date. And then, if we still have time afterwards, and there's still anybody around and is interested, we can do a ultra special quiz show where if you think you're smart enough to be a United States citizen, you're free to join in and take the quiz tonight. So let's bring in
Yes,
Tokyo,
he's Asian.
LDG and Tokyo
hello.
Director. How you guys doing tonight, guys?
Hey. What up, Cinnabon?
Are you excited to finally decide what is the best Star Trek of all time and put these things into a definitive tier list?
Wait, is today opposite day?
What? Mr. Lundell, how's it going? And hello, Bird of Prey 5.
Wow, it's a party.
Hello, world.
Hello. All right, let me get a few things ready. So this is what I'm talking about, what we're going to do tonight. Here's our tier list. We'll get that going pretty soon here. I thought we'll just hang out for a little bit and just chill out. But you guys can definitely help me put together this tier list, and we can finally decide which treks are the best, which are complete shit and should not exist.
Well, hover your mouse over the picture of Michael Burnham you've got over there and press delete, and then
we do have.
It's not even trick. Okay,
we do have a special column, guys. Don't worry. The bottom one underneath F, grade F, would be should not even exist.
That's off the playing field. Special, okay. Yeah, Burnham can go ahead. Discovery right off the bat. Just goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Don't get out of yourself. LDG. How's it going, Darren Wagner? Welcome to the new virtual pub. Probably not as good as Matthew's, but we will try.
Definitely better than mine attempt.
Bro, I was telling you, we were talking in the underground last week, and I literally said it's time for the pub to come back. And I I called you out. I said, you know who could pull it off? Cinnabon. So I'm like so shocked that you're actually doing it right now. This is awesome.
I wasn't
waiting for the pub to come back.
Pub, but then at the last second, I figured I'm drinking. We might as well just call it that and go run with
exactly.
it. No one else is using the name anymore, so fuck it.
Exactly. Well, there are, but it's a generic name.
All right, so we're going to try this Hanagoi sparkling Japanese sake. I hope it doesn't taste like complete ass and make me throw
cold
up
sake.
Sake.
Sake will mess you up. Is that the imported?
Super girly glass. Holy shit, that is dry.
Oh, really? Is it imitation or is that actually imported?
Yeah, it's an import.
And where's it from?
I am trying. You know what? Never mind. Yeah, imported by Niche W&S.
Samsung guy?
Trying to figure out exactly where it was from. It said it on the label in the store. I bought this last week, so I don't actually remember where it was.
It's imported from Mexico.
Mexico, Japan.
It's a Russian. We're supporting Putin.
Imported from wish.com.
Yeah.
So it's a 60% milled rice. What the fuck? I want to say it was.
Dude, do you know what you bought?
Yeah.
Have you already been drinking, or is we're just getting started here?
I'm just getting started here, but it does give us.
What's the name of it?
Thing. Oh, probably Akashi. Yeah, the Akashi sake brewery. Where the hell that is?
Akashi Sake Brewery. All right,
Google it.
Let me go into a solo mode for a second, and then I'll show you the label.
Since 1917, the Kakyoto Distillery since 2017. The warmest of the whiskiest discoveries, 135 degrees East Chin. Japanese artist Gin Discover.
Holy shit.
Okay.
That is. It's listed as a sweet sake, but it is dry as fuck.
Seems like it's from Hyogo-ken.
All right. That works. It's supposed to
Akashi
go good with
Japanese.
ice cream and strawberries, marinated fish, coconut. Wow, these are like the weirdest fucking combinations. Who's gonna? A fresh salad. That's probably why I don't like it.
Probably supposed to be in an izakaya, not at home.
Yeah, true. It's not bad. I mean, it actually, to be honest, it just kind of tastes like a regular. It almost tastes like a champagne that you do like a kind of a mid-level, almost cheap champagne. Wow. All right, but it is like. It's 22%. Well, it's not bad. It's only 17% alcohol by volume.
That's pretty weak for Nihonshu.
Yeah. All right,
It's
so I don't need
most
to
of it's
worry
like
about
30-40%.
It's actually a little
Stronger than a Four Loko.
soju that I have. All right. Anyway, we'll try those other.
You'll get the job done.
Hello to everyone in the chat. JP is John DeMarco, Gorillas Random Thoughts, and Thomas Potts. Don't think I missed anybody else. All right. So what's up, guys? What are you guys doing tonight?
Waiting for you. Well, at least the underground was.
Keeping company with you.
Oh, Tim's here. Sorry, Tim.
Yep, Tim's coming.
Didn't see you there.
There he is.
Oh,
Is he
hell,
reading my alcohol
Who
bottle?
let him in?
The only guy with the button.
All right,
I got
before
no
we get
keys
into it,
here.
Are you guys ready? Do you want to make the Star Trek tier list?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So we starting from top, bottom, or bottom, top?
We're gonna
The
start.
way this works is
From
you
left
just
to right?
grab the next one on the bottom. That's how these work.
Doesn't the original animated series, shouldn't that be like automatic on the bottom? I mean, like as in low tier. I mean, because quality really wasn't that good.
Very possible.
I put it
Very
above
possible.
Discovery.
Yeah.
What the hell is my
That's
I
figure
agree
there?
with
I'm
that.
gonna blow
There,
this up
though.
huge so everyone can see it. And then let me pull up my screen so I can actually do this. All right, so first we are going to start off with the original series, guys. Where would you guys put this? In my opinion, I think it's a mid-tier series. It's not. I mean, it's the
Yes,
original.
C.
For me, it's pretty boring, and I just don't really like it very much.
I'd go to C and
I'm
D.
thinking C.
Strong
I'm
C.
thinking
F.
I would,
Tier
put
C
it,
plus.
I would put it a little bit higher.
B minus.
That's the foundation of the whole franchise.
No, we
I
have
can
a
see
lot
that
of
argument.
levels here. We have plenty of buffer.
Yeah,
I would go
Because
with
there's
either
going to
a
be
split
in
or
between
B.
series.
What
Yeah,
one
you
is
can
this?
also you can always adjust them.
TOS. You can always adjust.
TOS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, C.
The
Or-
top one.
I thought you said
Yeah,
We
that.
can start. I have an idea. Start it at C for now, and then if there's, as we discuss everything, if there's anything that turns out to
Exactly.
be better,
it's
we can
going to
always
move up.
The
move it
motion
down.
Right
In
picture.
away.
what world is TOS not a top-rated track?
It's going to move
You're out of your
up
mind.
anyway,
It's
so you
definitely not an
might as well
S-tier
put
show.
it there.
pure crap.
I think there's
Yeah, it's
several
definitely not
series
S tier.
that are better than TOS, and movies
Yeah.
that are better than the entire TOS.
You gotta
series.
remember, there's a reason why TOS was canceled after only 3 seasons.
Darren makes a
Exactly.
good point.
If TNG would have been TOS, Star Trek would be a million times more popular.
Okay, now name a sci-fi show from that era that lasted longer than 3 seasons.
Come on, Bill, I
All
can't
as
do
old
that.
as
But
you
we're
are
just
now,
ranking
like,
Star
yeah.
Trek.
Without
not other
TOS,
sci-fi
nothing
series.
else would exist.
The Twilight Zone that lasted for 5 seasons. So
All right, I'll be nice and I'll move it up to a B, but that's as high as I can put it for now until
Oh,
we
you're-
readjust this at the
Back
end.
down.
Lost
give
in
it a
Space
B.
was the only competitor, and
I'll give it a B.
3 seasons.
All right. Next up is the animated series.
F.
Let's
That-
just
that-
go
that-
through every. You know what? Let's
And,
just
and
go
that's
through
not. I don't
everybody.
mean a bad F. I mean a good F. Like I'd still watch an F before
An
should
F is
not
an
exist.
F, okay, an F is
Borderline
That doesn't
B to
matter.
F. Yeah.
Should not
It's
exist.
very,
Oh, you know what? It
very
is better-
low tier animation. Very low tier. The stories are.
All
All right, you know, let's
novel,
start. Let's
which
do it
is
like
bad.
this. LDG, you're first. You're on top, so go ahead and you can make your point of where it should go.
Okay, I just believe it should go to F. It was good enough to be graded, but not good enough to actually. I mean, it's the worst one out of them all. I mean, besides the should not exist. I believe it should exist. It's good Star Trek. They had some kind of story, some kind of plot. I mean, I could watch it if I had to, but definitely an F.
All right, so we have one vote for F. Tokyo Trekker, where would you put the animated series?
Borderline D and F, and not for quality's sake, but for the fact that it's too convoluted and really difficult for its target audience to really understand.
We're gonna count that as 2 votes for F then.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll go F.
Next up, we have Mr. Lundell. Where would you put the animated series?
What the thing is, it was a kids show, and I want to say C, but for now, I'll go with D for right now
We got one
because
vote for D.
it's still smarter than what we're getting. Okay, so
I'll give you that. I can see that argument. Bird of Prey, what is your opinion? Where should the animated
Solid
series
D.
go? Solid D. 2 votes for D. That works. Do you want to expand on the explanation and just say solid D?
I think that's fair enough. It's
Sounds
not
good.
great.
Darren, you have an opinion on where this one should go?
I'm not an animation guy, but I will admit this is probably the best of the animated Star Trek, so we're gonna give it an F.
Enough?
oh my
Hey, thank you.
So I know where the other
Thank you.
animated Star Treks are going.
So, Jim, you're up.
I'm kind of in between D and F, so I'll let you decide which of those two you can put it in. The reason I would maybe go D is because it
Fucking
is
make a
based,
choice for
every episode is based on a novelization, like the early 70s novelizations. So it's good stories, interesting plots, bad animation, because back then there was still better animation than we saw in that show. So yeah, I'm in between. I guess F. I'll agree with LDG. F.
All right, so we have 4 votes for F.
You guys just
and,
don't want to. That's
JP's
why you're
final
picking
an-
D's.
Final
guys.
one to make the choice. Where would you put the animated
I
series?
want to say should not exist, but I haven't seen it, and I'm not ever going to watch it. So
Okay, JP.
We will mark you down as
You're
should
gonna
not
rock.
exist.
And this is
And I
the point
agree
where
with
John
most of the
DeMarco
points
wins the
here.
entire game of TAS.
It's definitely not my favorite. I've only remembered 1 episode so far, so I'm going to also go with F tier. So I think we will put that in a solid F.
I mean, the ending to the first episode is horrific. Kirk leaves a freaking monster on a planet screaming bloody for help. I'm serious.
up-
That's the ending of the first episode. Go ahead.
Nobody
It was,
cares.
it was a Saturday morning
Oh, that's all right.
cartoon, genius.
Next up on the list is one of my favorites, just because it's the one I grew up with mostly, is TNG. If it was up to me, I'd put it. If it was just up to me, I'd put it definitely in the A tier. But I want to hear what everybody else has to say. So, and then I'm biased because that's literally the one I grew up with. So, starting off again, let's go in order. LDG, where would you put TNG?
All right, I'd like to give it an A. I really would, but there's other things that deserve an A and even an S. So I will say a strong B, B plus, B. That's definitely the lowest it should be.
I can see that. All right, we got 1 vote for B. Next up is Tokyo.
This is kind of difficult because I'm floating between B and I'm going to get smacked down for this C. And the only reason why I'm doing this is because there are others on this list that should go in the A and S tier over TNG. But that being said, I'm going to favor B on this one.
All right, so we'll say 2 votes for B so far. Mr. Lundell?
I'll say it. It's a C. That's where
What's your reasoning for C?
it's a good. Okay, you got. I growing up watching so much TOS. Okay, it pales in comparison. Character wise, okay, TNG, T, TOS, you've got a real military type situation. A captain that's, is military solid. TNG, they start wimping around. Okay, Jean Luc is a pussy compared to Kirk. He's a pussy compared to Janeway. Okay, so and the captain, that's the main character on that ship. So for now, I'm going to put it at a C.
I can see your point, and I'd probably agree if we were only rating seasons 1 and 2. But overall,
No, all of it total.
I think it got way better after season 3. That's why I'm
remember all those times he threw a punch. Okay, that's all I gotta say.
All right, Bird of Prey, TNG.
I think it's an A.
Oh my God.
Awesome. Agrees with me. Thank you very much.
Jesus.
Scores extra points with the stream host. That's always the way to go. Darren Wagner, TNG.
I put it down as a B, but the strongest B, so I would put it as ahead of TOS.
Yes.
The B column.
All right. Tim?
B.
B?
Yeah, it starts out very sloggy, but then it gets a lot better as the seasons go on.
I definitely agree.
Becomes a benchmark for everything we see in the future.
I agree.
God, I'm not even drunk yet, and a lot of people
JPs, what do
agreeing
you
with
think
me.
on TNG?
TNG.
The only reason it seems that way, LDG,
Shut up,
is
Darren.
because you happen to go first. Okay.
Shut up. It's my turn to talk. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I was going to give it an A, but seeing as Mr. Londell there shit all over Picard, we're going with a supreme S.
Ooh.
right,
So
now
you're going with S tier for TNG? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right,
I don't know if it's
for
that
this
good.
ne-
I probably would disagree with that, but it looks like the majority of us are saying it belongs in the B tier. So I'll go ahead and go with the consensus on this one, and we will.
For this
put it in
next
B tier,
round,
but ahead
move
of-
LDG in between Londell and Bird of Prey 5.
We'll go from the bottom up this time.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start. Next one up, obviously, is gonna be Deep Space Nine. It's also probably one of my favorite series. I'm gonna be honest. I really didn't like it when it first started. I was just not used to not being on a spaceship, and obviously, I always equated Star Trek with the Enterprise. But once TNG went off the air and I was watching Voyager, I did go back and watch DS9. It did become one of my favorite series. So I would definitely put DS9 probably in the A tier also. I do think it edges out DS9 a bit. So, what did I just say? DS9 edged out DS9.
TNG.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
DS9 edges out TNG. So, you know what? I would actually almost put DS9 in a low S tier. So,
Listen,
you know what?
anybody who doesn't appreciate put DS9 in S tier, I'm gonna fight.
Yeah.
So,
I'll be
Oh,
right
well,
there with
we're
you.
gonna
My
fight
vote's
then.
gonna be for S tier.
Yeah, I think
We'll
we're
start
fighting.
at the bottom this time and go with JP's. What do you think of DS9?
Although I never watched the original airings of DS9, I went back, watched reruns, everything like that. I really enjoyed it. It is a solid A.
Sounds good.
Yes.
One vote for A, one for S. Tim, go ahead and go with your.
I would normally say S, except there's one thing I know LDG is going to say something about it. So I'm going to say A, and that's because of the copyright controversy. That's it. That's the only reason I was going on to A.
Yeah, 2 votes for A, 1 vote for S so far. Darren?
In looking at just the show itself and none of the controversies surrounding it, that show expanded the Star Trek universe in a way that no other show could.
I agree.
By just staying in one region of space for the whole 7 years, and did things that I don't think you can do with other Star Trek shows. So far I haven't done it with any other show. So I'm gonna put it in an S.
Sounds good. That's 2 for S. Bird? Willis Marquis for
It
S.
is the definition of S.
Mhm.
No doubt there. All right, Mr. Londell.
Totally agree with Darren. It put the Trek franchise just on a different level. Everything after that for me was sort of a letdown with Trek. So
I can see that
it's
argument.
an S. It's a
Gotcha.
capital
Going to be
S.
4 votes for S so far, 2 votes for A. We're up to Tokyo.
Oh, this one's difficult. And the reason why it's so difficult is because everybody down below me had excellent points of why it should be S. It started off really, really weak for me and didn't really get going until season 4 with Way of the Warrior. And then it started to just fluctuate all over the place between epic episodes and really bad episodes. That being said, so that would lead me to making an A over an S. However, that being said, it was the most groundbreaking, the most human of the Star Treks that we've gotten so far. So I'm actually going to vote S.
Sounds good, and I'm going to go ahead and put it up in S tier as it is, but go ahead and LDG and.
No, so what's the point of me even talking? Yeah.
Well,
So I mean, all right. So this is why you don't listen to. This is why you don't listen to Darren. Okay, you put the people in front that need to go in front. But put Darren last from now on. Okay, let him not matter. God damn. Anywho, okay. So I love DS9. Favorite Star Trek. Unlike others who didn't like the first season, I loved DS9 from episode 1. I loved all the first season. Thought it was one of the strongest first seasons Star Trek had so far. Every season I loved.
Oh my God!
No, seriously, I would put DS9 season 1 over TNG season 1 any day, with only the exception of even episode you don't like, and that's Farpoint. So,
are you done?
It expanded the series. It proved people that you could have a space station episodal, Star Trek, and they made it work, right? All the characters had some great, all the characters had some good expansion through the seasons, including Bashir, which, oh my God, I thought he was going to get fired like season 1.
I mean,
his acting on Move Along Home.
For S tier right now.
Since it doesn't matter, just let me do it. Okay. Then I found out. Now it was going to be a 7, but once again, when I found out that they ripped off their show from Babylon 5, and then I did it for myself. I rewatched Babylon 5, and I couldn't stop seeing coincidences in DS9 in every single episode. I mean, that really hurt. That really hurt it for me.
Yeah, we're just
hurt it for me.
Comparing all these against the entire Star Trek franchise, not against the other side.
I know. I'm just trying to be funny and entertaining here. So
general sci-fi
DS9. I wish they had a movie. I'd give it an A.
I have a new suggestion for a rule that you get a timer. And give everybody 30
I would be
seconds.
done already if you guys didn't freaking have to comment every 9 seconds. Do I have to pull a Will Smith over there?
LDG is going to take up an hour for every single.
LDG. Well, if I would have went first, I just would have said my piece.
All right, we're gonna mix things up a little bit with the order. So we're gonna go with Voyager. In my opinion, Voyager was. I'm gonna say it's pretty much a mid-tier series. It was not great. It was not it was not terrible. Most of the episodes I thought were middle of the road up through season 4, and then I kind of just turned into the 7 of 9 Doctor Captain show, which kind of got annoying after a while. So for me, it's definitely a C tier show. But let's go ahead this time and start with Darren.
Voyager for me is the bottom of the Berman era. It is, in my opinion, the show that actually killed the franchise. However, when you compare it to the stuff that has come out just in the last 10 years, it's golden. So I'm gonna go ahead and also put C for that one.
2 votes for C. Let's go to Bird of Prey.
Voyager would be a solid B.
Solid B.
Yeah, I mean, considering what's already in B, It doesn't look like it, but those things are wrong. So yes.
We'll go back. We'll do it back over a main summary thing at the end and see if we need to make any changes. Let's go to Mr. Lundell.
Okay, now Voyager got to remember, they went back to that original formula that Roddenberry, or at least they tried to go back to that original formula Roddenberry had, where at the end, you have a little conflict, but at the end, everybody kisses, shake hands, hugs, and makes up. So, and that kind of made it modeling. I will agree. It was a letdown after the roller coaster ride that DS9 put us on. But it had its moments. I'm going to say B, because at least the first season,
Traitor.
the first season of Voyager, I think, was better than the first season of TNG.
All right, let's go up to the top row. We'll go with Tokyo.
Voyager holds a special meaning for me. I don't know why. Probably because it was the first one I actually started recording on VHS back when I was in junior high school.
That's when you started recording on VHS? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm also 40 years old. Yeah. I was a teenager when this came out.
All right, fair enough.
The finale of Voyager, and I'm going to get stoned for this, but I've been dying on this hill since it happened, was the strongest finale of the Berman era tracks.
The last episode?
Edging, yes. Yeah, edging. Just barely what you leave behind from DS9. I'm not kidding myself at all, and I know I'm running out of time. I am not kidding myself when I liked it a lot, but I know dang well the reality of where it is on the checklist.
Sorry,
motherfucker.
Jesus Christ! Someone just threw up everywhere.
Oh yeah, yeah, because I'm talking about it, but I'm going to give it a weak, very weak B, borderline C.
All right, we'll go with. Should we go with B then?
Yeah, it
Okay.
gets out
We'll
of
say
C
Tokyo
territory.
gives it a B. Let's jump back down to the bottom and go with JP's.
This is a simple one for me. It's got plenty of board content in 7 of 9, so it's a definite B.
Definite B. All right, that's 4 for B. It's 2 for C. We'll go to Tim, and we'll do LDG last again.
B. My problem with my biggest problem, I couldn't watch all of the show when it was aired. I did get a lot of recap on Sci-Fi Channel and the other BBC. I was able to catch up, but I don't know. I just didn't feel as strong to me as DS9 or even a lot of TNG. I just didn't feel a connection to the show like I did the others.
Yeah, I was starting to, at that point, I was kind of starting to age out of Trek myself for like a while because it was just kind of getting too much, but I can see that.
My biggest notation of that was the finale when they had Trials and Tribulations, and then Voyager had to have its little member berry finale with the Excelsior and Sulu. I just felt the Voyager one just wasn't as good as the Trials and Tribulations episode. But it still was entertaining. So B.
All right. And LDG.
I'm sorry. Can I save time? Because does my vote even matter right now?
No.
Well, I mean, it's already 5 votes for B and only 2 for C.
Yeah. Well, at least that's good because I was going to give it a B anyway. It could have been an A, possibly even an S if they would have combined, because it was just too much like TNG, and it should have been a combination of TNG and Deep Space Nine, where there was a risk factor from episode to episode. I am not a fan of by the end of the episode, everybody's renewed, refreshed. The ship is fine next up, after freaking, there was no continuity. Even when they mentioned stuff like, we only got 34 torpedoes, yet they shot 97, kind of stuff. So yeah, B. You have to give it a B. Could have been an A. Could have been an S.
That's interesting because Ronald Moore wanted to do that with the show, and they said no, and he just left. He had too many problems with the direction they wanted to go with the show, so he left and did Battlestar Galactica. And Battlestar Galactica was basically what Voyager was supposed to be.
Nice. All right. So far for right now, we'll leave it in B, and then at the end, when we rebalance everything, we can let people make their final points to see if they can sway me to.
But just make sure you put TOS as last B.
I just real quick before we go on to Enterprise, I want to propose moving TOS up to A.
Why?
Yeah, we'll do that at the end of
I had a pretty good reason, and now I can't remember why.
How much?
It was a very convincing reason too.
Forgettable.
That's why we're waiting to the end, so everyone forgets.
Never mind. Forget what I said.
I had a reason, but
I mean, I'll put some of the TOS movies in front of TOS, no problem.
Oh, did we just lose somebody?
Probably because I was thinking it is definitely better than Voyager.
I lost Mr. Lundell, I think.
Oh, Mr. Lundell. Okay.
You just offended
Lundell. Tired of your shit, LDG.
What did I do?
I don't know. You were the last one to talk, though. So,
and
Thomas demands must be moved up to rank A. We'll do that for now. Just because we need to let the audience have a opinion as well.
Please.
I'm going to overrule John DeMarco. TAS is never going to be an S tier show, and
it's never going to get D. D's.
All right. Hey,
especially this Pat is trolling. He's literally troll. You let him troll you. He's joking.
We'll rebalance everything at the end once we talk everything through. Don't worry about it. So next up is Enterprise. You guys know my feelings. I really don't think it's even in continuity. It's definitely not my favorite show. I would give it an F just because I do think it should exist, but I'm pretty close.
You guys are going to hate my vote.
I hate this episode.
Wait, which one? You're skipping so many things. I can't even keep track where we are. Which one are we on now?
Enterprise.
Oh, Enterprise.
We're not skipping anything.
I know I'm going to be very much outweighed my vote, so it's all right. I want to get the consensus vote on this one. So let's start off with Tim on this one.
Okay, so when I first saw Enterprise, I hated it. I saw continuity problems in season 1 right away. And I was big on continuity. I always thought Star Trek was, pretty good in their continuity, except for TOS and TNG. But after I rewatched it, I think it was like 10 years ago, I watched everything I missed, and I'm like, oh my God, this show actually isn't that bad, even with a really terrible closing episode. But one of my favorite episodes of all time in Star Trek is in Enterprise. So I'm going to give it a solid B.
One vote for B. Gotcha. Let's go over to JP's. He's always towards the end, so we'll go with you.
Okay, Enterprise. The only saving grace for Enterprise was Scott Bakula and Jolene Blaylock. I enjoyed the first season, and as soon as they started bringing in the whole Xindi shit, I was out.
That's when you were out? That's when I was in?
No.
Really?
I wanted nothing.
That makes sense for both of you.
Crap heads.
It totally makes sense.
And they dragged it out so long.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
just like.
I agree.
But the only saving grace for it was the 2 actors, and that's a D.
A D. All right. Go up to Tokyo this time.
I personally liked Enterprise a lot. That being said, it's definitely not A. It's not S by any stretch of the imagination. It's not an A. It's barely worth a B. This is a C because there are a lot of things on this list that are definitely deserving of ranks lower than Enterprise. So definitely a C. Solid.
Solid C. Oh, kind of split on this one. Let's go to LDG since he's not, so we won't make him last this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with myself and say that it goes in the.
Jesus.
I mean, if it would have had a full set, if it would have had 7 seasons, if it would have had 7 seasons, there definitely could have been. It was just getting good, man. It was just getting real good. And I agree with okay. The Zindi was but I still liked most of it. I wish they would have had the first season on Earth like they were going to do it originally, and not be out in space right off the bat. That would have been cool. So I'm gonna have to put it. You know what? Not I'll have to give it a B. Screw it. B. I mean, I'll still like it. I want to watch it. I still would want to watch it, and it's worth a B.
So far, we got 2
minimum
for B. Let's go to Darren.
This is not going to be objective at all. Enterprise is perhaps one of the most polarizing shows on this list. The people who didn't like it aren't wrong for not liking it for the reasons they don't like it. But for me, it's a little bit different. See, I had just gotten out of the service when they started doing the preliminary work for the series, and a friend of mine was assigned to the USS Houston, a submarine on the West Coast, and he emailed me and then called me, telling me, "Oh my God, you won't believe this! Rick Berman and Braga and Drexler and the Okudas and those people are all here taking a tour of the boat." And so that it's for the next show, and it didn't make sense to me why they would be looking at a Los Angeles class submarine for this. But of course, when the pilot or the premiere came about, and I saw what the ship looked like and what their uniforms looked like, and everything was instantly familiar to me. The ball caps, everything, and that's why I have to give it an A. It doesn't make any sense that I give it an A. I understand objectively I can't defend my A, but from me personally, I appreciated what they tried to do. There was some continuity errors in the show, especially in the first 2 seasons. But what I liked about it was they became aware of it and tried to fix it with the temporal Cold War idea. And they were in the process of fixing it. Manny Cotto had plans to further fix it, but he just never got the opportunity. So I'm going to put it, my vote is for the A.
That makes sense. I understand those points. Let's go with Bird, and then we'll end with Mr. Londell.
I think it's an A.
Okay.
It's a quality show. Yeah, it wasn't great at the time, but watching it after the fact, it was I think it was really good.
Okay, so far we've got 2 votes for A and 2 votes for B. So Mr. Lundell, can you break this tie, or are you going to go with a different tier?
The thing was with me and Enterprise, when it was first run, I was burned out on Trek. Okay, DS9 took me on that roller coaster ride, and Voyager had it for me. It had its moments. And after that, it was just kind of boring. I understood where they were going. It made sense to back up and give me some history of the Federation and Starfleet. But it just didn't. It just didn't stick earlier. Now, of course, watching, I see it was a pretty good. That was a pretty good show. Compared to what we're getting now. But I'm going to be an asshole and call it a C.
It's 2 for C. All right. So I guess since we have 2 for A, 2 for B, 2 for C, let's if the chat wants to weigh in, you guys can put in a vote too if you'd like. Otherwise, we'll probably just go in the middle for now and just go with a B.
My vote wasn't for a B; it was a D.
Oh, a D. I'm sorry. Yeah. We only have 1 vote for a B then. Sorry. And 2 for D, 2 for C, and 2 for A. 2D, 2C, 2A. So I guess we'll go with, if we don't get Thomas Potts votes a B, so that brings it to a 4-way tie. Not helping us, Thomas. So we need someone else in the audience. Otherwise, we'll probably just go in the middle, like I said. We'll just go with a C for now, and then we can rebalance at the end of this and see where we can make some points to move things around. Leave a couple more seconds here.
Hey, Mercer.
We'll go with this. Mercer. Hey,
Remember
Mercer,
now.
how's it going? We'll go with the C for now, and then we can go back through it at the end and make some changes where we need to. All right,
Thomas
now up to everybody's favorite series, Star Trek Discovery. I know a lot of people will say it
Did not
shouldn't even
exist. No reasons.
It shouldn't even exist, but I'm going to go ahead and give it an F tier, mainly because it did revitalize things and actually get things restarted. I know it's not that's not a good. That's not necessarily a good thing for some people because they hate the new era of Trek. But some people do like it. So as long as it does reinvigorate things and get people interested again, so Star Trek doesn't completely go away, I'm okay with giving it a F tier instead of a should not exist. I guess.
Wait a second. I thought this was supposed to be our opinions, not our opinions based on understanding other people's opinions.
Well, it is my opinion.
No, your opinion you just said was based on because it's some people like. I don't care about some people like that garbage. What is your opinion about the show?
If it probably didn't exist, Star Trek would have probably eventually died. No one would remember it anymore except for the old people. And once the old people died, old people meaning us die, then the franchise would be completely gone.
I highly disagree that Discovery revitalized anything. I think maybe the J.J. Abrams
the
movie
2009
revitalized a little bit.
I meant for like television shows.
Well, it's Star Trek, you know.
It made it
All right,
worse.
well, we'll start with Tim then. Where would you put it?
As far as Discovery goes, should not exist.
Okay.
I don't have. I mean, visually it's not bad, but as far as like storyline, ship design, everything in it just turns my stomach. Shaniqua Martin. Sasha, Walking Dead Sasha. She's playing Sasha in fucking Star Trek. I don't know.
No, that's fair.
Just terrible actress. I'm sorry.
Okay. Shall we all just say a blanket should not exist on this and move on?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Does anyone have a counterpoint?
I think we should all get a voice.
Hold on.
Sorry, JP, we're losing you, JP's. You're dropping out. Hello.
Let's do that. How many people should say it should not exist?
Aye.
Me.
Should not exist.
Okay, everybody else that thinks it should at least exist, go ahead and give a ranking. Who's that going to be?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
F. The only good part about it.
To defend that one.
I like.
He's just trolling. He's trolling. What the hell is he up there for?
Shut up.
So shut the fuck
give him
up.
a second. This isn't the underground, idiot.
Learn your hole and shut it.
JB's, you're really quiet too. You're really quiet.
Yeah, you are a bit quiet.
Like I've said, from day one, I've always liked the Klingons. I don't care what anybody else said. Always calling me a troll about it. I like it. It's different. And that's my saying my piece.
So what would you give it?
I respect your mind diversity.
It's different.
I gave it an F.
All right, so you have 2 for F, but it seems like the consensus is should not exist. So we will go ahead, and even the in the chat thinks should not exist. So for now, we'll go should not exist for Discovery. And then we come up to the wonderful shorts tracks. Same. I never watched them, to be honest, but I'm gonna say should not exist just because it didn't even interest me enough to watch them.
Not even canon.
Oh, so we're not doing this in order, like with the movies in order as well?
We are. We're not to the movies yet. We're getting to the series.
Should not exist.
Discovery is.
Let's do it this way. Does anybody not agree that short tracks should not exist?
They shouldn't exist.
Should not exist.
I mean, I wanted to give it an F, but I won't go against the wind. Should not exist is fine.
Come on, LDG. How often you go against?
I mean, did we ever find out about the future?
Discovery.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael Chabon, he doesn't know what he's doing.
All right, so let's go into the next one, the first of our animated series, Lower Decks. Well, the second of our animated series, I guess. The love Lower Decks. I like it. I just think it's funny. I don't take it seriously as part of serious canon. I know they're trying to make it that way with the crossover this season with Strange New Worlds, but I just think it's a fun show set in the Trek and the TNG universe, and so I would probably call it I would give it a C. But let's
Same.
go ahead and start with LDG this time, just so we can get
Yep.
his rambling out of the way.
Yep. All right. So yeah, Lower Decks actually kind of like it. Just like in an animated series, you see the differences in the very first season from episode to episode. By the time they finished season 1, I think they were on track with something decent, a bit Family Guy-ish, Star Trek. I like it. So strong C.
More like Rick and Morty-ish. That's
We'll go to
No, it is nothing like Rick and Morty. Whoever freaking says that shit, you have no clue what the hell you're talking
animators
about.
are the same.
The only person the person who wrote that was on Lower Decks only wrote one episode for Rick and Morty, the toilet
Didn't say
episode. That's
writing. I
it.
just
One
said the
episode.
appearance. I'm talking about the art style.
All right, let's go to Tokyo.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with LEG. Sorry, buddy.
That's all right.
Don't be sorry.
The creator of Rick and Morty is the showrunner for Lower Decks. That being said, it sucks. I hate it, but it's a lot more watchable than TAS, so I'm going to put it in a solid D.
Solid D.
Solid D.
You got it. All right. Let's go to Tim.
I find the kind of humor annoying. I didn't enjoy it. I mean, there were a couple parts that were kind of funny, but honestly, no thanks. Just not my bag of tea.
Okay.
There's about a dozen anime I'd rather watch.
So that would be
We all
should
know
not
that.
exist. Or F.
No, I'll give it F.
F. Okay. Let's go with Darren.
I have not seen it, therefore it should not exist.
All right, that's fair.
That is
Logical.
fair.
Flawlessly logical.
Bird.
C.
JP's.
I call it the Family Guy of Star Trek, and I will.
Thank
give it
you.
a B.
B. All right.
Quit
And
interrupting
Mr. Lundell.
JP's.
What?
That was for LDG. He always wants to interrupt you, JP.
Mr. Lundell, you can finish this off.
You're muted.
Yep, you're muted.
Oopsie. I have never seen Lower Decks. So
Never seen it?
but I will not say it should not exist. Just
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to stay on the sideline with this one then. I won't.
We'll give him a no. We'll just put it as an F since that's not going to win anyway. It looks like 3 votes for C. Everything else pretty much has 1. So we'll go ahead and just throw it into C for now, and then see if we need to rebalance at the end.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
So up to
Enterprise is much better. than
Picard. So you know what? I'm going to wait till my thoughts until the end this time because I always go first. So this time we'll start with Bird, I guess. All right, Bird's away, so we'll start with Mr. Lundell.
Picard should not exist.
Okay.
Period. I don't care what they've done this season. I've only been able to stomach one episode.
Okay, that works. JP's.
B as in boy.
B as in boy.
Yes, I
You
enjoy
got it?
it. I take it for what it is, entertainment. I'm not
That
going to
works.
sit there and pick it apart. You guys,
Okay.
you guys do you. I do me.
I get that. No argument for me. Let's go to Bird.
Should not exist.
All right, we got 2 for should not exist. Let's go to Darren.
While I have been enjoying this 3rd season, I can't apply that to the whole show as a whole because the season could still turn into a disaster in the last 3 episodes. So I'm going to exclude the 3rd season from this, and I'm going to give it an F because they did have an opportunity in those first 2 seasons to do something interesting and something that felt like it was in the same universe that TNG and the movies of TNG belong to, but it just didn't feel that way for me. So I'm going to give it an F.
Yeah, I could pretty much agree with all of that. Tim?
Hey, Cinnabon, sorry, real quick. Can I exclude all 3 seasons and give it an S?
No. Why would that even make sense?
Okay, because
You're literally
Darren wants to
voting on nothing.
exclude a season and then give a rank because Lower Decks was
season's not
coming
done
on
yet.
high hopes before season 1. Everybody was anticipating Lower Decks. So, I mean, at that moment, I'd give it an S.
At this point. You're a show
Oh, you're
behind.
talking about Picard right now? Oh, I thought we were
Yes.
still doing Lower Decks. Sorry.
No.
Well, my answer still stands, but actually more
Nobody
so.
cares. Shut up.
We're not to you yet.
I'm patiently waiting for LED to shut the hell up. All right.
I love you.
Oh my God, he's coming out.
There,
right here.
there is some point in what Darren says about excluding the third season, but however, my problem is okay. I have also been kind of enjoying the third season. However, it cannot wash the stain away from the first 2 seasons, and because Picard or I'm sorry, Patrick Stewart originally wanted to exclude the original cast from the show. I cannot. It should not exist because it just shows how little some of these actors actually care about the franchise that they've gotten their careers around. I just can't get behind that.
Okay.
Can't get behind the show at all.
That's fair.
Even though I've actually enjoyed the third season.
We got,
Did he actually say he never wanted that? That's new news to me.
No,
Yeah.
he had all types of issues about the
Yeah.
character.
That was one of his stipulations. It wasn't going to be a TNG reunion if he came back.
Yep.
Tokyo.
That's like a slap in the face of the fans.
Yeah.
This is how I see it. I love season 3. I'm very confident it's going to land on its feet. I'm a big fan of the showrunner currently. That being said, in Mortal Kombat, there are 3 rounds, and after you get your head ripped off from a fatality in the second round, you don't get to come back for a third round. That being said, Picard should not exist.
Wow, that's surprising. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little bit shocked. Let's go with LDG.
Do I really need you guys? You know what I think about fucking Picard. This is garbage. This shit went from an S to a should not exist in like 1 second flat. Okay. I mean, seriously. I mean, I do not like where it went, where it is, where it's going. This new season is absolute garbage, in my opinion. Hashtag ships fall in space. Hashtag Vulcan blood oath. Hashtag Klingons play dead. What?
That was Discovery. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. See, I don't complain when people interrupt me. I welcome it. Listen, I mean, absolute garbage. Worse than should not exist. You should just delete Picard. Okay, you should never even put it in there.
Are you outside?
All right, so
yes.
basically we're already at 5 votes for should not exist, so I'm gonna probably have to put it into that tier. But my thoughts on it, and Thomas gives 1 and 2 should not exist. Season 3 would be B for him. Overall, for the entire season, for all 3 seasons altogether, for 1 and 2, obviously were terrible. The season 3, I am enjoying, but I do still think it's a middle of the road season, and not the greatest Star Trek we've ever had. For that, if I had to give all 3 seasons a 1 grade altogether, I'd probably take it down to a D. And but I will go with consensus on this one and say that it should not exist with 5 votes for that, unfortunately.
Now, if you separated season 3 from the bulk of the show and we rated season 3 in isolation, we'd have a discussion. Unfortunately, it's all part of one thing.
No,
Yeah.
you don't just
Part
putting
one.
in quarters after your head got ripped off in
Right.
the arcade game.
I mean, like I said, I did enjoy this
Game's
season,
over.
but I mean, the first 2 seasons were so terrible, it just drags everything down. So as a series as a whole, I think I actually would agree that I'd rather just have it not exist as a whole than to just have this one okay season in my mind to just essentially a
and
inferior
people,
product altogether.
please stop that about, well, if you take the first 2 away, no, you look at it as a whole. You don't pull out pages of the Bible that you disagree with. You read the whole thing.
Some people do.
What are you talking about?
In this discussion that we are talking about, where we're comparing seasons and movies, I agree with Londell. But if we were if we were comparing like the best seasons of Star Trek, there would be a different discussion. I agree. But for this discussion, Londell, I think is 100% correct.
I agree, Mr. Lundell. All right, so we only have the one season so far, Strange New Worlds. That's the one that's coming up next. But I'll just give you my opinion real quick. I hate this show. I don't like it at all. I think it shits all over the original continuity.
It does.
It makes way too many changes. It doesn't. I don't see how it'll fit at all in continuity with the original series if they're trying to claim that this show is actually in the Prime universe. So this is one for me that definitely should not even exist. But we'll go ahead and start with the middle row this time again. We'll go with we'll go Darren.
Okay, as a reimagining of Star Trek, which is the way I have chosen to view this show.
Okay.
It's mediocre, but there is some charm in the set designs and the callbacks to the uniforms and things of that nature, the sound effects. But you can't really base a show on that. There's characters on the show that I find annoying AF. While I like Anson Mount as Pike, he's the best part of the show for me. And I kind of like the Nurse Chapel actress. I'm going to go ahead, though, and say that because this was made as a direct response to the criticisms of Discovery, they didn't want to make a spin-off of Discovery that like this. I think that, there were fans that said, look, we really like this Captain Pike guy. Gregory Peck's grandson as Spock is interesting. And for the fact that they even made the show, one season of the show impresses me enough to say, okay, these guys, at least some of them at Secret Hideout, are able to go back to the drawing board somewhat and retool. So I'm going to give it an F.
No? All right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I actually probably should give it an F also. I'm going to amend mine right now to an F just because I don't think it's I don't think it's nearly as bad as Discovery, like you guys said. So I'm going to amend that to an F. So far we're at 2 with an F. Let's just do the ends here pretty much. Well, let's go to LDG. He's always been last for a while. So LD.
That's what it should be.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're too generous. Yeah, I haven't even watched the show, so I can't say jack squat. But from what I've heard or heard of you guys talking about it, and Darren's half-hour explanation why he gives it an F.
Jesus Christ.
I just haven't seen it. All I can tell is maybe I'll give it a C for now.
Wow, that's insane.
If you even want to count my vote.
We'll give 1 C. Let's go to JP's is usually always at the end, so we'll go with JP's.
I watched it. I can't remember it.
Definitely not memorable for me either.
Did you have a what show category?
No, I watched it. I just can't remember it right now. So I'll get a F.
Sounds good.
Memorable.
That works. Let's go up to let's go with Mr. Lundell.
Okay. The first episode was so painful. Especially when he goes in and he's the history and he brings up I'm like, right now I was hovering. Let me say, I was hovering between an F and should not exist. And then I started thinking about what little of the series of the season that I saw. This should exist. I mean, the history is it's all, and then come to find out they're messing with Memory Alpha.
Is he roboting?
A little bit, yeah.
Roboting.
Am I?
Yeah,
You
you
were a
are.
little bit there. You're good.
Were.
Okay.
Alex Kurtzman's coming after you now.
Fuck Alex Kurtzman.
Oh, you're still roboting.
This should not exist.
Should not exist. You got it. Got one for should not exist, son. Let's go to Tokyo's been last for a while, so let's go to Tokyo.
All right. Coming off the heels of Discovery Season 4, because those episodes came out at the same time, I started off in S tier with this show. Now I'm going to go down. Don't worry. And then after a little bit of discussion and thinking, I brought it down to an A. And then I started repeat watching a couple of episodes. And I'm like, this is not as good as I remember. So it dropped down to a C. I'm going to sink this down to an F. Not because of what we've seen. It's pretty bad if I don't go back and watch it after all this time. But because of what's coming up. They're doubling down on the social justice poison that's brought Discovery and Picard to the realm of should not exist. It should exist, but it's not good enough to even have a D. So I'm solid F.
Solid F. All right. Bird puts into the chat should not exist since he's away, so we'll count that for him. So 2 for should not exist. Most of us are in the F tier. We'll go ahead and just put that there for now. But Tim, if you want to give your thoughts, go ahead.
I had a tough time with this show. When I watched Discovery Season 2, I actually liked Anson Mount. I was actually liking his portrayal of Pike. I didn't mind it, even though it wasn't anything like Pike from the original Cage episode. But God, I just binge watched this like a couple weeks ago, and it started out, the first episode I actually enjoyed, but then it made some weird turns that I wasn't wrapping my head around. And I did actually enjoy the episode where Admiral Pike comes back to tell Pike, don't do this, don't do what you're gonna do, and then it's Captain Pike dealing with the Romulan bird of prey instead of Captain Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
That I thought was kind of interesting. I couldn't stand the guy they picked for Kirk. He reminded me of one of those fan film Kirks.
Yeah,
from like Phase 2 Star Trek or something. I was like, oh God, who's this guy? I don't like the fact that there's a George Kirk on the ship. I can't stand. The one thing I can't stand about Anson Mount is that fucking hairstyle of his. That big old giant wave on top of his head just drives me nuts. But I'm gonna give it F. I'm not gonna say it doesn't deserve to exist, but it definitely doesn't deserve to be good either. Because it does go downhill.
I'd like to add something here very briefly. With the one of the Easter eggs at the Daystrom station that showed that Section 31 has the body of James T. Kirk, and the information on the screen says that he was critically injured, meaning not dead. And after seeing somebody else play Captain Kirk at the end of season 1 of Strange New Worlds, I'm like firmly against it. I'm like, we've already had that was the third actor now to play Kirk, and if you can't get William Shatner, then there's no point, and you really can't get William Shatner. He's in his 90s now, so
yeah.
I'm content to let him fade into the legendary status of the background of Star Trek forever.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I mean, I think they're just going back to the well way too often nowadays, and they really just need to let go of the original series and just move on at this point.
Right.
All right, so the last of our TV series, essentially, we've got Star Trek Prodigy, the third animated show. It's probably gonna be, my opinion is gonna be pretty unpopular. I would actually give it a B as a series, not because it's a great Star Trek as a whole, but it is a fun show, and I don't take it seriously also, and it is clearly made for kids, so a lot of the continuity errors and just some of the plot holes in there I can give a pass to, just because I know it's made for kids this time around. And so and just as an overall just mindless fun show to watch, I could give it a B, but I'm probably just gonna give it I would probably say it's a middle of the road show, so I'm gonna actually give it a C. But I'm sure I will be outnumbered on this one, which is okay with me. Let's go. Let's start with Bird on this one.
Well, I'd give it a D.
Okay.
I think it's okay enough. I don't think it's terrible. I think a D is a fair grade.
Sounds good. Let's go down to JP's.
I haven't bothered watching it. It's not worth my time. It's an animated show. Meh. So I'm gonna take a pass on that.
All right, we'll give a no vote for JP's. We'll give it that it should not exist then. Let's go to Trekker. Yeah, Tokyo Trekker.
I hate the show. I absolutely hate it.
That's fair.
The stories suck. Everything about it pisses me off. That being said, I'm gonna give it a D.
Okay, it's two
It's
for
not
D.
mid tier, but D is solid.
Let's go to Darren.
I have not seen it, therefore it should not exist.
Still Mr. Lundell.
I have not seen it, but it has a right to exist. And I'm going to sit on the sideline with this one.
All right, since you think it at least should exist, we'll give it an F. Mr. Lundell. And let's go LDG.
Which one are we on now?
We're on Prodigy.
Oh, Star Wars Prodigy? Yeah, it should not exist. No. I heard what you said.
How can you
Star Wars
follow-
Prodigy should not exist. Garbage.
You know, what's funny is I think LDG and I are on the same wavelength in this one. The show came out.
The show's not even
at the
Star
same
Trek. It
time
was just
that something else got announced.
Tim,
it was a
when did
completely
you-
different show, and they just grafted a little bit of Trek on it.
Tim, when did you have your lobotomy again? Was that last
I
week?
don't know. I don't know. Can you see me holding my head?
There's no shame in agreeing with me.
Tim, you also don't think it should exist, man?
Oh, there's a lot of shame in that.
I'm sorry, what was
There's
that?
a lot of shame in
I'm
that.
going to assume you also think it should not exist then?
God, I have not seen it. So
It's grooming our children.
because of that, I have to agree with Londell, and I can't say it doesn't deserve to exist. But my problem with it was I see it and I'm like, okay, definitely kids show. I'm not going to be interested in this. But then the next thing I thought of when I saw the characters was when Star Wars announced a rock as a navigator for a ship called the Vessel. And I'm like, is that what they're doing here? Is this going to be the same thing?
To be
I'm gonna
fair,
say it should not exist because it just gave me bad vibes.
to be fair to Rock Talk, who I really, really hate in this show, her species did exist before Star Wars thought of that. Thanks to Peter David.
I know, I know that, but I just somehow because of other things, you get that vibe, and you're like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Yeah, I'm actually
the rock on the Star Wars thing was literally a tombstone.
That's all.
It was a rock. It had no arms, no legs, no brain. It was a rock sitting in a chair, not even sitting in a chair.
Oh,
All right, looking over in the chat, looks like Thomas is going to give the series an overall B. So I'm going to kind of override this a little bit. I'm not going to put it as should not exist just because the majority of you guys haven't actually seen it yet at all, or haven't watched it. So I'm going to go with kind of the average of everything, and we'll go with a D for this one for now.
Fair enough.
If I change my score to an F, how would that affect the tally?
That would put the show in an F.
Okay, because LDG just brought up a great point when he called it Star Wars Prodigy, and especially the episode where Rock Talk, who I hate, and I still imply this, outright murdered the Zindi on their Tatooine sand speeders in the snow.
So my
Definitely
vibe was
Star Wars,
warranted.
so I'm changing it to F.
My bad vibe was warranted, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds like
All
it was.
More people now. I got people changing their votes. See, this is quality entertainment.
A little scary that LDG is changing people's minds. We might have to end the show early.
You're right. He's right. You
No,
gotta give him
just
props for
kick him off the panel.
All right, with that, we're done with the first half of everything. We're going to be moving on to the movies. I vote we take a quick break because I have to use the bathroom before my bladder explodes. So when we get back, we'll move
Take
on
care
to
of
the
that
movie
bladder.
franchise, and then once we get done with that, we'll go ahead and what? Actually,
Hey,
when we get back,
hey.
we'll see if we want to rebalance any of the TV shows. So if you guys want to talk about that while I'm gone, and then we'll move on to the movies. What before I leave, because I'm seriously
just hide the screen and make us all big until you come back, please.
I will do that.
No, not us big. Not what. There we go.
I know. All right, guys. I will be right back.
And now a word from our sponsor, Cinnabon's Toilet.
But wait, there's more.
For an additional $9.95, we'll waive shipping and handling.
Bird of Prey 5 commercials.
Sponsored by Kuroga.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius. Oh, John DeMarco on Discord says, if they're starting TOS at a C, I don't think I'm going to agree with much of this on a list. I think John bailed on us.
Probably did.
See how low we scored TAS. He's now rewriting this week's Jeopardy to be all TAS just for revenge.
Right.
Oh,
God, I don't
Anna.
know.
Well,
That's why I don't go on that show as a contestant anymore. Because every time I go on there, it's always something. It's either TAS or Voyager, and I'm weak on that stuff. So,
well, I'm glad he saves it for the $500 questions because nobody actually watches TAS except for Jay Aldridge.
Pretty sure Mr. Lundell has them all memorized.
what? The animated series?
Yeah.
Nope.
No?
Last time I watched those is when Bird ran them.
Okay.
The last time I didn't watch them is when Bird ran them.
Last time I saw that show, I think I was 13 and it was on Nickelodeon.
Oh. Yeah, my son actually watches Lower Decks and he liked it. I, of course, like the Mogato episode, I wouldn't let him watch it, but or the Spread Eagle Boimer episode. That one was really uncalled for.
yeah,
Well, it's like
see,
the
that makes me
best
not want to
episode.
watch it. Yeah.
I wanted to introduce him to real Star Trek, and he being a kid, I tried to put him in front of TAS, and he's just like, nah, this sucks.
No,
I honestly don't think Star Trek really needs to be a cartoon, but that's just me.
No. Well, with
No, it
Lower
doesn't.
Decks, with Lower Decks, my biggest problem is that if you're the custodian of that franchise, which Secret Hideout currently is, you don't make fun of it. That's for that's for like the Orville to do, right?
They did that with TAS and it failed. It would have been a serious cartoon, never would have been
getting
popular.
back to what I was trying to say about Lower Decks is that the franchise should not be trying to make fun of itself.
Yes, it should.
Which is not what TAS was trying to do.
Exactly,
Decks,
they
in my
failed.
opinion, should not exist because it shouldn't make fun of itself. If you were making Dynamite Star Trek live action, I would say maybe, but since you're getting fired by Netflix, and you're having a hard time finding a place to put your show internationally, because people don't like it, then you shouldn't be trying to make another show that makes fun of Star Trek.
They're really not attracting new viewers either, because I mean, just on an off chance, I talk to a lot of kids that come out of high school at my store, and they don't know what Star Trek is. They have no clue what Star Trek is. They don't even know it exists.
They don't know what television is.
That's true too. But I mean, even with all the streaming services, all that other shit, they don't know what Star. They're like, what's Star Trek?
No.
And I'm sitting there like, how do you not know what Star Trek? Well, okay, never mind.
Because
new generation, they don't know.
You don't have.
Okay, Chris, Tim. With all due respect, you work at Subway. Most of the kids that go to Subway are stoners.
Here's where I work. It's still kids just out of high school.
No.
That's
only a certain type of kids go to Subway today.
Interact with more high school kids than you do or I do, so I'm fine with that.
And that's why you put them in front of DS9 and say, "This is Star Trek. Have at it."
Yeah.
They start laughing.
They get
through on the fourth season, and they're just like, then they'll be like, "This is awesome."
Now, I'd like you to show me the kids that come that you see at Subway, my friend, because like I said,
Explain the
there's going to be a
logistics of that.
demographic. Let the person intelligent speak for a second, there, boss.
Well, you're not
I
showing
There are
am.
certain demographics.
No, Junior.
There are certain demographics that will not know a clue about Star Trek, but that doesn't mean jack squat.
Well, actually, it does mean quite a bit because when
No,
I was in school, dude, when I was one of these high school kids, everybody knew what Star Trek was.
Yeah.
How do you think I got teased for liking Star Trek? Because everybody knew what it was. They knew it existed.
Yeah.
The kids now don't even know it exists.
Right.
That's the difference.
That's true. Sort of, I guess. I think I think a lot of
I knew people who didn't know what Star Trek was when I was growing up, my friend. That's all I'm saying. But it's hard to make that argument when you just state things as fact. It's impossible for anything where everybody's going to know it. Your infinite diversity, infinite combination, my friend. There are infinite amount of people who don't know what a certain something is. Always.
Well, I mean, I think back in the 90s, it was more. You would be more easily find people that didn't know what Star Trek was, but it's been so ingrained in the pop culture just now that I think even if people don't watch it, they actually know what it is at least to some degree.
It was ingrained in the culture during the 90s. It's lost its place now, I think.
Yeah,
Only
my broken
pop
nose that
culture.
I got my broken nose that I got in junior high school for being a Trek dork really lets me know they knew Star Trek in the 90s.
All right, so
a bunch of
somewhat happy with
Amish
what
people.
we've ranked so far, or should we make any move? Or do we need to make any moves before we move on?
Let's move on.
Besides TOS going to C?
Amish people. Really?
Well, just one example. Amish people don't know what the hell Star Trek is.
What the hell kind of example is that?
Amish people don't know what anything is.
There are slave children in China that don't know that they're building in
Amish people
factories, don't know what Star Trek is.
They're the ones making
Look who's
the toys
coming.
for,
Look who's talking.
what you call it?
Okay, LDG, how much have you had to drink? Okay,
He's had two-
Not much. Not much. I'm still good.
Man's
Not much.
hammered by now.
I'm golden.
You drink enough to put yourself under the table, please.
I was gonna say
I can still chase my mouse. I'm fine.
Jesus Christ. All right,
I'd
let's
say
move on.
Move Lower
into the
Decks down
movie
to D.
franchise if you guys are ready to do that.
Okay.
All right.
Yes,
So
we are.
starting things off with the movie that started it off was Star Trek: The Motion Picture. For me, it's a very boring movie. I really did like the special effects, so obviously it was awesome seeing the ship for the first time on the big screen. I love the redesign, the new Enterprise. The story was terribly boring, not very original. It just felt like a really long rehash of the Nomad episode. And I also thought the uniforms were actually worse than the original ones, which I didn't think was actually possible at the time. But yeah, so I would give this movie a solid D, but I'm probably in the minority on this one. So let's go ahead and start things off with people that probably saw it in the theater first run. Let's start with Darren.
I did in the theater first run. Okay, now you got to keep in mind that I initially put TOS in the C category, and that's essentially what I would put this movie in, because it is literally just a long episode of the original series with somewhat better special effects. It is a rehash of Nomad. You have just these the way it's constructed, the way it's shot is often like the TV show where you've got Spock working very dramatically in the foreground with stuff going on behind him, and the uniforms were terrible. They were a Vision in beige, and I don't like the look of 70s sci-fi where everything is white. Because they thought that white made everything look more high tech and futuristic. Logan's Run was the same way. The uniforms were out of Logan's Run, and such. But they did make modifications later to the ship as it went into the 80s. But sticking with the original, or with the motion picture, I I gotta give it a D.
I'm sorry, just say what?
I'm giving it a D for Delta.
Gotcha. That's gonna be 2 for D.
D for D's nacelles.
See, Mr. Lundell, you're probably old enough to have seen it first run.
I did. I'm not gonna lie.
We'll go
Now,
with Mr. Lundell next.
here's the problem. Yes, it's slow. It's plotting. It's bad uniforms, but the special effects are good. I agree with all of that. The thing though, if you haven't seen a 4K copy of this, especially with the special effects enhanced and everything, you're missing out. What they've done since they've restored the film, it looks great, but it's slow. It's like almost a 3-hour movie,
Right.
and that's the big issue. But it rekindled the franchise, so I'm going to be an asshole and say it's worth a B.
A B. All right. Let's go to JP's, I guess.
Okay, a lot like Mr. Lundell, I do have an issue with it being really slow. It looks like a hour and a half 1970s car commercial for most of it. Like the long shots for 15 minutes long going down the side of the Enterprise.
Yeah, that was a little excessive.
And also, yeah, it just rekindled the show. It went from a small small sci-fi show to all of a sudden, bam, there they are on the big screen. And that's why I do not like the TOS, but you start me at the movie, the original motion picture, we got a solid B for Bravo.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That works. Let's go Tokyo.
Let's just get this out of the way right now. This movie was mostly starship porn. Anybody that really loved ship shots creamed their jeans for this movie.
No.
Quality wise, yeah, slow. And I think Tim wants to say something.
No. I was raising my hand to people like ship porn.
Hey, some of us do like the fat one, by the way. Yeah, I agree with everybody here. That's spoken already. It's slow, it's plotting, but for a slow, plotting, and somewhat boring movie versus some of the other movies that we have on this list, I'd still sit through it any day of the week, twice on Sundays. It's great, and I'm borderline B because there are also movies on this list that are definitely much, much lower tier than this movie was. I'm giving it a B.
Let's go to Bird. That was just to check if he's still awake. We'll come back. We'll go to Tim.
Hey, for me, it's an A. This is a movie that got me into Star Trek. It was the first movie I ever saw. The first time I ever saw the characters. I was 4 years old, sitting in my mom's basement, glued to the TV while it was being aired on ABC. Well, I even remember the channel it was on. And it's just what got me hooked. I do know that there's issues with the show. I mean, hell, I remember getting the VHS collection, the special, well, not the special edition collection, but this the VHS like $4 collection. And you had the pins and everything that came with it. I watched the movie off that tape, and the first thing the first big blemish I noticed was when Kirk was going out after Spock in the spacesuit, and he's jumping off the airlock. I noticed you could see the scaffolding for the set
The unfinished
around
set.
the entire airlock, and I'm like,
Huh?
on my computer, mind you, this is 1994. My computer is directly hooked up to my VCR. I freezed it, screenshotted that, and I sent it to all my friends because I'm like, look at this.
At least they fixed that for the new releases, though.
They did, and but it was still funny. I mean,
With his wires, by the way.
Yeah, I will definitely agree. Actually, I should probably move my grid up to you, but before we do that, we'll go over to LDG. We have 1 for A, 3 for B, 2 for D. LD.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you now.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Motion picture, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it was all. I think it was a little bit too much hype. It was a lot of don't pay attention to the plot behind the special effects. Graphics were good, but you need more than graphics. I'd watch something that looked like Mario Brothers if it had a better plot. So yeah, I'll give it a D.
Okay, that's gonna be 3 for
Okay,
D.
the fact that LDG had to be told what movie we're on means he's not listening to any of our responses.
I know.
No, I was listening to the whole thing you said, but I just added. You always want to add things while you're thinking to what to say. So just double checking to make sure that you're still on the same thing. You're not switching on me or anything. You want to add words like that. So blow me.
All right, let's go back to Bird, see if he's awake.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Yeah, Bird's sleeping,
It's a C.
and I have to get hell.
Bird
Yeah,
gives us
okay.
a C. Sounds good. And Daniels, welcome to the panel. We'll let you weigh in on the motion picture if you'd like. What grade would you give this movie?
I would give it a B.
All right. Any particular reason why?
Well, I know when I was a kid, I didn't like it. When I was a kid, I didn't like it because it didn't have very much action, if anything, in it. But as I grew up, I started appreciating it for other reasons. It has good special effects for the time, and it's kind of therapeutic. It calms you down when you watch it, I find. So yeah, I liked it.
Sounds good. All right, so with that, we've got a total of 4 votes for B, 3 for D, 1 for A. So I think we will go ahead and throw this into B for now, and then if we want to discuss any changes at the end, like last time, we'll go ahead and do that once we're done with ranking all the movies here. So, all right, going into Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, for me, was the pinnacle of all Star Trek movies. I know it has some problems plot-wise in it, but it's not that big of a deal to me. You don't notice it. It's very exciting. Definitely the best of the original cast movies. And, you know what? Actually, to me, it's one of the best movies that Star Trek ever came out with. And pretty much every movie since then has been trying to recapture the magic of that movie. So I would put it in a solid S tier. But we'll go ahead and see what everybody else has to say. And we'll start this time with LDG, just so he doesn't lose focus and actually listens to everybody this time.
I was listening to Darren's it's a nomad recreation. Oh, bullshit, yada, yada. I was listening, guys, I swear. I just turned my head for a second and watched a bear kill a woman on Twitter. I'm sorry. Oh, and by the way, Twitter changed their logo to a bear. By the way, it's no longer the bird.
I got a dog on my Twitter feed.
A dog. I'm sorry. That's right. A dog. Yeah, it's a dog. Yes.
Bear, same difference.
So anyway, I would put Wrath of Khan was really good. It was only slacking in some areas. A little over dramatization, a little bit too much on that little Khan line. So I give it a strong A. Very strong A.
Well, I believe you're completely wrong, but we'll go ahead and move on we'll go down to Birds. Fall asleep.
If there is not a movie that deserves an S, then I don't know what.
I
2,
definitely
4,
agree.
and 6 are S's.
All right, let's just do all the first people. So let's go down to the third row, Mr. Lundell.
Okay, S. In personal opinion, this is actually part 1
of the
what's
3-movie
coming
trilogy.
next. Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that also.
S.
Let's go jump back up to Tokyo.
There are with all of the movies that are here, there are only 2 that deserve to be in the S tier. Only 2. Wrath of Khan is one of them. So there it is.
All right. Darren?
Wrath of Khan did something that very few franchises do, where the second film was better than the first by a huge margin. It's a nearly perfect film in terms of its pacing and construction. It also doesn't require you to have seen the first film, but it does, and it doesn't even require you to have seen the original series,
I
because
agree with that, yeah.
they tell you what you need to know about this, the situation with Khan.
Mhm.
But it does feel like a sequel to TOS, on Space Seed in particular, of course. But it's also, it establishes and basically affirms more so the mythic nature of Captain Kirk as a sci-fi hero. He is this is a naval battle film, and pirates versus the fleet, and it's it hasn't been matched yet in the franchise. A couple movies have. It's not going to be my only S tier vote, but none of them have matched it yet.
All right, sounds good. I agree with everything you said there. Let's go with Tim.
S tier. It's bar none the best movie, I think, in the franchise.
Definitely. JP's?
S.5.
I think we're pretty much unanimous on here, except for LDG, who needs to take his medication. And so let's go ahead and round this out. Daniel, since you're new to the panel, we'll go ahead and go ahead. And if you want to give a ranking on this one.
Yeah, I think I would give it an S as well.
All right. We are definitely...
It's just a really well-crafted movie.
Except for Mr. I Need to Be Different over there. All right.
What? It's an A movie. You guys are just licking too much Star Trek balls right now. I'm sorry.
On to the lesser sequel, The Search for Spock. It felt very much like a middle part of a 3-part movie series. But just because, just judging this on its own, though, it... I don't know. For me, I don't really know how I feel about it. It wasn't the best movie. There was serious story problems for me. You know what? I'm not going to say that because I can't give examples right now. But for some reason, it definitely didn't resonate with me as much as the first one. I know how much people love the word resonate. I thought it was a little bit boring. The destruction of the Enterprise was probably the coolest part of the entire movie. Crew was a pretty good villain, but. Yeah, you know what? I really don't even know what to say about this one. For me, I would probably give it. I'm gonna give it a B. I wasn't gonna say middle of the road on this one with SSC, but I think it's a little bit better than a mid-tier movie. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give it a B. But honestly, I can't even really articulate why I would give it a B. It's just I think I like it. It's probably one of my. Yeah, I'm not even going to try. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's just go to Mr. Lundell to start things off for us.
Okay, this is not a mid-tier movie. This is part 2 of Wrath of Khan, so it deserves to be an S as well.
Okay.
The action, the pacing, the reason why everything happened. Okay. Remember that line that Sarek, about with Kirk, you lost your ship, your career. Why? Because it goes into that friendship thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Kirk and that's the second part of a complete movie. That's just the middle part. So put it as an S as well.
Yeah, I agree with your points.
We're doing a match. We're doing a matching set with this one and the one coming up afterwards. So you have to in my opinion, you have to put them all together.
Sounds good. Let's go to who's usually at the end here that we've been. Let's go to Tim because he's always usually towards the end.
All right, could you enlarge me for a second?
Sure can.
So,
I think I can.
So
he's following you.
Where's my intro? I need my intro.
I wish.
Okay, so
I wish I could.
Star Trek 3 has some of my most favorite items. I can't say things. You know, it's got my favorite ship and it's got my favorite personnel equipment in the movie. But like Londell says, there's a lot of human storytelling in this movie, and it's also interesting because they weren't originally going to make it. But when the success of Star Trek II Wrath of Khan happened, and it was such an integral movie, they left it open ended just in case it was a success. Then they decided to go forward and
1 second. Have a good night, JPs. Thanks a lot for joining us tonight.
Hey, JPs.
Hey, JPs.
I love the movie. I'm going to give it an A, but it has my favorite starship of all time, and I know Londell will curse my name for that, but I am a big fan of the Excelsior.
Oh my God! Why would you like that bucket of bolts?
Are you kidding? This ship, like, okay, you know, you're talking about ship porn, right? This ship allowed me to appreciate a big girl with curves. Okay. Sorry.
That's what we got the D for, though.
Wait a second.
I was in love with that.
How exactly did that happen?
I even went so far as to name this ship after Stan Lee, because Excelsior kind of merged the two franchises there. But I wasn't done yet, but that's okay. We'll
come back. Sorry.
2 more things to show off. The show has my favorite phaser.
I'll agree with that, definitely.
It is like one of the coolest phaser designs ever. It's basically an upgrade to the TOS phaser because it has the removable. Where's my camera? There it is. Type 1 phaser, Type 2.
The garage door opener.
Yeah, the garage door opener. And then I also like the redesign of the tricorder, which they use this in Star Trek V as well.
I agree. The new tricorder looked good. The only thing is, I always thought they were holding it backwards because the screen was always facing the camera, which seemed weird.
Well, actually, the screen is back here. The screen they look at.
Like all the buttons and stuff seemed like they were on the front of it, so it just seemed weird.
I made mine light up. I found somebody who did a 3D print of this thing, so I had to get it.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's got. I like the quality of it. I wish this stuff would have been in Star Trek 2, but and I like the story. I watched Search for Spock a million times, as much as I've watched Wrath of Khan. So I'm going to give it an A, not an S, but an A, because I think it's a little weaker, but it's still a great movie, and it has some epic special effects. All the special effects in that movie are unique to that movie, unlike Wrath of Khan, where they had a lot of recycled special effects. You know, they used a lot of clips from the motion picture, which is fine. They used them perfectly.
Yeah, they saved a lot of money doing that too.
Yeah.
Where are we? Darren, did you go yet?
Not yet.
All right, we'll go with Darren.
All right. Well, I was going to give it an A too, but started thinking about it, and I look at all the firsts that we got in this film. Now, it was long said in the 80s and 90s that the even-numbered Star Trek movies were the ones that didn't suck. This is definitely the best odd-numbered Star Trek film.
Charge this.
It gave us Space Dock, which was seen in TNG and everywhere else for many years. It gave us the Excelsior, as Tim mentioned. It also gave us the Klingon Bird of Prey, which became a mainstay in the franchise. It contributed that. It also gave us one of the nicest cannon fodder ships we've ever seen, the Grissom, which was the
I like the Grissom. I don't care what anybody says. I like the canoe. The canoe is cool. That's a sleek
And the,
little
destruct-
ship.
and the
Sorry.
destruction of the Enterprise was pretty epic. The resurrection of Spock was also epic. But the other thing I want to mention is that this was also Leonard Nimoy's directorial debut.
Mhm.
He wasn't going to come back
Yeah.
as Spock unless he got something more to do. And he said, "I want to direct," and the producers kind of went, and then they, okay, and he did such a bang up job that he got to do the next one. And I think that's
Yep.
what I think Star Trek 4 was his magnum opus, but this was what led to that. So I'm going to give it an S because that trilogy within the series, which is 2, 3, and 4, are all going to be S's for me. But
Sounds good. Bird?
Yeah, it's I was going to give it an A, but I think they've convinced me to S it. So
Okay.
S.
Sounds
You
good.
guys are so bull. Mm.
Okay. Now, the way you're bitching, LDG, you need to come up with a Star Trek script.
There you go.
If I ever did,
do it, damn it!
I'd finally show you real Trek because we haven't even seen real Trek yet.
Would be an hour
They have
and a
all
half.
these years to give us
We're talking
perfect
about
Trek,
real
and we're
Trek,
still.
son.
Yeah, okay, all right. Is it my turn yet?
It's Tokyo Somokombi.
now.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I appear to be the only sober one here. Because I would not give this movie an S.
Thank you.
But the meaning and the stories behind this entire movie is a lot deeper than a lot of people really understand.
The WandaVision effect. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, the star base was freaking awesome. All right, so I lagged out. I don't know how much you guys got.
We got
After is more than what people understand.
Okay, so
I
you missed
heard
the whole
the
thing
Starbase
about
is
Space Dock.
Yes.
All right, so yeah, I thought
Okay,
Space
shut
Dock
up.
is epic. Space Dock is
Okay.
epic. And the theme, being a father, now I finally understand the pain that Sarek was going through. The sudden change in Kirk when David was killed. It strikes me more at my core as a father now than it did before I became a father, and when I just watched this movie and I thought, oh, Space Dock is awesome. It's not an S tier movie. It's close, but it's not. That being said, I give it an A.
sounds good. LDG.
It's an S tier movie for all those
Well-
reasons you mentioned.
I'm not one to just, I'm not for death by association. I'm not for pro. I won't just give it an S just because it's supposed to be part of some imaginary sub trilogy. That being said, it had it felt like a TNG episode, just really fucking long. And you could really tell that somebody else was directing this movie, because no offense to Leonard, but he brought this weird staleness to Trek. And the whole movie, I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay. And didn't really, especially coming off of the last movie. This movie was like slam on the brakes as far as I'm concerned. So definitely not an S. I would maybe give it a B, strong B.
Okay. And then Daniels, Star Trek 3.
Well, I don't know. I would give it an S. I'm between an S and an A. I'm not really sure what I want to give it. I think I'll probably give it an A. I'll give it an A. It was good, but not as good as Wrath of Khan.
Okay.
Savick is a cougar.
Yeah,
that's
now,
pretty
after
cute.
listening to what everyone says, I mean, okay, so there are 4 votes for A, 3 for S, and 2 for B, which was one of them was mine. But I'm actually going to upgrade my grade to an A after listening to what everyone said. To be honest, it isn't one of the movies I tend to watch when I go to watch a Star Trek movie, but You guys make a lot of good points. A lot of firsts were made in this movie, as far as introductions go, that lasted throughout all the way through the TNG era, actually. So I do think it deserves an A grade. So I would think for now, I am going to put it up in the A tier, just because I don't think it was as good as the Wrath of Khan, but definitely was better than the original, the motion picture. So I'm going to go ahead and put it with an A if that's okay with everybody else. All right.
No, I'm not okay with that.
All right, that's okay with everyone except for LDG.
I mean, the Contra thing was cool. The fact that he stuck it with freaking bones was funny. But like, what was basically the movie?
Contra?
That was not
Contra.
meant to be funny. That was not meant to be funny. That was expedience.
Also, that was done in Star Trek 2, not 3.
Yeah.
No, but they found out in 2, 3.
3.
They didn't know what the fuck was going on in 2. Sorry.
That's all right. And that brings us up to Star Trek 4, which honestly was the very first movie I ever got to see first run in the movie theaters as a kid. I thought it was a really great movie. I really liked it because it was a break from the serious Trek movies. I was kind of disappointed that we spent the entire time in a Bird of Prey, just because I really loved the Refit Enterprise and always wanted to see that thing on screen. But I liked the character interactions throughout the entire thing. It was a funny movie, I thought. It introduced us to the most dangerous enemy in all of Star Trek history, which was the whale probe.
Amen.
And it brought us George and Gracie, the space whales, which was pretty awesome in itself. So for me, it's definitely an S tier movie, mainly because that's kind of biased because honestly, like I said, it was the first movie I got to see on the big screen. So for me, it's an S tier, but let's see what everybody else has to say. Let's try and mix this up a little bit. Tokyo, you always seem to be on the tail end of things, so let's go ahead and start with you this time.
I feel loved. No, S. This is the second movie on this list that goes in the S tier. Hands down, easy, without a single thought. As far as my thoughts on it, which I'm going to victimize you all with, it was I would dare say it was a perfect movie in every way. Very few to no flubs as far as special effects go, so it keeps you in the universe, nothing to break it. Continuity is great. The stakes were real. The humor was top notch, and the producer of what you call it, Lower Decks, better take note, because this is how you do humor in Star Trek, not the crap that they're producing. So, yeah, S, the end.
Awesome. Before we move on, I do want to add to my response is that I do think that Leonard Nimoy really seemed to like hone his directing abilities with this movie as well. I think he did a much better job over Star Trek 3. But let's move on to who's been last lately. You know what, Daniels? We've been doing you last every time, so let's go ahead and go to you next. Daniels?
Yeah. I would give this episode a B.
Okay.
It was good, but not that good.
Sounds good. Any particular reason why, or
Well,
just,
it just didn't do it for me like the other two did.
okay, that works. Let's go to LDG. He's been on the end of the list lately, so go ahead.
Are you keeping track on who goes first all these times?
I'm trying to mix things up, so we're not having the same people go first and go last all the time.
I mean, so excuse me. Another pardon me. Another time travel episode reminds me of the Voyager episode when they go back in the past and get the doctor.
Which one came first?
Yeah, which one came first? This was the first major time travel. Well, never mind. I was going to say, well, for movie-wise at least.
Movie-wise, it was.
So, anywho, had some good comedy in there. Some good, could relate to it because they were, in the past. As far as action is concerned, not so much. Whale probe thing didn't really rub off on me well.
Fucking go straight to hell for that.
I'm sorry. I just don't get the damn whale probe shit. What the hell, dude? Like, seriously. You find out whales are fucking... Okay, anyway. I can't just because it's supposed
movement at the time. Whale hunting. Okay.
Yeah.
just because it's part of a so-called trilogy. I'm not going to give it an S. I'm gonna rank it the way it should be ranked properly and put it in its proper place. I give it a strong B.
A B. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to disagree. Before we move on, I just have to say LDG is completely wrong. We still have not seen a more formidable enemy as the whale probe yet in Star Trek.
Can I tell you what that B stands for? The boot that's about to go in his ass.
And with that, we'll go to Tim.
This is actually the first Star Trek movie I actually saw in the theater.
Me too.
My parents took me to it. I was still young enough not to actually go to movies myself yet.
Yeah. Same
so, I know I take that back. It's the second because I did actually see Search for Spock in the theater. This was a great movie. It was definitely a good family movie, because even regardless of with all the swearing in it, my mom's sitting there like holding my ears. I'm like, but I mean, it gave us, it basically told us what kind of people we were, because I mean, honestly, a lot of us, we're walking around cussing up a storm sometimes. I do, we do fall short of, structured virtue, at least with our speech, except maybe Darren. But no, I mean, and the story was great. I mean, the whale probe. The only thing that bothered me about it is, like, I think you heard me blurt it out earlier. It reminded me of a giant turd with a soccer ball attached to it.
My God, you are all
like a big old
wrong.
No, I'm not dissing what it did and the point of it in the movie. I just thought I'm watching it fly by and you hear the whoa, 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 and I'm thinking somebody forgot to flush the toilet, man. Or maybe they flushed it too much and it got shot to earth. I thought the soccer ball was dragging it along. I thought that was the thing towing it.
It was the only ship big enough to show its balls on screen. You have to
there you go. It may be a big old ball and dick.
Big giant cat.
I like the fact that they repurposed the Miranda for the Saratoga. I thought that was nice. I love the Miranda classes. That's so nice. Mm-hmm. I like the odd man out ships. I do. The ships you don't see very often until you see them way too often. But no, it's just a great movie, great story, great. Spock's interactions with the whales were great. Like, yes, maybe he's singing to that man. It's like there's so many good parts in that movie.
That helped the community.
I say S.
Okay. Let's go to Bird this time.
There doesn't come a movie better than this. This is the best Star Trek movie ever created, that ever will be created. This is an S of S's.
I tend to agree. Let's see. We'll go to Lundell, I guess, and then we'll wrap up with Darren. Tokyo, did I give you a chance yet?
I'm good. I asked.
Gotcha. Mr. Lundell.
This is part 3 of the trilogy. Okay, and like the other, it deserves an S like the other two. I mean, the comedic pacing, just by itself is worth it. You got to see these characters in a different light. Almost, they were dealing with a water creature, and they were basically fish out of water.
I agree.
saving the universe. So it's an S, and the other one should be an S too, but I'm not going
All
to.
right. All right. Let's wrap up with Darren.
This was the highest grossing Star Trek film until the 2009 J.J. Abrams film came out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also one of the least expensive ones they ever made because it was all location shooting in California, pretty much. This film is so good at what it does, which is focusing on the relationships of the characters and their personalities and how they deal with the situation, that you forget and you don't mind some very basic logical problems that the movie does have. For example, Starfleet allowing Kirk to fly himself to Earth to stand trial in the Bird of Prey. You would think that they would send a ship to go get him or something of that nature. We don't care about that. It's just, This is because of how awesome everything is done, and I think that that's a testament here. Every time after this movie came out, every time Star Trek had a series or a story that where they went back in time, especially to the present, like the aforementioned Voyager episode that LGG mentioned, they tried to have moments like the ones in this film, to varying degrees of success. The other thing that's really stands out about this film is that, as I mentioned, it was one of the highest grossing ones until the JJ films came out. And yet it doesn't have an actual villain. It has a problem that the characters have to solve. But there's no mustache twirling villain or a thug or anything like that. There's no Nero. There's no Krug. There's no Khan. And that makes it special. And I don't know if anybody is ever going to be able to make a movie like that again. When it comes to Star Trek, just having a problem to solve instead of a hopefully charismatic villain. They all want to have every movie. It seems like after Wrath of Khan had a Khan in it, except for this one.
Yeah, that's true.
And that it makes it special. So for me, it's an S. And that's where I stand.
All right. I think that's everybody then, unless I missed somebody. If I missed someone, please let me know. But looks like we're pretty much unanimous on S tier with only 2 people voting as B. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in the S tier for now. That brings us up to Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. I honestly think that movie does get a really bad rap. It obviously has its problems. You know what? I'm going to wait for my opinion. I want to hear what everybody else has to say first. So let's go ahead and go with Bird. You're usually in the middle, so let's start with Bird this time.
I think this movie is a lot better than most people give it credit for.
I agree.
I'll give it a solid B.
Okay. A D, did you say?
B as in boy.
B as in boy. Gotcha. Okay. Let's just go to the middle row then. Let's go to Darren.
This film is shit.
And there it is.
It reeks of Shatner's own effete, at least that he was in that point of his life, his self-centeredness. It has the long lost brother that we never heard about, which unfortunately was later. That error was compounded by another series later on. It seems like of all the films that you could have based Discovery on, they decided to base a lot of it on this film, which is the one that most Star Trek fans, when I was growing up, pretended never happened, because nothing really did happen. You can go from 4 directly to 6 without a problem.
Sure.
The special effects were notoriously bad. They lost count of how many decks were on the old Enterprise.
Yeah.
They were just when a film is bad, the nitpicking stuff shows up more. I mentioned earlier that with Star Trek 4 that there's some logical things that about 4 that that don't make much sense, but we don't care because the rest of the movie is so good. This movie was the opposite of that. It was like the movie was so bad that you can't help but also harp on the nitpicks.
Mm-hmm.
So because there is no D listed here yet, I'm gonna say that this film should go in the D slot.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Giving.
Tim?
I agree wholeheartedly with Darren. This film is the epitome of Shatner's ego. The only reason he even got the director's spot is because he bitched for it, and he was jealous that Leonard Nimoy had a director's spot, so he wanted one himself.
Well, he also had the favorite nations clause in his contract, so he technically had to get one directing slot. But
that's why he had that.
Right. True.
He didn't want to be undercut, and it unfortunately. Oh shit! There's a troll. It's just sad because it made me dislike Shatner for a long time. Okay. There was a time when I didn't even want to watch anything with Shatner in it for a while, and then you started hearing about the problems he had with some of the other, cast, George Takei complaints, and it just the whole movie kind of ruined Star Trek for me for a little while. I still loved it, but I just didn't want to invest in Kirk because of that movie. It just was so bad. And Darren touched on everything else that I had an issue with. Was the bad special effects. My favorite bad special effect is the sliding of the Enterprise as it goes to warp while escaping the Klingon torpedo. I mean, that is like that was like I don't know, like a Battlestar Galactica.
Like Monty Python with their
it was just like it was so bad. But I think Industrial Light and Magic was not involved in the movie. So
right. That's what's going to be one of my points. Yeah. So you're going to go with the D then also?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to Mr. Lundell.
This movie, I mean, okay, to me, Kirk wasn't as bad as everybody pretends. Now, the issue I had more than anything was Sybok. Lawrence Luckenbill had no business trying to play a Vulcan. Okay, he was known for at the time a one-man play he did where he was Lyndon B. Johnson. That was his claim to fame. So he had no business trying to be a stoic Vulcan, even though it's a Vulcan that gave up logic and displayed emotions. That was just, to me, that's where the real mess up of the movie began. And there was with the special effects, but it was a lot of things. You're putting it. Tim was putting it at Shatner's feet. It was out of his control.
Right.
They didn't really want to make this movie. This is one nobody wanted to make, but I don't know it. I would like to see have it re-edited or whatever, because I think you can make a decent movie out of it. But at what stands now, I would have to give it a failing grade. Okay. This one is an F for me.
That's fair.
What did you think of Uhura's feather dance? As long as you got Uhura pictures behind you, what did you think of that?
I was like the only good part.
It really didn't make any sense.
No, it didn't.
Right.
No.
It's true.
Still the most enjoyable thing to watch.
Yeah, it was. Even though that was a body double, that wasn't her.
Right.
Are you kidding me? Oh, ruin an adolescence, hard on. Damn it.
All right, let's go to
the boner killer.
LDG. You can go ahead and go next.
Check.
Yep,
All right, I'm here.
Oh,
all right, so what part of this movie did not suck? I mean, the campfire scene, Uhura's fan dance, God Need with the starship, and that God character wasn't even like selling either. He like totally was subpar. The only thing that was more subpar than the main bad guy was the special effects in this movie were definitely subpar. I mean, and then they had some crazy shit with that Cybox mind control. Yeah, not the best. Did not like it. Totally can remove it. I would put this under should not exist.
Wow, that's
It's not that bad, LDG.
There
Bad.
was
It's actually a lot worse. I held back.
I forgot to mention there was one scene that I actually thought I was a bit moved by, and that was McCoy's, where his pain was revealed, and that he
right.
That is the one, and I'm like, okay, that's some
actually
drama.
a decent scene.
That's a decent scene with DeForest Kelly, but you can't base a whole movie on that. So
Yeah, it was worth it. Yeah.
Tokyo.
Did Dano get a chance to go?
We'll have him go last.
Okay. I was originally going to think that this movie should not exist. I didn't like it. Well, no, I take that back. I liked it a little bit, but it doesn't fit anywhere in the continuity. But that being said, there's one, and dare I say, only one Star Trek film on this list that deserves to go in the should not exist list, and it's worse than Star Trek V. So I'm going to give this a solid D.
Okay.
Also, because there's an F movie on here too that
Right.
Star Trek V is better than. So yeah.
Let's go ahead and wrap things up with the panel with Daniels.
Well, actually, Star Trek V isn't as bad as some people may say it is. I mean, yeah, sure, it wasn't the best quality, but it wasn't the worst either.
Dead to me. No.
Like, I mean, look, Scotty made transwarp modifications to the Enterprise to reach the center of the universe.
No, you
That's
didn't.
actually false.
No, you
That
didn't.
never happened in the movie.
That's not even established in the
Really?
movie. Where did you get
Well,
that
he
from?
must have done something because, like, how did they get there so quickly?
They went
That
through
was
the
a-
barrier.
that would be a
It's
plot
whether
hole.
the same barrier went to the US.
Yeah.
And that barrier actually is not that far away.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was cool anyways. And I don't know. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst either. So I would give it a C.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so far we've got 1 vote for B, 3 for D, 1 for F, 1 for should not exist, and 1 for C. For me, like I said, I think the movie gets more of a bad rap than it really tends to deserve. For me, when I first saw it, I really liked that we were back in space and back in the Enterprise. I thought it was kind of cool to see that the Enterprise was not in complete working, functioning order, and I thought that fit well with continuity. As far as it was probably damaged by the whale probe, and I thought that was kind of nice to actually see a ship that's not in perfect condition and there's problems happening on the ship. I don't really care about George Takei. I think he's a horrible human. I'm just kind of these are just comments from other people, from what other people were saying. Hate to George Takei. I don't really care about him. The effects. I don't even know what the whole argument about George Takei was, but as soon as I heard him, I wrote that in a note. It's fuck Takei.
He is a garbage human being, so yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
As far as the effects go, I can kind of give a pass just because ILM wasn't able to do the movie, and they had to go with a shittier effects house. So I kind of give a pass to the shitty effects. I know they could have been a lot better had ILM came back for this movie. I think they were busy with one of the Star Wars movies, right?
Yeah.
The whole God
Indiana
thing,
Jones.
as far as LDG's opinion that the God character was shit. I mean, to me, it wasn't any worse than any of the godlike characters that we got all throughout TOS and some of the ones that we got in TNG at that
But at
point.
this point, it should be better. I mean,
True. I agree with Darren. The pain scenes from McCoy was actually really moving. I remember that's one of the scenes that really sticks out to me, and that unfortunately, I guess one scene, like you said, doesn't make the entire movie really good. And then my other note from what you guys were saying was just continuity. Like I said, I thought it did fit with continuity. Just in, I like seeing them on shore leave. The campfire scene, unlike what LDG said, I thought was pretty good. I liked how they brought back the triad of the
Yeah.
The main three were having some off time together, and you could actually see the camaraderie and see that they're really good friends still. I thought it was well written. And they were just having fun. Thought Spock was a little retarded still, but I could forgive that just because he just had his brain put back inside of him.
Yeah.
So yeah, with all that being said, well, and also as far as continuity, like I said, I always read that the new Enterprise A was just a renamed, recommissioned Yorktown. To me, that made sense just because the Yorktown was damaged during the the whale probe instance, so that made sense to me why the Enterprise was in such bad condition throughout the movie. But there were obvious mistakes, like Darren said, the whole Dex thing, and some of the things like why it was so easy for them to get to the center of the universe so quickly. I mean, not center of the universe, center of the galaxy so quickly. It's kind of stuck out to me as kind of dumb. But I guess all of Star Trek has some of those weird issues where travel time is essentially zero. So I guess that really doesn't knock it down too much for me. So I'm going to agree with everybody else pretty much and I'll give it a D, I guess. And yeah. So unless anyone has some serious objections to it, as far as it being in the D tier for now, I think that's where we should put it for now.
It gets the D.
I mean, a lot of the scenes you guys talk about. Okay, so I mean, I touched base with a couple of those scenes that you were talking about, but I'm just not giving it up because those were the weakest scenes. But the movie was actually good. Those scenes would never be mentioned.
Perhaps you might be right. But let's move on, so this doesn't take all night. Let's go ahead and move into Star Trek 6. This was also one of my favorite movies. I think it really brought back the spirit of Star Trek 2 as far as, well, just being on that level. I don't know if I should say the spirit of Star Trek 2, but I think it really brought it back up to the quality of the second movie. And I thought it was a fitting end to the original series cast. I might say more than that, but for now, I'm going to give it an A. I don't think it was as good as the Wrath of Khan, but I don't think it was any worse. It wasn't that much worse. So I will give it an A for now. I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say. Maybe I'll change my rating, and I might have more to say about it after you guys talk about it, just because I've had a bit to drink now. My head's getting a little clouded. So let's just move on. Let's start off with Daniel, since he's been at last every time so far. What did you think of Star Trek 6?
It was actually a pretty good movie. I liked it. It was the finale for the TOS crew, and it was I like the villain. What's his name? Kang or no?
Chang.
Yeah, Chang. I liked him. He was really good, and his ship, it could fire while it's cloaked, was really impressive. I liked it at the time because Klingon ships can't fire when cloaked, so that was good. And this was the first movie where we see Rura Pente, and I thought that place was pretty cool. And
literally,
yeah, quite literally. And yeah, it's I thought it was pretty good. I think I would give it a B.
B? All right. LD, you're always at the end lately, so let's go ahead and go with LDG.
I mean, Klingons again. Really, Klingons. It's always Klingons. I liked it. Same guy who directed Star Trek 2. I enjoyed the beginning, the middle, and not so much at the end. But I did like it, and definitely watchable. Had some good scenes in there. Rura Pente was nice. Yeah, I enjoyed it, so I'd give it a B.
LDG, that was not his knee.
All right.
Yeah, I know that was not as neat. Yeah, I know.
Let's go to Tokyo.
Star Trek 6 doesn't make A tier or doesn't make S tier. It doesn't. But that being said, it was fantastic. The lighting was great. The Enterprise and Excelsior bridges they're just the same set with one minor change. But the Federation ship bridges never looked better, in my opinion.
Mhm.
A vast improvement over Star Trek V, and they were going in the right direction with the new bridge in Star Trek V. Star Trek VI, they knocked it out of the park. The lighting was great. The monster maroons never looked better than in Star Trek VI. The story was great. It was a true conspiracy, and we got a lot of good character development, even though it was the end of it. Especially with Kirk's story about how he's finally coming to terms with his son's death. That being said, the fact that he is a prick when it comes to his son, and shed a few tears in Star Trek 3, you Klingon bastard, you killed my son. And that was the last time we heard of anything until Star Trek 6 about his son. Kind of ruined it a little bit, but we knew how we felt about Spock. He burned the entire Federation to save Spock. That being said, it's a solid A. Solid.
Okay. Let's go down to
take a pee. I'll be right back.
All right, let's go down to Lundell.
Okay. Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3, Star Trek 4, and this movie, the best ones of the original cast. This movie, I have to put it in the S tier because of what it dealt with. Okay. This movie came out at the time when the Soviet Union was breaking up. Okay. That was the big baddie, and we stood strong at the wall and defeated the big baddie, just like the Federation stood strong at the wall and defeated the big baddie, the Klingons. We forget how that relationship between the Federation and the Klingon Empire mirrored modern society. That was their Cold War. When this movie came about, when we were coming out of the Cold War, and all, the animosities and the hatreds you saw in Kirk, and even everybody on his staff. I mean, remember that line Uhura had at the end of the movie. I understand how she felt.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Valaris, and the "don't trust him, don't believe him" line. Okay, that to me, it was time. It was a timely message in that movie. That by itself puts it in the S category for me.
Sounds good. Let's go to Tim.
I'm going to give it an A. For me, I mean, everything Londell says is correct. But I still give it an A just because I felt going from Star Trek 2 to 3 to 4 and then 5 and 6, the acting felt more hollow. It just, I didn't have the feels I did in the 2, 3, and 4. It almost felt to me like it was kind of getting phoned in. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying the story or the subject matter. I'm just saying the actors acting. Okay. And some of the terminology used. I mean, I'm getting technical here. Like, in Star Trek 3, they would use terms like thrusters at station keeping, port thrusters fire. They would use in the nebula. Kirk would say Z minus 10,000 meters, standby photon torpedoes. In Star Trek 6, he says right standard rudder, and that's never been used in Star Trek before. I understand point? It's like a naval term for submarines, or but it wasn't. It just pulled me out of it a little bit for and maybe it's because I'm not a military guy, But for me though, something that detail, it changed. Things just changed a little bit, and I just felt the acting was just not up to the standard I remembered from 2, 3, and 4. So
Okay.
I just give it a little bit less than S.
Sounds good. Darren?
For me, it's an S for several reasons. Funny story though. First, Saturday Night Live had Dennis Miller at the time doing the news. If you guys remember Dennis Miller, he used to do a Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live, and he mentioned when this movie was announced to begin filming, he announced it as Paramount has announced that they've begun production on Star Trek VI: The Apology.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so, and I remember that vividly. Now, when I went and saw this film, there's so many things here that are happening. It's not just there's the original crew's swan song. Last time we see them all together, although Sulu was on another ship, he was still on the view screen and he was present, but on his own ship. But they were all together in this. It was obviously like Londell said, it was the end of the Cold War era, and this was reflected in the film as well. It's also the first steps you see where this world in the films is going to eventually become the world we see in the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
The Klingons are now no longer going to be hostile to the Federation, at least for a while, and that's where we kind of pick up things in TNG.
Right.
But the thing that sticks out for me is this is basically a Tom Clancy novel in space. You've got a political assassination. You've got a weapon that's invisible, as they say. Not unlike the Red October. Matter of fact, the Hunt for October came out a year before this movie came out, so they were really cruising on that vibe. A friend of mine from childhood named Sean, we were friends, but we always were at odds when it came to. He was a Star Wars guy and I was a Star Trek guy. But he wouldn't watch anything Star Trek. And I said, I know you like Star Wars, but you've only got 3 movies. I've got 2 TV shows and 6 movies now. I mean, you're not going to get any more Star Wars, at least not for a long time. You might want to look at some Star Trek while you wait for the Star Wars. And he still wouldn't do it. But then he was out with some other friends, and there was nothing else at the movies that they wanted to see, so they decided to go in and watch Star Trek VI, thinking that they were going to laugh their way through it.
Right.
And he came back to me, and he had about 1,000 questions. He was really impressed. This was the movie that kind of it didn't change him from being a Star Wars fan to a Star Trek fan, but he had an appreciation for it. He understood the combat was slower, things like that. This is more like a naval ship battle than a dogfighting thing. And that's what I remember about it. This is the return of Nicholas Meyer as the director, and they couldn't have got a better send off. The original crew, so it's an S for me.
Sounds good. Bird.
Yeah, this is another S. Obviously, the Klingon bird of prey that can fire while cloaked. General Chang. I mean, doesn't get better. And I'll be going to sleep, so I'm just also going to say all the other movies are B's, except for First Contact, which I'll give an A.
Sounds good, Bird. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
This was a great idea for a stream. So
well, thanks, man.
I'll give it a solid A.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night, Bird.
Okay, so kind of we have a tie for A and S. One of mine was an A, so I kind of want to go back through. I was after listening to everyone's comments, and also Thomas also gives it an S. Klingon, the LDG's comment about the Klingons, I don't think that's really. I mean, it didn't bother me just because the Klingons were the big main enemies. It seemed like for the TOS era, so it kind of makes sense to close out their run with the Klingons. Captain Sulu was the only downside for me. I hate that man. I don't think he ever deserved his own ship.
That was
wait a minute.
actually
Are you
a fan
separating
request.
Takei from Sulu because they are two
Yeah,
different guys?
I am. I think
Oh, you didn't
Sulu's
want
a shit
Romulans.
character.
Dear
He's
God.
obviously a complete failure since he wasn't able to even make captain until he was basically retirement age, and he only has about a year before he's kicked out of the fleet anyway. So, so Captain Sulu, fuck you. Going off of what Tokyo said, the lighting in the sets definitely was a step up. It was back to the kind of the earlier movie, the quality of the earlier movies. Thankfully, Nicholas Meyer came back and decided to actually spend some money on sets. I was glad to see the bridge was essentially not just a redress of a bunch of Next Generation stuff. Even though, yes, the president's quarters, the president's office was clearly just a redress of the 10 forward set. I was able to
Engineering
grasp
room.
that. Yeah. But engineering, obviously
room.
redress of the TNG set,
Yeah.
but they did change it just enough to make it believable. So I was glad that I like the lighting. I like the whole look of the entire movie. I like that they brought back the maroon uniforms. I hated the Star Trek V look with the kind of like the away team uniform they were using the entire episode, the entire movie. The
Because they
story.
just never had a chance to change back.
The story was really good, I thought. Usually I don't. I mean, unlike today, when they're trying to do something that relates back to modern day politics, it wasn't completely in your face. I mean, a lot of us knew exactly what they're talking about, the Cold War, the wall coming down and everything, but it wasn't just, punching you in the face with modern day stuff. So I did appreciate that. So it's one of the few times that I really enjoyed watching a movie that essentially related to what's going on in modern day.
What year did this movie come out?
What's that?
What year did Star Trek 6 come out again?
91.
91.
Yeah.
91.
I guess let's see what other. Yeah, Darren was also talking about some things that when you mentioned that your friends that like Star Wars more than Star Trek, and then they went and watched it and actually liked it and had a lot of questions for you. I honestly feel that Star Trek 6, other than Star Trek 4, was one of the first movies that really opened Star Trek up to a more of a mainstream stream audience. I think it's probably because they could understand the story, because it did relate to what was going on in the real world. So I think that Star Trek 6 really did do a good job at opening things up to more of a general audience. The one thing I did think was kind of really stupid was just kind of a nitpick, but I don't know why they had Dr. McCoy modifying a torpedo with Spock. It didn't really make any sense
especially
to me.
during a battle. Yeah, especially during a battle when you know that so many people had to be getting into
Right.
it.
And
That was
yeah,
what
he should have been in that sick bay.
Zero sense to me.
The film is not without its errors. I mean,
Yeah.
The idea that the Excelsior had gaseous anomaly equipment.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Enterprise was the one that modified the torpedo. So,
Yep,
Well,
exactly.
my nitpick with 6 is one little thing too, aside from the acting. Did they forget what phasers were?
Yeah.
I've noticed that ever since Star Trek 2 is the only movie we see phasers. Period.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
And I'm like, the phasers would have been a perfect thing to spread fire around you, like what they did in Nemesis, to maybe get a random hit.
True.
Maybe zero in on that.
Well, they even did that in what was it, the Romulan episode, the one that everyone likes.
Oh, yeah, the Balance of Terror.
Balance of Terror, yeah, where they did proximity
there's
shots.
a little bit more. There's a little controversy behind that too, because that was, I think, before they even had torpedoes invented yet. So
I actually wonder if actually doing the torpedo effect was probably cheaper than the phaser effect, and maybe that's the reason why.
Oh, I'm sure
that honestly,
more dramatic. Actually,
it's more dramatic because the torpedo takes time to get to the target.
That's true.
It's just like the submarine movies. If
Right.
submarine fires a torpedo, and you gotta wait a little while to find out if you hit him or not.
Mhm.
It's that.
And I guess the only other
that-
comment I had would be since obviously this movie did come out when TNG was running. I agree with Darren. It did a really good job bridging the two series together, the two time periods and series together, with the whole Klingons coming together as being allies eventually in the Next Generation. So I think for now I'm going to go ahead and change my answer and go ahead with S tier to break that tie. And we'll go ahead and throw this one in the S tier for now. So that's it for the original series run. Let's go ahead and move into Generations. This was supposed to be a bridging movie between the two eras.
I hear it fun there.
I mean, standing on its own, it wasn't. I suppose it wasn't a terrible movie. It was kind of nice to see the TNG crew get their first outing, but I thought it was a very weak story. The whole Nexus thing didn't really make sense to me. The whole reason, and the whole death of Kirk thing was pretty much hollow. I really didn't like how they split the thing into two parts, where essentially it was, the TOS cruise, the TOS like part that was like split off from the rest of it. I would have liked it to be an actual true mixing of crews for the entire movie. Honestly, I thought this was a middle of the road movie. I'd probably give it a C. I'd like to see what everyone else has to say before I make a final decision, just because I'm not as good as rating things as everybody else. So let's go ahead and start with our newcomer to the panel, Edson Ridley. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good.
You do have an echo from you, and I don't want to hear my own voice, so let's go ahead.
Yeah,
let's go ahead, and since you are new to the panel, we will start with you. What did you think of Star Trek Generations? Where would you rank this one? And we are not hearing you at all if you're talking, Edson.
You're muted.
Why don't we come back to him?
You're muted. I'd say C.
There he is.
Yeah, I'd say C.
Put on some headphones.
I don't have headphones. Only for my keyboard.
Retoggle your echo cancellation.
Okay, so we got some weird. I'm gonna mute you for just a second, Edson. We're getting a really bad echo from you. So while you're working that out, we'll come back to you. We'll go ahead and start off with LD since he's always at the back of the list. So go ahead, LD.
Can we skip the always at the back of the list introduction, please? So Generations, liked it. It was definitely worth a movie watch. It was weak in the Nexus. It was weak in the fact that it split up the crews. We did get some pretty good scenes though, and we got some good humor from Data. Data part was really good. I enjoyed that.
Are you kidding me? Data was obnoxious.
I was loving it. Him with the chip installed. That we finally get Data with the chip, and he's making jokes and getting jokes and finding drinks disgusting. And I was loving it. It started going out of control and crazy and shit. But anywho, the Elorian.
Yeah, identified. That's why.
I didn't like the Elorian. Because it's not that I don't like the Elorian. Is that Guinan is supposed to be Elorian, though. Even though I don't believe she's a Elorian. I think she's something more. But because of Q, I don't like how they bringing back Elorians. Usually when they bring back an Elorian, it's very boring, very nothing special there. And this one is no different. I found this to be honest, I was expecting the first movie of TNG to be like First Contact, like start off with a big bang, but they wanted to do this little intermission movie where it's kind of like a handoff movie. No, you had your handoff. Okay, you're done. It's our turn. That, as far as I'm concerned, they could have made Generations maybe like a second movie, and made the first one like fully TNG, like it's our movie. Damn it, I'd give it a. They did kill Kirk, so that's a bonus. I'll give it a.
Wow.
B.
Wow.
Yours definitely.
I'll give it a B.
Sorry, what was that?
B. I'm sorry. I want to give it a B. Yeah, no, because I'm tired of Kirk being on movies. He's done. He's gone. We're moving on. So I mean, at least we knew now that there's no more mixture. It's time for TNG to stand on its own. So yeah, B.
Tokyo.
Well, this movie did kill Deej's girlfriend, so I give it an S. No.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's an inside joke from the last stream me and Sin did. In all seriousness, this was the first Trek movie I saw in the theaters. Because I didn't have the fortunate pleasure of seeing it when I was seeing the other movies when I was a little kid. When the TOS movies actually came out, but this one, the best part of this film was the 23rd century scenes on the Enterprise B. An Excelsior class never looked that good.
I disagree.
Shake her apart then.
I did not like the new refit of that. But go ahead. Sorry.
The original, I tried to like the original as best as I could, but the refit design just was awesome to me. The story was half of this got thrown out in Star Trek Picard anyway.
Right.
Yeah. It did.
I just decent quality, but not over the top. It doesn't deserve an A slot. Definitely not an S. Is it? I remember a lot of people on TrekWeb would have given it a D, back in the days of TrekWeb. But it's a solid C movie. I'll sit through it. It's definitely better than Lower Decks.
What?
I'll take that.
So I'm trying to knock Lower Decks down.
Before we go to the middle row and Darren, since Ensign, you're new to the panel, we'll go ahead and let you go next.
That is a C for me. Kirk should have died on the bridge, not under it.
All right. If that's all you want to say, we'll go to Darren.
The Enterprise D was never my favorite of the Enterprises. In fact, when I first started watching TNG, I was convinced that the D was really bad 80s level CGI because the model was so undetailed, and of course I was also watching it on a UHF signal, so you weren't going to get a lot of detail anyway. Snowy a lot of times. This movie did make me appreciate the D, seeing it on the big screen with full process, lighting and stuff like that, the model. And then they blow it up. They take it away from you, and
Right.
they made me feel something for that ship before they blew it up. And the scene where Riker looks up through the skylight and he sees blue sky instead of the usual stars was a great little touch. Honestly, I would not have had Kirk in the movie at all. I would not have had the Enterprise B in it. I wouldn't have had any of that stuff. I would have started the film where Worf is on the holodeck getting Lieutenant Commander. I guess he's what he was upgraded to. Yeah. So the other thing I might, if because of some contractual obligation that Shatner had to be in the movie, I would keep that first part, but then don't have him come back at the end of the movie. Or if you have to have him come back at the end of the movie, have something where he goes to the Enterprise D and fights the Klingons with that. Work at something, and then he dies when the Enterprise D is destroyed. You could. There's so many other better ways for him to have died. It was such a dissatisfying death. It's one of the biggest blemishes and black marks on the film. Otherwise, it's not a bad film. I mean, we see a transition here, where they're starting to go to the Deep Space Nine uniforms. And I've actually been in the Navy when we had a uniform change like that, where you've got some personnel wearing an older version of a uniform, and then people who are more gung ho go out and buy the new uniform as soon as it's available.
Best uniforms in Trek, hands down, I think.
Yeah, and
then they would get a street hit for wearing the wrong uniform of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So
behind the scenes reasons for that is actually quite funny. They were just running out of uniforms.
yeah, for me, I'm gonna put it as a B because it did feel like a follow up to All Good Things. It felt like TNG. Same sets, we got to see them a little bit differently. I love it when they walked into 10-4 and there's sunlight blaring through the windows. Something we never got on the TV show.
Wasn't this the movie they had like 4 different types of uniforms in the same movie or some shit? I think.
Yeah.
Well, they had their TV uniforms, and then they switched over to the Deep Space Nine uniforms. As a matter of fact, LeVar Burton was wearing Chief O'Brien's costume. Deep Space Nine.
I thought there was a Voyager uniform in there too, wasn't there? Like they had all 4.
Voyager had Deep Space Nine's original uniforms.
Yeah,
you gotta remember, Deep Space Nine and Voyager had the same uniforms for Voyager always had the same uniforms, but then the Deep Space Nine crew got the First Contact uniforms after First Contact came out.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah. So, but I'm gonna give it a B because it's a TNG movie.
Good. All right, let's move on to Tim.
I kind of agree with the B.
Okay.
I don't have a lot to say about this movie. I disagree about the Excelsior. I understand why it was made, why the model was made, but I hated it. I hated all the changes they did to it. I didn't like the super impulse drive on the back of the saucer. I didn't like what I call whale lips on the secondary hull. I don't understand. Fucking fan in the front of it. It's just the stupidest look I've ever seen. The nacelles, that I don't care about. The nacelles didn't bother me that much, but it was I didn't like that style of the ship. Maybe because I just like the traditional one. Yeah, I have.
It was also white. It was also white.
It was very white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mind the color. I just didn't like the redesign. And then when they wanted to go back and reuse the model and they needed to use Excelsior for DS9 again, they couldn't take the modifications off the model, so
damaged the model.
Just switched to CGI after that. It was like
the Lakota, it was they couldn't redress the model back to standard Excelsior. So,
yeah.
All right. So,
anything else?
Oh.
Okay, Mr. Lundell.
This movie, in my opinion, is almost as bad as Star Trek 1.
Uh-oh.
It's slow plotting. Okay, it's hard to take Jean-Luc Picard serious as a commanding officer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The story here, it was just kind of a mishmash of things. Okay, you had the Elorians trying to get to the Nexus, and Kirk and a new version of the Enterprise saves the day, sort of. And then next thing you know, Picard is having an emotional moment. He just lost his nephew and his brother. I don't know. It's just not my kind of Trek story, I guess.
I didn't think there was a lot of feeling in that episode. I mean, for Picard, sure, but not like the emotional weight of the loss of those family members. I mean, you only get to see them in one TNG episode.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't. It didn't hit home for me.
Well, when Ronald D. Morris said he wrote the script, they said they blew through this. Like,
they just whipped it out.
They had a very limited time to do it, and they just
and
they bashed it out. Yeah.
This is the last. Well, I don't even have this movie on Blu-ray. I still have it on VHS. So it's the last movie I consider watching when I want to watch Trek.
Okay.
Of the Trek movies that I have.
You know what you do, Londell?
I
If you don't want to bother getting it for the Blu-ray, just get the DVD.
I forgot to mention something. This is important.
Go ahead.
This is only the second Star Trek movie in which phasers were used by an Enterprise.
That's true.
It was Wrath of Khan, and then this one. So they only got in one phaser hit.
Yeah, phasers were expensive.
I'm sorry, and that to me, I thought like, doesn't the Enterprise hit harder than that? Shouldn't there have been like some sparks flying on the Klingon bridge or something? I mean, it's a freaking 40-year-old bird of prey versus the flagship of the Federation. I would think that the phaser would have a little more. Okay.
Yeah. But grade wise, I'm going to be nice to this movie and give it a D.
I'm sorry, what was that?
A D as in Delta.
He's giving it the D.
D as in Delta. Got it. All right, and then wrapping up the panel, we got Daniels. What did you think of Generations?
Well, first of all, this is the first TNG movie I ever bought. This was back in 1994. I was 7 years old, and I went into AMP. That's a grocery store, by the way. Those who live in Canada probably remember AMP. I walked in and I went to the VHS section and I picked up Star Trek Generations, and I asked my mom to buy it for me. So she bought it for me. We came home, and I watched that movie over and over and over. It's a wonder I didn't wear out the tape. I mean, because I watched that a lot, and it was really, really good. You know, I liked it. I liked that Kirk was in there too. You know, I thought that Star Trek 6 was going to be the last time that we would ever see Kirk, but you know, they kind of snuck him in Generations, and I was like, oh yeah, this is so great. You know, I like Kirk way better than Picard, right? Because, like, you know, I think most people like Kirk more than Picard. So yeah,
I'm way more Kirk than Picard. Absolutely.
Just cutting in real quick. Just wanted to say hello to Dark Knight. Thanks for joining us. Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
So yeah, and it was hard to see Kirk, you know, die at the end of the movie. I mean, that could change. They could bring him back in.
They probably will. I mean, Picard is kind of already setting that up or something. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, you know, he died for 10 minutes, and then Dave Sturman exhumed his body like after Picard left Viridian. Picard buried him. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Section 31 got his body and brought him to that institute, and they probably cloned him or something. I don't think they revived him. He was dead for too long.
That's a stay on Generations and trying to get a rank for this one.
I don't know. I would give it a. I would say actually, no, A. I'll give it an A.
Give it an A. All right. So wrapping up everybody's vote, we have three. We've kind of a tie. We have 3 for C, 3 for B, 1 for A, 1 for D. Going by the also by the chat, Thomas also adds in a C to make it 4. Just kind of wanted to go over my thoughts again. I disagree with LDG. I thought Data was completely obnoxious. The whole
it's green.
The whole emotion chip was just over the top. Half of it wasn't funny. He was cackling like a damn idiot the entire time after they installed it. And it apparently turned him into a raging coward. I didn't think it was believable. I thought it was just a disservice to the Data character. As far as what Darren said, I really did enjoy seeing the D on screen. I'm actually one of the few people apparently that actually like the Enterprise D. But I thought it looked really good on screen. I didn't really like it on the TV series as much as I saw it, as much as I did on the big screen. I really liked the redesign of the whole bridge. I thought it looked a lot more functional and more realistic than it did on the TV series. But like Darren said, it was just plain pointless because in the end they did destroy it, and it was a big letdown. I really would have liked to see that go at least one more movie. Also, let's see. I also agree with Darren. The entire TOS part really wasn't needed. If they were going to do something, like I said, I would have liked to see it as a full mix of the two crews, not just having part 1 being TOS stuff and then part 2 being the TNG, and then only having the interaction between the two crews be Kirk and
I would say if it was more than just Kirk, it probably would.
Yeah. Let's see.
And the only,
I mean, it was an okay thing. I'd say I also agree with Darren. It was an okay follow up to All Good Things, but my only complaint with that was I remember thinking at the end of All Good Things, I felt like they were setting up a big Q movie with him, doing the whole "see you out there" thing and whatnot. So I was actually really disappointed that in the first Next Generation movies there was nothing. It had nothing to do with Q, and kind of like a sequel to that, essentially that episode, which was something I would have really enjoyed seeing. I'm going to agree with Tim as far as the Excelsior. I really didn't like. I mean, I personally I did like the refit, but I thought that since it was still a TOS era ship at that point, I thought it would make more sense to have it be the non-modified version. I think that would fit in better with what was going on. I know it was a little bit later on than obviously the Excelsior, but I think it would still be using the same design essentially at that point. And then by TNG time, I could see them making the upgrades by then. So, I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal to me, but I do agree with Tim. I would have liked to see it in its original form better. Mr. Lundell, yeah, it was a slow movie. I'll agree with you there.
And the thing is, like, all the references to Farpoint exactly. Like in this movie, they reference Farpoint. Even in New Picard, they reference a lot of Farpoint. They go back to like one of the worst episodes of TNG. Keep on fucking referencing this shit.
And then my biggest nitpick in that entire movie was essentially the Enterprise D is destroyed by one little bird of prey, which makes zero sense to me. I know they could penetrate their shields and was able to make direct hits with torpedoes, but still, I would think that the D would be a little bit sturdier of a ship than what they made it out to be.
Well, man, I did take out the bird of prey like one.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, literally, it's one of those things where a 20-year-old bird of prey you would think would be, regardless if it had shields up or not, would be destroyed essentially by one, long phaser burst. And they did get a couple off, and it essentially just bounced off their shields and pretty much did nothing, which didn't make any sense. It seemed like it was essentially just plot device, and yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go with just pretty much the as a middle of the road movie, and for now, I'm going to go ahead and put it in the C tier. But yeah, I do. For everyone that did rate it as a B, I do understand all of your arguments, and I do kind of agree with some of them, but I also agree with the people that said it was a C. So that's one of those we can argue about at the end if we want to. But let's move on, so this doesn't take 900 hours. We'll go ahead and move into the First Contact. I'm going to hold off to listening to what everybody else says. I thought it was an all-right movie, but I honestly don't even know where to place it. So let's go ahead and start off with Darren this time.
I'll give it an A. This is the Wrath of Khan of the TNG movies, and if there was ever a villain that they encountered on the show that screamed, "We need big screen treatment," it's the Borg. Everybody was looking forward to this, and unfortunately, what we got was not just the Borg, but also a time travel story, which I didn't think was necessary. The highlights of it are the new ship, and we did get to see, of course, the Battle of Sector 001. Or most of it. We got a bunch of new ships as well. That some of them are fan favorites. The Akira is one. My personal favorites are the Saber and the Steamrunner. But however, I didn't like what this movie did to the Borg. Instead of them being this collective unimind sort of thing, they established an insect-like hierarchy with a queen, and in the long term, I think that the Borg really lost something when they gave them that kind of a structure.
Mm-hmm. True. Then Voyager nerfed the shit out of them after that.
Yeah, we're not having a conversation. This is my turn. I'm gonna be going here in a second too, so don't worry.
Okay.
But it gave us a lot of great things, but Drunk Deanna was probably one of the funnier parts, but
Right.
I can't put it in an S tier, especially after watching years ago Red Letter Media's review of it, where they pointed out some things that are the logical flaws we were talking about earlier, but we were so bedazzled by it's the Borg and it's it's all our characters and on the big screen again that
Right.
we're overlooking some logical fallacies in the film. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give it an A.
Sounds good.
Despite its flaws. So.
Right.
And I'm sorry about stomping on you there, Ricky, but I'm gonna take off. So
yeah, let's try not to add commentary. Let's just try and get through each person.
All right.
As fast as possible because this is starting to get long.
Good night.
Good night, Darren. Thanks for joining us, man.
Later, Darren.
Let's go with Tim.
A. A lot of things I kind of agree with Darren on.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if you guys want to add stuff, then that's fine. I'm just saying, let's try not to have arguments at this point.
My favorite part of this movie was I was a collector of the old Decipher card game, the Star Trek collectible card game, and when the first Contact set came out, I was giddy. That was the only set I had on every card. I was missing one. And it was, the funny thing is the rarest card is usually the featured ship of the show. In this case, no. The Enterprise E was not the most expensive card in the set. It was a card called My First Ray Gun. It's the only card I never got in the entire set. It pisses me off to this day.
All right.
I think I still have the whole collection in the other room.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Lundell.
For me, this movie brought a little bit of chutzpah back into the Trek universe after Generations. And I disagree with most of us, probably everybody here, about their introducing a queen to the Borg. To me, it makes sense. Yes, they are a collective, but a collective has a hierarchy.
Sure.
Somebody, one or two people, or just one person is at the top, and that's who runs shit. The queen, like in a beehive or an anthill, runs shit. It does not work without the queen. So that played a vital part.
It could have been like a central processing unit.
Yeah. I often say, it could be just an old E-machine with, a Coke spill on the keyboard that shorted the damn thing out that's running it. Something's in charge.
Okay.
An older satellite becomes the Borg hive mind.
Yeah. Sure. And the idea of everybody's hero, Zephyr Cochrane. He was a drunk. Okay. But I mean, if you look at some of what we know the real life personages of some of our heroes,
I don't even like to fly.
And they were drunks or womanizers or not as bright minded as we thought they were in public, or lecherous woman chasing bastards, or secretly gay or whatever. That's just so that was kind of interesting that they made who would be their hero a normal person. But I don't know, grade wise, I'm going to say this is an A.
Nay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's move over to Daniels.
Well, actually, this is the second Star Trek movie I ever bought, and I loved it. I just loved seeing the Enterprise E going around, just fighting the Borg, and it was really good. I loved it, and Deanna drunk was kind of funny, and did you know, actually, Did you know that Tom Hanks was originally supposed to play Ephraim Cochrane, but he turned it down? So,
He didn't turn it down. They never offered it to him.
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because I heard that they wanted Tom Hanks, and I
They
thought
were going to, but thought it was going to be too expensive. But we'll talk about that after we finish the list.
That would have been wild, though.
It was just it was a really good movie. I love this movie. There was so much action and so many Borg, dropping like flies, and just and I know a lot of people complain about the Queen because you're like the Borg having a queen cheapens everything because it was supposed to be a hive mind. That's what made them scary. And I'm like, so what? It's a queen on top of a hive mind. Big deal. So I don't know what the big deal is. I think the Borg Queen was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And and in the end they went home and they brought home all that Borg technology and they created the Enterprise timeline. So what? I loved it. It was a good movie.
So do we have a grade for it, or?
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna give this an S.
Yes. All right. Ricky?
Excuse me.
It's the best movie out of the Next Generation movies, that's for sure. I mean, I don't really care much for the Borg. I mean, Borg Queen, I don't care if they have a queen or not. It's just they make her so easily dupable. Like, that's my only issue with it. You think this girl's gonna be super smart, simulated thousands and thousands of species, just to get duped by Janeway in some retarded way. But I did like how they brought this back in Enterprise, and they found the Borg on Earth after all that crap went down. But I mean, this is Anti-Trekker's worst movie, right? I think that's his most hated movie, period. And his reason is because of the Picard insanity thing that goes on here. So I mean,
right.
And I could kind of see his point, but I didn't think it was that bad. So it was, Picard opening up in the holodeck with a Tommy gun is great. I mean, you don't see Picard do anything like that. All of a sudden, he's just like, safety's off, motherfucker. But yeah, it's definitely the best out of the Next Generation movies, in my opinion. So I'd say, I don't know. I'd probably get it an A or B. A or B. Hey, I'll go A.
Okay, we'll go with A then. And let's go to LDG just to make sure he's not drunk and passed out.
Yeah. Well, finally I get to put something in an S category, but for this time the S stands for special because Star Trek First Contact was easily the best and the worst Star Trek movie at the same time. Yes, we got the Borg. Yes, we got certain fight scenes. Yes, we got Worf. Yes, interesting, afterthoughts. But on a faulty premise, like the Borg would not have come with one ship. Had a huge problem with that. This movie should have been like Borg versus the Federation, like tons of fucking cubes. Like, game over. The Borg are here. You better do something. That being said, the way they did it with the First Contact was half interest. I mean, the movie, like I said, it was everything I can say good about it. I can also say how shit it was. Like the time travel, right? Like the time travel could have been done anywhere. Like, why didn't they time travel like when there was no ships to stop them? Like you know what I mean? Like, it breaks the fucking story. At the same time, if you ignore that important critical fact, then yeah, you can enjoy it for what it was. And
I'll agree with what you say, LDG. Let's just get a grade, and we'll discuss the.
These guys are talking forever, and I get cut out. Like, literally, I'm sitting here falling asleep listening to Mr. Londell and Darren, and I can't even talk on the one movie I've been waiting the whole night to actually speak about. Like, I'm finally been waiting for this.
Go ahead.
So I give it an S.
You give it an S.
God.
What else do you want to say about it? I'm sorry. I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah, I leave it at that.
We still have 5 movies to go. We got to get through this. Tokyo. Oh, before we do that, I just want to say hi to the Traveler, Wesley Crusher, and then
hey, Wesley.
A.
Hey, sounds good. All right. So basically, we have 5 A's, 2 S's, and then Thomas in the chat also votes for an S. I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. I think it is the best of the TNG movies, but the reason I can't give it an S is just because I honestly don't think the time travel part was a very good idea for the movie. I think if they wanted to do essentially a sequel to Best of Both Worlds and have something with the Borg, I think they should have just stayed in the 24th century and just had a giant Borg battle movie essentially. Yeah, I really don't think that we needed to go back in time for the whole First Contact thing. I know it was nice for long-time Trek fans. I know they probably really enjoyed that. But meetings Zephyr Cochrane and everything. But
that actually caused a little controversy too because of the TOS episode where Zephyr Cochrane was on somewhere. Yeah.
But to me, I just think that if they wanted to do a Borg story, they should have just stayed in the 24th century and just did it that way. There's a couple things I could also say, but we'll save that to the end when we do some discussion at the end here, open discussion. But just so we can move this along, for now, I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the A tier. Unless anyone has some strong objections, we'll move on to Insurrection. I think it's one of the worst movies of the entire TNG run. I think it was just basically a long 2-parter episode that they should have just made a 2-part episode of instead of making a movie out of. But I do think that it should still exist, and I think it's better than an F. So I would actually give this movie a D. I think it's on par with the Final Frontier. But what does everybody else think? Let's go ahead and start with LDG since he's been last a lot.
Hold on, I gotta hit the button.
No, it's fine. Insurrection, right? Insurrection. I give that a C. I liked it. I'd give that one an A.
You'd give Insurrection an A. Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
An S. An A.
We'll have to probe your brain after we're done with the list here to figure out.
I guess I'll keep this up.
Don't feel you've been towards the end of the list lately, so we'll go to you next.
This is shoot.
I'll even intensify it at 200%. There we go.
I don't know what to give this one. I give it a C. It's better than 5. Still boring. F. Murray Abraham was a joke.
All right.
I mean, his best line in the movie was no.
Ruafo on his love couch on the bridge. All right, let's Edson, let's go to you.
Bad. I'm gonna put it in probably D tier F. Not my favorite Trek movie by far. That's definitely.
All right. Edson Ricky gives it an F. If you want to expand on that, you can. But if not, we'll move on to Daniels.
It's the one this is the one I remember the least about, right? So I mean, like every time I try to think of it, I'm like, what the fuck happened in this movie again? You know, it's like, but yeah, I mean, like I remember all the other ones so well, except for this one. So I mean, I have a lot of shit in my head that I have to actually really think about it.
All right, sounds good.
But I remember I did not enjoy this movie.
Daniels, what did you think of Insurrection?
Well, a lot of people say Insurrection feels like a 2-hour TNG, like a 2 episodes of TNG in a movie, and I agree. It's kind of weak sauce for a movie. But the best part was F. Murray Abraham going.
You love the orgasm bridge couch.
Yeah, when he was pissed off, and I was like, "What the fuck is he doing?" Like he was going crazy. But yeah, like the plot didn't make any sense. Like, why did he want to get rid of the Baku and get them off the planet? I know he needed to regenerate. So why didn't he just go on the planet and regenerate? Mm-hmm. The whole plot doesn't make sense. He could have easily got what he wanted by going on the planet.
He could have just never left.
Yeah.
Because they were all Baku anyways.
But remember, he was banished.
Yeah, he was banished.
No, they would have let him back. They already established that. We're banishing you, but we love you. We love our brothers. We'll bring them back. We'll let them back.
That's
true. No, I get it. I get
No,
that he wanted revenge, right? He wanted revenge, but Okay, so he wanted revenge. He wanted to get rid of the Baku. He wanted to kill them or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's the one where Data walks into the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, yeah,
Like
but, you know, I don't know. I kind of agree with the Federation. They weren't being the bad guys. They needed that. They needed that radiation to regenerate Earth, right?
No,
if they took that radioactive stuff,
they didn't need that. They didn't need that at all. They just wanted it because it was something that they could have used.
Mm-hmm.
It was greed. It was pure greed. Federation already had the best medical technology in the sector.
Yeah, but like the medical technology can't keep you alive indefinitely.
Actually,
radiation can.
True. All right. So what grade would you give this one, Daniels?
I would give it it's not bad, but it's not the best either. So I would give it a C plus. I mean, if there is a C plus.
All right, we'll go with C then.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to Mr. Lundell.
This was
dunk on it, Lundell. Go ahead.
Not a good movie. Okay, they spend all that time on the planet. They get back up to the ship. What does Picard do? Put salsa music on. You know, and Troy and Beverly, they're like giddy little teenage girls.
Hey, Riker got laid. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and you know, all of a sudden these mature adults are acting like, you know, teenagers. Worf is going through Klingon puberty angst about, you know, a zit. You know, and it was, you know, the only good thing about this movie was the chick that was flirting with Picard. She was kind of cute.
She wasn't.
But I mean, and like you said, all they had to do was just move back onto the planet. You know, but because of that, I mean, this is D territory for me.
D territory is in Delta?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to finally Tim.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Before we do that, I gotta just go real quick. I'm gonna stay on, but I gotta make the clones some food, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good, Tokyo.
All right.
No
So
problem.
this movie is. I agree with Lundell. This movie's a solid D.
Okay.
However, there is one scene that I haven't heard anybody talk about, actually ever. And it's the one scene that stood out to me as being at least the best scene in the movie for me. And it wasn't the hot chick Picard was hanging out with. It wasn't the joystick on the Enterprise. It wasn't the, you know, using the ram scoops to collect the gas and shove it down Ursona's throat or any of that kind of crap. It was a scene where Geordi got to see his first sunrise. And as far as I'm concerned, LeVar Burton nailed that scene. You get to see the emotion in his face as he stands there and watch the sun come up for the very.
And that's what I mean. Like, I totally forgot about that part.
And it's with his own eyes, not with the implants or anything else. Mm-hmm. And what the thing that bugs me is that they never touch on the fact that he's got his sight back. In fact, I was going to bring that up. They took his sight away again. He's got the freaking implants back.
Well, they did that also in Nemesis too.
Did they? I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if they put him back on his. I'm like, I mean, how does his eyes? So he left the planet. His eyes degenerated.
Yeah, they left the planet. His eyes just starts melting again. Oh my god!
Like that, what the fuck kind of shit is that?
What kind of
thing is that? That dumps on the fucking movie again.
Yeah.
That scene. That was the most emotional scene in the whole movie, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
His eyes just more like that Voyager episode where the ship melts.
All right, so Tim's a solid D for that one.
I could give a toss about. So yeah, D.
Okay,
it's a Star Trek movie. That's why it gets more than a D.
Looking in the chat, we've got Thomas, who also gives a D. So that brings it to 4 votes for a D, 1 for an A. So we'll cancel that one out at 1 for C, 1 for an F. But Traveler also gives an F. I think I might have already added that in. That was the F that was there. So 1 vote for F. So we'll count that, and 1 for B. I think if we average everybody's answers out, I think it probably deserves a good Yeah, some people did. Well, you know what? I think it does deserve deserves a D. I think it is on par with Star Trek V. If anyone does have a huge issue with that, you can go ahead and bring it up. But some of the big issues for me, just kind of listening at what everyone you guys did, everything you guys said, the whole Fountain of Youth thing was kind of ridiculous. I don't understand that. Well, I do understand that, but I was going to say something, but I completely forgot my point while I was waiting for everyone to get done.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. The whole sunrise thing wasn't really nice, but it was just kind of dumb because after everyone left, all those effects were ended, and there was no kind of like consequences to that. Oddly enough, it would have made the movie better if there was a scene of like Geordi just like, oh my god, my eyes, just losing his eyesight again. But because he had implants at that point, but apparently in this movie he was growing new eyes essentially, and he was able to see again. So it just makes no sense.
It's like what happened to the Sona? Is that why they needed their skin stretched all the time? I'm like, I couldn't fucking understand that. You should try it.
That made no sense. With the cybernetic eyes too. I mean, like seriously. I mean, like God knows what he can see with the cybernetic eyes.
Can you stretch the skin on my dick while you're at it? Will that work? Will that make me more potent with the ladies?
When he sees the sunlight, he's like, man, this ain't worth it.
Right.
The sunlight is horrible.
Yeah. So I mean, it was just kind of. Like I said, it was just all over the place. I think it was just middle of the road. I think it was poor. It was one of the poorer movies. So yeah. I'm happy with putting it in the D tier.
Well, actually, you know what? The radiation regenerated Geordi's eyes, so that's how he got his sight back. You know, his natural sight back.
Yeah, but
he said it may not last. He said it may not last. Why wouldn't it last?
Emotional. That's what I was talking about.
And we watch him at Picard now, and he's got the eye plants back, right?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, also if you look, he also did it inside of Nemesis.
That's why Cinnabunny said that his eyes melted as soon as he left the planet.
Oh my god! It would have been nice to see like eyes falling out of his face.
They just fall out like he's going on that date with that hot chick that he used to fawn over on TNG. Like, hey, look at this, nice eyes. In the middle of the date, one drops down on the floor.
Yeah, so there were obviously serious plot holes in that entire show.
Or in her drink, you know.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on. Let's try and finish this up. We only have 4 movies to go. Moving on to Nemesis. I think it was probably going to be an unpopular opinion, but I think it was one of the better movies of the Next Generation's run. Not because of the main story, but because it had one of the better starships on Starship battles that we've seen in a long time. And that's basically the best part of the entire movie, I think. But overall, I do think it was a middle of the road movie, so I would probably give it a C. I did enjoy it better than Insurrection, but I don't think it was any better than any of most of the original series movies. Well, all the original series movies. So I would give it a C tier, but I'll probably be overruled on this one. Let's go ahead and start with who's been last lately. Tim, you haven't gone first for a while. Let's go with you.
Okay. I actually agree with you. To me, it's one step above Insurrection. I didn't really like the plot too much. I didn't like the idea of cloning Picard.
Right.
I suppose there'd be a dozen ways they could probably get his DNA, but to have a Picard clone just seemed really weird. And I understand what they were trying to do. Like they were trying to do a dark side and a good side to every character and represent them in actual physical people. But I don't know. It just really wasn't that strong. At least they didn't have the joystick on the bridge again.
That's true. All right. So Tim gives us a C. Let's go over to Ensign. You've been towards the end, so let's go to you again.
It's probably a B for me, at least. I mean, this is my second favorite TNG movie.
Okay.
So, I mean, I like a lot of stuff. I like the scimitar. I like the beginning scene where they throw the disc in the Romulan Senate and just fucking melts everybody.
That was cool effect, yeah.
That was fucked up. That was fucked up.
It was.
Find out later that Romulus blows up anyway. So
yeah, I mean, that was medieval. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
No, I mean, if you look at Tom Hardy now compared to him in this movie, it's like a different person.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Completely different
I don't
person.
even recognize him really. I didn't honestly know who Tom
I
Hardy
don't know, you know what I'm
was.
saying? Tom Hardy did a good job for what it was worth, I thought. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I mean, like, yeah, this is probably my second favorite. I'd say it's my second favorite. I'd give it a B.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go with Mr. Lundell.
This puppet jumped the shark. Okay. Just okay. Picard, in the dune buggy, I mean, he's just having a 4x4 freewheeling time out there, big shit eating grin on his face.
Vacation, man. Let him have a vacation.
I mean, just and then God, just this should not exist. No more said. Let's move on. Just
Tell us how you really feel.
The harsh slapdown of Mr. Lundell.
That's all right, man. It's the first shit that we've seen in quite a while, though, so that's not too bad.
I really hated this movie, so.
Gotcha. Let's go with Daniels. What'd you think of Nemesis?
Hey, first before Nemesis, I gotta say the joystick on Insurrection Bridge was so awesome. They should make that standard
Oh
feature
no!
on every Star Trek.
Get out of town! He didn't need a joystick on the Enterprise ever.
You don't think that was super advanced, man? It was so cool.
Super lame. But all right, let's just.
But anyways, okay. So in
You
Nemesis,
weren't flying a helicopter, okay?
Yeah.
Or a fighter jet. It was a cue for everybody to lean.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
So, anyways, going to Nemesis. God, I love this movie. It was so good. It's not as bad as people say it is. I mean, I know a lot of things didn't make sense. Like, for example, why does Picard's clone he doesn't look anything like young Picard?
So true.
I mean, young Picard from TNG, he didn't look nothing like young Picard from TNG.
True.
Which
imagination, okay?
Three.
I know. I'm saying a lot of people complain about that. Not me. I don't care. I like him. I like Tom Hardy. He's a great actor. But
well, then you have the Hellboy guy too. He was in this. Ron Perlman, right?
Yeah, and also when did the Romulans get their hands on Picard's DNA? They never explained that. And I liked the scimitar. I liked the Romulan Senate. I thought it was a good movie. Ron Perlman as the head Riemann. He was really good. I liked him.
That was Ron Perlman?
Yeah, that was Ron Perlman.
That was Shinzon's second in command. Was Ron Perlman?
Shit, I never even realized that.
Oh, dude, he's great. I mean, it was great. I mean, they had a lot of good
Ron
actors.
Perlman usually, but in some stuff.
Yeah, and yeah, he did that thing to Troy, and Troy didn't like it, and nobody liked it. Everybody complained about that, and even the actress complained about that, and the space.
I don't know why she complains. She gets to reverse mind fuck him anyways.
Yeah,
I mean, how do you like it?
But yeah, I agree. I mean, like Shinzon did not look anything like Picard, even like a young Picard. I don't think
That's true.
So yeah, I mean, and that scene where the Enterprise E crashed into the scimitar, that would have caused an antimatter explosion. That would have destroyed the Enterprise E.
They didn't shove the engine room into it. They shoved the saucer.
I know, but that's what people complain about. That's what people complain about.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't happen. They might have blown up. They would have blown up a couple fusion reactors, maybe.
And then the Scythe on Picard is just another scimitar.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, and in the end, Data got blown up with the scimitar. That was the best part. I didn't like Data. I mean, no. So I give this.
Kick him. He's pissing me off.
One of
I give it a.
I think Data and Harry Kim die the most in all of Star Trek.
So altogether, I give it a B.
I won't ever diss Harry Kim. Okay.
Sounds good.
Well, he dies like 7 times. It's ridiculous.
Like, we're almost done with this, guys. All right, let's go to LDG. What do you think of Nemesis? If you're still awake, we'll give you a second to answer.
I think he died.
He probably passed out by now.
I'm gonna put a mirror under his nose.
Okay, we'll assume LDG has passed out. Let's go into the chat. Thomas gave Nemesis a C, so we'll add that, and Traveler gave the movie a B. So that kind of ties us as B and C. So just kind of following up on what you guys said, I thought that I liked the clone version of Picard was okay for a story, I suppose. The thing I didn't like was introducing another Soong type android. The whole B4 thing, having essentially having a retarded android that's has some serious Down syndrome, was not a good choice. I think that and honestly, even if they wanted to play it as a less advanced android, I don't know why. Basically, Brent Spiner decided to go full Artard and play it that way. It makes zero sense why it would be why the android would be that, even though it's less advanced, you would think it would just be making more brief statements and still sounding normal, not sounding like a 2-year-old with Down syndrome. The other point I wanted to make was the whole reverse mind rape essentially made zero sense to me. I get she was invading the Viceroy's mind, but why she would be able to essentially track where the scimitar was through that made zero sense to me. Weird. And also the fact that essentially the sensor display was following her reverse mind rape signal essentially to target the ship was equally dumb. So for those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and override the B votes and go with C, and I think we're going to put that one as a mid-tier movie, as a C tier.
Check your basement. I think Tokyo Trucker's back.
Oh, Tokyo Trucker's back. So before we do that, we'll see if he agrees. Tokyo Trucker, what were your thoughts on Nemesis?
Nemesis pissed me off in so many ways I can't even begin to describe. Nemesis is big. Nemesis, for lack of a better word, was the director.
True. You know what? That's also a complaint of mine.
Who was the director?
Stuart Baird.
He hated Star Trek. He didn't want to make a Star Trek movie. They brought him on to make what he did.
Action movie, essentially.
And it was awful.
Yeah.
It was absolutely awful. If he had kept half of the cuts that he made to this movie in said movie, it would have made a little bit more sense. Just a little bit. Especially the mind rape scenes. But he cut most of the stuff that would make this story coherent. And he put the Enterprise B on, or the Enterprise E set on gimbals, for crying out loud. That in itself was cool, but it wasn't. It was only for like 30 seconds, if that, of footage, and he cut most of it out, like an idiot. And Paul Logan was the writer. Was it Paul Logan or John Logan was the writer?
Yeah,
Paul Logan is the douchebag on YouTube.
Let's Logan Paul. It's the other way around.
Nah,
close, but same
douchebag. In Japanese name order, it's the same guy. He's still a douchebag. The script was total ass, and half of the fan service that was supposed to be there wasn't, and if it was there, it fell into the toilet really bad. What is the total, or what is the tally right now, Sin, for the
We're
movie?
at 4 for C and 3 for B. Well, actually, it was 3 and 3, but then I overrode and I put mine in C, so it's basically 4-3. But if you want to go D, we can actually.
I don't know where this was going to be a B. This is definitely a D movie. I don't see this being anything better than a D. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it kind of still averages out right now to a C movie. So I think I'm just going to leave it there for now. But we can discuss it afterwards in general discussion when we're done, if we want to. So that wraps up all of the TNG area. And in my mind, the golden area of a Trek is over finally. And now we're moving into
The
shit
dumpster
movie.
fire.
Star Trek 09. I think it was the best of the JJ movies by far. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna take that back. I don't really, you know what? Okay, fine. It was the best of the JJ movies, pretty much. It was the most widely received movie, so I suppose that this fits my statement better than before as the thing that opened up Star Trek to a wider audience and kind of revitalized the franchise. So just for that reason, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a C, but I could understand grades lower than that. So let's go ahead and start things off. Who hasn't gone first in a while? You know what, Daniels? I don't think you've ever gone first. We'll go ahead and start with you.
All right. When Star Trek 09 first came out, I was still reeling from like the loss of Enterprise. I mean, Enterprise was getting good in season 4. Season 5 would have introduced so many things. It would have introduced time travel. They would have sent the Enterprise into the future. Daniels would have came back. Kirk would have came back. It would have been perfect. But then Les Moonves canceled it. So that sucked. Then when Star Trek 09 came out, I was really hungry for anything Star Trek. So I watched the movie, and I liked it, and I watched it again, and I loved it. And, it's just a perfect movie, a perfect action movie. I thought it was really cool. Yeah, Chris Pine is a really good Kirk. Way better than Paul Wesley. That guy sucks.
So we have a grade?
The bad guy, Nero, he was pretty cool. Although a lot of people complain, they complain about Nero and well, why didn't he warn Romulus, about the impending doom of Hobus Star? He could have warned Romulus. He could have gone there. Instead, he waited for 10, 20 years in deep space. That made no sense. Well, you know what I say? I'm like, he's crazy, So, whatever. Maybe the black hole fried his brain, so he couldn't think properly.
Okay. Overall,
overall, it was a good movie. I loved it. I would give it an A.
Wow. All right. Let's go to Tokyo. Go ahead.
All right. I have a love-hate relationship with this movie. When it first came out, I was completely enthralled with this movie. I was obsessed. I even went on the high seas and got this so I could watch this over and over and over again when I was in Canada. And
oh, man.
It was a great movie. Then I came back down to earth.
Dude, I'm with you on
Canada?
I waited for Star Trek to come back, and I watched this movie over and over again, and it didn't. There were a lot of good things about this movie, but in the end, this was just J.J. Abrams' highlight reel for Star Wars. None of the advancements in position made a lick of sense.
Nope.
None. Cadet Kirk had no right being named first officer by Captain Pike. That's number one. Actually, yeah, he had no right being named first officer by Captain Pike to Spock. None whatsoever. Uhura didn't belong on the bridge of that ship anywhere. And CinemaSins got it dead on right when they said that everybody found their position through death, plot convenience, or sheer incompetence.
Yep.
I can agree with that.
CMO died, so that left McCoy, a trainee, to be CMO somehow. The communications officer happened to be a bumbling idiot, and so Uhura got promoted to bridge officer. And then we have Kirk. How Spock would recognize Chris Pine Kirk, Nimoy Spock, is beyond me. That didn't stick well with me. Spock being able to see Vulcan from a planet hundreds of light years away, which I think I can attest that to being a mind meld, because mind melds twist and bend reality, as we've seen in flashback.
Or they
So what
span
is he mind
time and
melding with,
space
though?
and other discovery. Fucking
Yeah. And it was just terrible.
Who was he mind melding with, though? I mean, there was nobody else there.
Spock can mind meld anything.
Spock was mind melding with Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah, he mind melds with Kirk, but I mean, like, he can literally mind meld anything. A rock on the ground. Spock can mind meld that shit.
that's true.
Okay. I'll pretend that.
A door to get out of a jail cell.
Pretty much. Yeah.
And a lockdown. Anyway, yeah, he mind melded with a door to get out of a jail cell.
Like, literally anything. It just doesn't matter.
Drove it through a wall, man.
Yeah.
There's a guy on the other side.
Door. It is illogical to stop me here.
Indeed. That was from Taste of Armageddon, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Door,
I mean,
but
like,
it's open.
well, I think the first one was Dagger of the Mind, where he went into that psychotic dude, the psychotic killer. Daggers of the Mind. I think that's the first
Oh,
one.
yeah. So, in putting all of that long-winded crap together, there is a movie on this list that remains that is absolutely trash and is going to go into should not exist. This one is not it. This one is, yeah. This one is a C.
This one's a C. Gotcha.
This one's a C.
All right,
And
I'm kind of losing my place here. We had Daniels, we had me, we had Tokyo. So let's go on to you know what, just to check. LDG, are you awake? And do you want to make an opinion on 09? LDG is firmly passed out, so we'll move on to Ensign Ricky.
He loses his vote.
09 is probably, I'd say, probably my favorite of the Kelvinverse. I don't know. I mean, it was like a fresh new take. I'm kind of like the same. I loved it at first, and like, but it's the only one out of all three of those I watched multiple times. I mean, I think I've seen In the Darkness a couple times, and the other one a couple times. But yeah, I mean, I think this movie caught the attention of a lot of people, not just Trek people. You know, so
Right.
This might have turned a lot of people onto Trek because it was like a different take.
Yeah.
But I mean, I liked it. I mean, I didn't think it was like the greatest movie, but I mean, it was good for what it was. You know, and out of the Kelvinverse, I think JJ actually did a pretty decent job here. You know, I mean, there's a lot to hate about it. There's a lot to love about it. You know, I mean, so I'd say maybe C, B, C, somewhere there. I'd go.
C as in Charlie.
Yeah. Go for
Gotcha.
C.
All right, let's go to Lundell.
Here comes.
This movie, as well as the following two, should not exist. Okay. First off, I do not like what they've done with the legacy characters in any of these movies. I mean, start with 09. Okay, you got a shaved tail, gets his ass, a smart ass, has been in trouble since he with the law since he could walk. Walks into a club, gets the living hell beat out of him, and then joins Starfleet and brags about, I'll be a captain in 4 years. Bullshit. It don't work that way, Junior. Okay. Now, I could see them making him cocky, you know, but he's not even an ensign.
Yeah.
And he worms his way up, ends up XO, and then captain. And what he doesn't even know how to wear the uniform. How the fuck is he gonna be a captain that quick?
That's true.
Over how many experienced people? I mean, there's no basis of reality to any of this.
Imagine how many of the crew would be just livid with that decision.
Well, now everybody on the crew just came right out of Starfleet. If
Yeah.
you remember, They didn't
they
didn't have enough people to man ships, so they put every shaved tail on a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
Stupid. Okay, just what the hell were you thinking, JJ? And you wonder why people call you Jar Jar? Just this movie should not exist. Case closed.
Sounds good. And before we move on to Tim, I just wanted to say if anyone else is in the chat that wants to make a contribution and submit their grade for what we're talking about, go ahead. I am checking in with that and counting that in our count. So if anyone hasn't been voting that wants to, please feel free to do so. Tim, go ahead.
Well, I actually am I'm kind of in the same boat as Tokyo Trekker, because when I first saw it, I thought, oh wow, it's a nice, refreshing look to. There's LDG. He just came to. Anyways, you might want to mute him. You're going to hear a lot of moaning coming out of him.
I think he's sleep masturbating.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Anyways, so one of the things I think is actually kind of interesting is one of the biggest misconceptions of Kirk that's played on mostly as comedic, and that's how many women he's been with. Yes, in the TOS, he got to kiss a lot. He got to smooch with a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
But he really wasn't that big of a womanizer. You know, he had this smoking hot yeoman. He never went after her. He was getting with these ladies to try and get through the mission, you know. So when he's sitting there, when the first thing you see with Pine is that he's shagging the Orion chick, right? You know, in his bedroom or whatever. You know, it's like that really. I don't know if Kirk would have actually been like that. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not as much as they made it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was trying to bang Uhura.
And like Tokyo said, the rank increases and stuff, and I'm sitting here like I said, I've never been in the military. I refer to Londell, Darren, but I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, that's not how it works.
Right.
No, I just after you watch a few things, a few times, you start going. It's the same thing for me with like a movie like Rogue One. After watching it a dozen times, all of a sudden that movie turned into absolute dog shit until you get to the third act. So I just, I'm a solid. It was entertaining, but it's a C.
Okay.
I'm not going to give it a failing grade. It's J.J. Abrams has this one knack for coming up with something that will attract your attention at first, and then it just kind of slides off the hill like erosion,
Right.
Which is why it should not exist.
Yeah.
All right, so basically the consensus looks like basically including Wes's vote, which was a C, gives us 5 for C, 1 for A, so that's not going to go. Unfortunately, should not exist, just only has 1 vote with Mr. Lundell. I kind of agree. I agree with a lot of the points Mr. Lundell made, but I'll come back to that one second here. Thomas did actually do it as a B, so I think everything kind of does average out to be a C tier, so I'll kind of put it in there for now. What I was going to say is I do agree with a lot of the points that Mr. Lundell made and some of the others made especially about things like the ranks moving way too fast. I honestly think this is, and JJ kind of moved away from the whole military structure of ranking. It kind of made Starfleet seem more like a corporate job where essentially it doesn't matter how much experience or time in you have, you can get promoted to pretty much any position. So that didn't really make too much sense to me. But the reason I do kind of give things a little bit of a pass is because they clearly stated it was in a different universe. So that's the only reason why I can kind of let things slide a little bit. And also, the other reason why I'm not going to lower my grade on this one yet is because, like I said, I do think that this really did revitalize the Trek franchise and get essentially more people on board, a new audience on board, and get things restarted because up until then, essentially, the Trek franchise, for all intents and purposes, was pretty much dead and only really supported by legacy fans. And I really do think that if they didn't reboot the franchise at this point, Trek would have just eventually disappeared altogether. So I do think it was a good thing for the franchise overall to get things restarted, but I don't like the direction they've been going and continue to be going on. So hopefully they do course correct again. But like I said, it was a good start to get things going again. So I think C tier for now. And I think let's move on unless anybody has anything else to input. What the hell did I just do? There we go. All right, so moving on to Star Trek Into Darkness. I thought this was a poor rehash of The Wrath of Khan. Unfortunately, even though it was in a new universe, I thought it was extremely poorly executed. I didn't think the story was any good, and I didn't like what they did with the characters in this one at all. And like I said, I think it was a poor carbon copy of The Wrath of Khan, and it was just a bunch of different role reversals, especially with the Kirk and Spock thing at the end, with Kirk dying instead of Spock. I think it was done for essentially just a stunt to get people to come watch the movie, to essentially get legacy fans to come watch the movie, and to essentially enthrall new fans. And I don't think it worked on many levels. I wish I could give a more coherent explanation of how I feel, but I've been drinking a little too much today. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one a straight F. I think it failed on many levels. Let's go ahead and start this one off with, we'll go from the bottom end to the front again. So we'll go with Ricky to start things off.
Not good. I don't know. There's not much I can say that's really good about this movie. The only saving grace of this movie is I love the Vengeance. The Vengeance is such a beautifully crafted ship. I love the vegan
I can't stand that ship.
It's the only ship I like.
It's got a fucking soda saucer.
I mean, what the Vengeance, bro. Vengeance.
No.
No, but I mean,
the worst part about that was you never got to see what the super cannons did. I wanted to see the super cannon shoot and burn something up.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I just like the way the ship looks. I don't know. I thought it was cool.
That was my biggest.
Other than that, I do not like this movie at all. I mean, this should not exist probably for me.
Oh man, I take it Tim didn't like it.
I'm sorry, Ricky. What was that? What was your grade?
Should not exist.
Should not exist.
Should not exist in this one. I do not like these two movies.
That's understandable. I can actually understand that point of view. Since Tim was already jumping in because he had some strong feelings, we'll go to Tim. We'll jump ahead to Tim.
Well, every time somebody views Into Darkness, a Captain Terrell dies somewhere. Okay. I mean, Jesus Christ, where to begin with this fucking movie? I mean, I don't know where to begin or end with it. I didn't like the Vengeance. I thought that was the stupidest fucking ship I ever saw. I mean, it's just this giant fucking black thing with a garage door over its deflector dish and a giant open area. I mean, structurally, I know where to shoot to blow that fucking thing up, okay?
Yeah, this ship started the new trend with negative space inside starships.
God, anyways, I think the thing I hated the most was like Khan. Okay, Benedict Cumberbatch or Cumbersnatch or whatever the fuck his name is. He is not Khan. Okay, Ricardo Montalban is Khan. And if you aren't trying to pull off Ricardo Montalban's Khan, you're not pulling off Khan. Period. End of story. Done. There's no off ramp. There's no fucking way station. There's no toilet to stop in. Forget it. You're not playing Khan. I mean, and the whole twist on Kirk dying instead of Spock didn't land. Spock turning into a rage monster. I was waiting for him to turn green and grow 3 sizes.
Hulk out.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? No. This movie was fucking horrible. Should not exist.
Gotcha. Let's go back over to Mr. Lindell.
Ooh, this is an F.
Dude,
Okay.
Lindell, you're being nice.
I know.
Come on.
I mean, like you just don't take Cumberbatch serious as Khan.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this skinny little half-fed white boy. Okay, he's smart, but come on. You don't see him slapping a woman and breaking a leg like he did. You just don't.
No.
And this just goes more into the way they mangle the legacy characters. You've got Uhura and Spock in a relationship, and she's mad at him because he won't express his feelings. I'm like, he's a Vulcan, you bitch. Don't you see what you're trying to hump? Yes, it's a cold fish. Okay. I was screaming that at the screen. Okay? When she was mad at him on they were on Kronos, Klingons everywhere trying to kill him, and she's having this negative moment, and Kirk's got to be intermediary between them.
I was trying to figure out where the Enterprise got broadside torpedo base.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that shit? Like, where are the torpedo ports for that fucking weapon system? Oh.
And let's really, really go back with this one. At the beginning, they violate the Prime Directive. And what's his excuse? I did the right thing. We did something good. No, you didn't, you idiot. You destroyed a culture.
Well, the extent of it.
I mean, and I'm being nice, giving it an F.
He's like,
you are.
Nice.
You're nice to me, yeah.
Or less on other shit.
He's allowing it to exist.
What the fuck, dude?
All right, let's go to Tokyo, and then we'll end up with Daniels.
This was another one. This was the epitome of bait and switch for me.
Yes.
The opening sequence, 50-50, I liked it. 50-50, I hated it. I loved it because it was cool. It reminded me of what Star Trek should be. But I hated it because it made Kirk and crew look like a bunch of stupid idiots roaming around, not knowing what the hell they're doing. Because they were stupid idiots roaming around. They're still cadets. They should not be in command of the flagship of the Federation.
Right.
For crying out loud. But it was halfway decent up until my name is Khan.
Oh, God, yeah.
And then the movie is done. This should not exist.
Right after that.
Not exist.
It should not exist.
Gotcha.
It's done.
All right, let's wrap things up with, and you know what? Just before we do that, let's do one more check-in. LDG, are you passed out? Yes, he is. All right. We're just going to remove him so I don't, and we'll add him back later if he comes back. But, all right, Daniels.
Yeah. Well, this
Better
movie.
be a downgrade, dude, because
I remember.
Human projectile waiting for you.
I remember in 2012 when this movie came out. I loved it at first. I still do. I loved him. I love him more than Star Trek 09. Although, yeah, I do understand that it doesn't make any sense that Benedict Cumberbatch is Khan. He could have been anybody else. He could have been another superhuman from. I would, if I was directing the movie, he would be from the future, and he would come back in time because maybe he was being chased by Starfleet and he ended up somehow back in time. So that's a better story. But no, they went with the whole I am Khan whole thing. My name is Khan, whatever. And then, okay, it was good. It was good. I don't understand why the movie had to take place 4 months after the first movie. It was 4 years after the first movie, not 4 months. But okay, whatever. Shitty writing and poor plot. And The Vengeance? I like The Vengeance.
Among other things.
Yes,
good.
Yes, The Vengeance looks cool.
It looks cool. Although the Enterprise D would destroy that ship in like one shot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, sure, there's a few things in it doesn't really line up, but I guess it did what it could and at the time, and the whole remember at when it did the whole role reversal thing where Kirk died, and Spock was like on the other side of the mirror, and he was like, "Khan," I loved that at first. I thought it was the best line, but now I'm like, that was kind of silly.
True.
Yeah, I like the way it ended. How they didn't kill him. They didn't kill Cumberbatch. They just captured him. So he could come back in the future.
Let's hope not.
Yeah. So, anyways, I give this movie I would give it an A, actually. Yeah, an A.
Incredible.
All right, full screen
Oh
for a
my
second.
God.
Daniel, this is landing in your front yard right now. As a colony that's about 2 kilometers long. It's gonna land in your yard. All right. So you better just go to Red Alert right now, buddy.
Red Alert. Boom.
Okay, so going over to the chat real quick, and just want to say hello to Philip Gaming. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're almost through with our tier list of the Star Trek franchise up to this date. I mean, and also just to kind of what everyone else in the chat was rating. Thomas gives this episode a B, and it looks like Wesley is going to give this one a D. So I guess if we say the B, A, and D, we'll kind of say that cancels out all three of the should not exist ones, and then just kind of say
bad, right?
Come on!
I think
The B, A, and D is bad.
Yeah, bad. I think I do think that it would probably average out to an F or a D. Actually, if I was actually doing this by like numerical scores, but
Barely breathing. I'm
happy with leaving it as an F. I do think that a lot of your points I do agree with everyone's points I do agree with. It didn't do any kind of good service to the legacy characters. I think it was I should have said it this way. I think it was a disservice to all the legacy characters. It didn't advance their stories really in any way. It was just kind of a rehash of things that happened before. I thought Benedict Cumberbatch was an extremely weak choice for to even be Khan. If they would have just stuck with the deception and just made him be whatever the name was, and have him be just a complete villain that we'd never heard of before and just something brand new, I think it would have actually worked out. But there were just way too many problems in this movie for me. So
I mean, the original Khan was it was Mexican because they couldn't find an Indian actor. You're telling me in like 2016 or whenever this movie came out, they couldn't find one Indian actor.
Yeah, exactly. It just seemed like a horrible choice, and I think they were probably just going on. I mean, was Cumberbatch kind of a kind of a big name actor at that point, or?
Yes, he did quite a few. Well, he did the Sherlock Holmes series. His Sherlock Holmes series is amazing.
Yeah, so I think it was probably stunt casting. It seems like, but I guess we'll never know. But we're finally toward the end of this.
But yeah, Cumberbatch.
Let's get done with this damn list, and then we'll just go to some general chat, and we can talk about any changes you guys want to make and where I made mistakes. But we are finally up to Star Trek Beyond. You know what? I know a lot of people absolutely hate this movie. I didn't hate it. I thought it was better than Into Darkness at least, so I would at least give it a D tier. I thought I liked the battle scene of the Enterprise getting destroyed. It was kind of nice to actually see enemies exploit the weaknesses of the Enterprise for the first time ever. So that was kind of cool, and I did like to see that the original Enterprise could actually separate. That was kind of a cool sequence as well. And the crashing sequence was just kind of a rehash of the Generations crash scene, so that wasn't anything special. Overall, I just thought it was a fun action movie, kind of a mindless watch. So, and like I said, it didn't really do anything for the legacy characters. I really wish that JJ would have just not rehashed the original series legacy characters, just went with something new for his movie series. But it is what it is. I would give it a D for right now until I hear what everybody else says. I might change my mind, but yeah, let's go ahead and hear what everyone else has to say. We'll just start at the top this time and go through the end. So, Tokyo.
This was a Memberberry movie. Right from the get-go, we had Commodore Paris. We had Finnegan, rather. True. We had callbacks to the real Trek cast, including the publicity photo from Star Trek V. Had the Enterprise A. Had a butt ton of Enterprise. And I actually had a lot of fun going back and watching the Xindi arc, imagining which one of these guys was Edison. Because apparently his throwaway line was, I've watched millions die.
True. Yeah.
The Xindi and Romulan War, so he was on Enterprise. So I had a fun time imagining him on like that black extra Mako. That's got to be Edison, the one that was on the North Star planet.
Is this before he was on Asgard holding the big sword?
Yeah.
Before he was a blind elf.
Before he was a flying elf.
Or the cancer patient commander of the big giant robot army.
Yeah.
Monsters. But all in all, though, I liked this movie a lot better than 09 and Into Darkness. Okay. This movie landed. Granted, they shouldn't have done an Enterprise. They shouldn't have destroyed the Enterprise. But the Franklin should have been an NX class starship and not the crap thing that it was.
I agree.
It's not a bad movie. The acting was not bad. There wasn't a message or anything, so it was mindless. And this is a solid C.
Solid C.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie. It's just there.
All right.
Because it's there.
Go over to Tim.
I'll agree with the C. I mean, I didn't hate it as much as Into Darkness. There were some issues. I didn't really understand the whole story. The story kind of was lost to me, but I guess it was definitely a turn your brain off movie. I do gotta say, there's one thing I have to say about all three of these movies. Now, there was one thing that I actually really did enjoy, and it was Carl Urban as Dr. McCoy.
He did a really good job.
Anybody got a character right in any of these, it was Carl Urban.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually tried to bring out, the McCoy that we knew in this movie. So I give him all the props in the world for that. That's it. The rest of it is just kind of like I didn't really like the swarm shit, because that's not the kind of enemies we're used to seeing in Star Trek.
That's true.
I mean, that's not really in all honesty, if the age-old Star Trek versus Star Wars shit, that might be a thing that would take down the Enterprise, is a bunch of swarming ships.
Mm-hmm.
Because how is the Enterprise going to deal with 10,000 ships coming at it at the same time? Well, it can't really, But the ship being destroyed, it was definitely interesting to see how it happened. I've never liked this version of the Enterprise, anyways, but it seems like whenever they rebuild it, it just gets kind of dopier looking. Like the impulse drive in the back of the saucer, this tiny little impulse drive is supposed to push that ship. So I understand. We don't have to worry about mass or weight in space, I guess. But then when you got the A, the impulse drive is now this massive thing. Like it takes up a good 20% of the back end of that sausage.
Yeah.
Like what the why?
The A is uglier than the original.
Yeah, and then the whole
They're trying to correct from the original, but then they overcorrected, I think.
the whole ship looks ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I think I'm in the D rating for it.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't enjoy it as much as the first one, and I definitely enjoyed it more than the second one. But to me, it was just kind of a movie that was there, and I thought it was kind of humorous that they who said it was member berries? Was that Tokyo or was that
Yeah,
That was me.
Tokyo? Yeah, you're right. It was member berries because they beat the baddies with the song from the first movie.
Yeah,
That's
true.
And I thought the Starbase was kind of ridiculous.
I'll agree with that too. Yeah,
why they're shipping Starbase? It's like what? Like really?
It was too big for the technology and too advanced for the technology.
The snow globe thing was a very nice comment that McCoy made. Giant snow globe in space. Right. That's literally what it looked like. Looked like a Christmas tree ornament, one that I broke, and my mom got pissed at me for.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think a D.
All right, we'll go with D. Then let's go with Mr. Londell.
And the train wreck continues. I mean, need I say more than you've got a ship that's crash landed on a planet, and you're going to make this big slide that it's going to go down and up, and you're going to turn on the motors, and it's going to launch into space. And I say bullshit. Okay, that was the dumbest. I mean, first off, it would not take off like that.
Right.
Okay? That's just it's there's no aerodynamic, nothing to it because it was built in orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, Londell, if you remember the first movie of this shit parade, the Enterprise is built in Iowa, in a cornfield.
Yeah,
that was wrong too.
Yeah, that was wrong too. No, I agree. These ships should be built in space because there's a whole reason why they're not supposed to fly in atmosphere.
That's true. I mean, the only ship you could probably technically do that to would be like the Intrepid, right? The Voyager, since it landed.
Right.
The Voyager or the Defiant.
The Defiant, yeah.
But that's like 100 years later.
Yeah.
With the Intrepid ships. So I mean that in itself turned me off in this movie. And we're not going to mention, Captain Evil Knievel. With the motorcycle round and round. Lord, I was like,
I actually forgot about that part. Yeah,
that was just, and then the blasting Beastie Boys and why are you playing classical music? That's not classical music, you idiot. That's noise. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, now I like that song. All right, you old codger, god damn it!
Mr. Londell yelling at us to get off his lawn.
I'm not
with the Beastie Boys, you motherfucker.
This movie, I mean, should not exist.
Should not exist.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's go to Daniels.
Okay, this movie, I had high hopes for it, and it didn't deliver what I wanted. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst either. It had a nonsensical plot, like this guy wants to take down the Federation for what? Because he was apparently abandoned or something, and he didn't try to get back or anything.
Because it existed.
On Asgard, didn't we? We already covered that. No.
Yeah, and
you wanted to blow up the Federation because it existed.
Yeah, and then he got alien DNA, extended his life over 100 years or something, and created a whole bunch of bees, space bees or something, to destroy ships and stuff to make more stuff. And yeah, he wanted to take out Starfleet, but he failed in the end. So okay, all right, yeah, it was. I give this movie a C.
Okay.
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either.
Sounds good. All right, let's wrap things up with Ensign.
Well, in the words of the great 20th century poets, the Beastie Boys, listen, you all, it's a sabotage. But yeah, I think, I don't know. There's things I liked about this movie. There's things I hated about this movie. I mean, the plot was kind of weird. I don't know. Some of the battle scenes were kind of cool. I mean, the way they stopped them with Beastie Boys kind of still is just, I don't know. There's a lot of member berries here, but I mean, it's just, I'd say this movie is not as good as 09, but not nearly as bad.
Hey, the technobabble leading up to the Beastie Boys was actually reasonable. That is probably the only part of that I could give a pass to.
I can see that. I've probably only seen it 3 or 4, maybe about 3 times. I think I've seen it, but I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's definitely the mid movie for me. I mean, I like 2009 way better, and then this, and then probably Into Darkness, and I don't think Into Darkness was probably the worst for me.
Okay.
So I'm going with, I guess, D, since it's in between.
Going with the D. All right. So basically, we've got 3 for D, 3 for C, 1 for should not exist. So we'll knock off one of the C ratings. We have Wes and Thomas going with an F rating in the chat. So I guess we'll go with we'll knock off 2 of the D ratings. Well, no, 2 of the C ratings, I guess. So I guess that would kind of put us firmly into the D tier, I would think, as just an average. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy to put it in the D tier, so I'm going to do that. If anyone else has anything else they want to say, just as a disagreement, I'm more than willing to hear them out. I do agree with a lot of the things you guys said. Carl Urban, Tim, I think was the best character in the entire movie series that they had.
Oh, absolutely.
I felt like everybody else was just kind of a poor imitation of everybody else.
I mean, Carl Urban actually tried.
Yeah, and I felt like just everyone else was kind of channeling the legacy characters and trying to do impersonations, and it just didn't work for me overall.
Exactly.
Also, someone mentioned the Yorktown station. I can't remember who it was now, but that was really dumb. I thought, I mean, it was a cool design on one hand, but also on the other hand, it was way too advanced for that era. Regardless if it was a different universe or not, that's something that you would think wouldn't even exist in the TNG universe. It would probably be another century out, having essentially an entire city in space surrounded just by a force field. I mean, it just seemed way too advanced. Yeah. So I mean, I'm happy
to look at station K7, right?
Yeah. But if anyone has any clear objections, we can go ahead and go with that. But I'm kind of happy with what we've done.
Tier list that we can vote on.
What's that?
I want to add something to the tier list that we can vote on. It's not a TV show. It's not a movie. It's a commercial, though. And a commercial that had Zachary Quinto and Leonard Nimoy in it. And they were trying to sell Audi cars.
I never saw that commercial.
I didn't see it. Yeah.
It was a freaking great commercial. They're sitting here competing over the phone or playing like a game of chess, and they keep tying. So they're trying to figure out who's the better Spock, more or less. And so they decide they're going to go golfing, and they say the first one to the golf course gets to buy lunch, right? So Zachary Quinto's got his Audi, and his golf clubs go right in. He's like, all right, no problem. He's going, and Leonard Nimoy gets out there. His golf clubs don't fit in the back of his Mercedes. He's like going, fuck. So he has to put him in the seat next to him. And then while he's driving to the golf course, he's singing the Hobbit song from the 70s.
I saw the commercial.
It's fucking great. And then when they get there, he Vulcan nerve pinches Zachary Quinto and walks in the thing. I guess you're buying lunch, you know.
Oh, hey Tim, I gotta ask, what part of New York are you from?
Who?
He's in Wisconsin.
I'm in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Wow. Because you said Audi, which is definitely a New York pronunciation.
Oh, is it? I didn't know there was a. That's how we pronounce it here. That's how I hear it on TV.
We always say Audi.
Yeah, the only place I heard it ever pronounced Audi was in Schenectady, New York.
Oh,
that's why I don't know. They got it. They pronounce it in Chicago as well.
Well, if you ever ask Darren, I get my pronunciations wrong all the time. He's never shy on correct.
Hey, man, me too. We've all seen me try and pronounce Pokemon names, and that's a fucking disaster.
Yeah. Well, speaking
real
of
quick, guys, that's going to be it for our definitive nerd tier Star Trek franchise tier list, whatever you want to call it. If anybody if anybody watching up till now, good for you. Thank you very much for joining us in. You probably deserve a award for lasting 4 hours of this incredibly long tier list. If any of you in watching that wants to argue about any of our choices, go ahead and let me know in the comments in the comments below. And then thank you very much for watching. We're gonna go ahead and switch this over to just a regular open chat now. So go ahead. You guys can go ahead and talk about whatever you want at this point. Please hold the fort down because I have to go and urinate because I'm going to explode. I'll be back.
I was just going to comment, though, that we know... hang on. Yeah, I just going to comment. We now know the title of the new Star Trek movie when it finally comes out. Star Trek Into the D.
Into the D. Yes. I don't know. There's some things on the tier I would have brought up. I mean, I would have brought, just because Picard season 3 I actually kind of like, I would have brought that to an F. Strange New Worlds, I would probably way higher. I think I love Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks. Those are probably my two favorite out of the new Alex Trek or whatever you want to call it.
If Picard season 3 was season 1, we'd be having a different discussion.
Absolutely. But they didn't want to go that route. And they do that. Yeah. The same thing with Discovery. Oh, we can't bring these legacy characters back in. We got to do our own thing. Well, blah, blah, blah. You'll never see like a Kirk or a Spock or whatever on Discovery. That will never happen. Season 2.
Or just do it good. That's it.
Do it well. Want to give the fans what they want. I want to do my own thing.
That's what they wanted for Discovery. And
all right.
The biggest problem with Discovery is
Stuart, just go drink your, shit. Just sit on your chair. Could take your walker back to your room.
Yeah. I mean, if Brian Fuller didn't walk off Discovery and go to American Gods, I think Discovery would have been a whole different thing.
Yeah.
He was the only one there that actually knew how to write a Trek show. He wrote a lot of Voyager. He did, there's a lot of stuff that, Brian Fuller did. And he's the one that named Michael Burnham. I mean, he has a habit in all of his little series is he names like the feminine lead. He always gives him a man's name. It's not Michael Burnham's not the first time he's done that. But he actually was legit part of Voyager writing episodes. So if Fuller didn't leave, I think Discovery would have took a different turn. But
I thought he got fired.
I thought he went straight to American Gods after that. So I don't know if he left or got fired. But, he went to.
I thought he got fired because they said no.
American Gods at that point it was. Yeah, he jumped on that show and stayed on that show.
But if they had Terry Matalas running from the beginning, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Picard 2 season 2 is nonsensical. The whole thing. You can kind of forgive it because it's Q initiated, right? So it becomes fantasy track.
But I blame Michael Chabon for. I blame Michael Chabon for season 2.
I have no forgiveness.
Yeah,
I don't forgive the Facebook group.
They killed off. They got rid of my favorite. Alec Rios was my favorite character by far. He's the only one that was actually worth
Yeah,
anything.
and that's what I said in the middle of that Doomcock RMB fight. I agree with both sides. I'm a fan of Terry Matalas. I've watched through 12 Monkeys. The original movie I couldn't stand within 5 minutes, but Terry Matalas turned it into an awesome 4-season time travel TV show. Loved it. He took the train wreck or the dumpster fire that was all of Star Trek Picard and turned it into what we got now. Not the same show, in my personal opinion. That's why
It's
I
a completely different show.
it.
I mean, like, God forbid they did actual one good fucking season. I mean, that's why I'd bring Picard up to an F. I wouldn't put like Shane this because I actually do like the third season of what he's doing with it. I'm saying it's not the greatest, but I think it's the best that we are going to get. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. And then we've got opinions from Mr. Londell and Tim. I agree with them too, because we've been through Star Trek in name only Discovery. We've been through the travesty that is Lower Decks, the suck fest that is Prodigy.
Because I don't give it like I don't put too much. Lower Decks is more like fun for me to watch. It's not like supposed to be
not for me though. It's just not my thing. But we've been through all of that. We've been through. Some of us used to like Star Wars. Some of us used to like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's all the same crap, bending us over backwards and making us ask for more.
No,
I agree with both sides of this argument when it comes to Star Trek Picard season 3. I agree. The fans
I think it's great
because they're both right. Season. Yeah, it's the diamond in the rough, because outside of that, next we're getting the now thankfully canceled Star Trek in name only Discovery season 5. We're getting Starfleet Academy, which we kind of don't want, but it's better than Section 31, which we definitely don't want.
You're not going to want.
And there's the 13th thing, but it's still even on Picard. Like, the new, no amount of writing ever could make me like Raffi. Seriously.
Oh, I hate Raffi.
I just don't like the character. And
neither.
Are you kidding me? Section 31 is going to be a great show, man. I can't wait.
There was another franchise that wanted to do an Academy show. It was Robotech.
They all did. That was supposed to be
they ditched it because nobody wanted to see any of their favorite characters in the Academy.
It was either, I think, 4 or something. Star Trek 4 is when they wanted to do the Academy show, and he got shot down for it.
I think it was 2.
Maybe it might have been Wrath of Khan. Yeah, it could have been.
It was supposed to be Wrath of Khan.
We're in the Academy. I mean, that's different. I mean, like an actual series of Starfleet cadets. Okay, so like Robotech, the guys that were in charge of the Robotech franchise, they wanted to do Robotech Academy, and the fans are like, we don't want to see that. We really we want new Robotech stuff, but this isn't it. And nobody.
If you want Starfleet Academy, just go to the episodes of Voyager where Tilly's.
There's a video game you can play.
Around. You know what I'm saying? Like Tilly goes on some away mission with a bunch of cadets. That's what you're going to get. Like 4 seasons or 5 seasons of that.
There's a great video game you can play if you want Academy.
It's called Starfleet Academy.
Yeah.
Starring William Shatner.
Yeah.
That Sin has been playing for the last couple of
I mean, I thought Strange New World season 1 is pretty solid. I liked it. I thought it was dope. But Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds are probably my favorite out of this whole.
I really appreciated Star Trek Strange New Worlds because I would watch the latest episode of In Name Only Discovery, and then immediately following that, I would watch Strange New Worlds. And I loved Strange New Worlds because Discovery sucked so bad. So
it's actually following the Star Trek formula, right? There's a formula in Strange New Worlds they're following, but it's actually a pretty decent show.
Here's the kicker, though. After the dust settled and everything's cleared off and the nuclear fallout's gone and everything's, the green glow is gone, in isolation, it's mediocre at best, Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best of Kurt's Trek. It's also what else takes over the fucking brains.
And
they should give it to someone like Ronald D. Moore, right? I mean, like, they should really just fucking fire Alex and be like, "Hey, Ron," but Ron's working on Outlander. Outlander is a phenomenal show. It's great. Little
and actually,
but I mean,
I'm sorry.
The story and everything is fucking phenomenal. Ronald D. Moore is a great job.
What I don't understand is how did Alec Kurtzman get this spot as being like a showrunner for Star Trek? I mean, I was just watching. I like last year I bought Hercules: The Legendary Journeys, and I was binge watching it. And there's an episode in there where everybody plays like the actors and directors, and somebody plays Alec Kurtzman, and it's played by Ted Raimi, and he acts like an absolute moron. So they know this guy's a fucking idiot. So how in 20 years does a guy go from being an absolute fucking moron to being a showrunner for one of the biggest sci-fi franchises of all time?
Let me give you two names.
All you got to do is go watch The Mummy, and you know how big of a
didn't he work? He worked on the Star Trek movie. You know what I'm saying? And then he had other credits like Iron Man and all this other shit on his.
Yeah. Let me give you two names to answer your question of how we got stuck with Alex Kurtzman. Those names are J.J. Abrams and Les Moonves.
Yeah. Les.
There's your answer.
Really care much for it.
Star Wars and a guy who hates Star Trek with a passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's the truth. I mean, and the reason why all the the Berman era stuff and all that stuff got a lot of money and stuff like that is because one of the top execs, his daughter, was a fan of the show, and he kept it going for his daughter. And it's one of the guys who worked with Rick Berman.
Sherry Redstone. Oh, I remember that from the Phantom Menace. When all the dust settled and everybody's like, "Oh, Sherry Redstone, she loves Star Trek. She's going to come and right this ship and fire Alex Kurtzman and get all this together." Turned out to be the most wokest executive on Earth and doubled and tripled down on the crap we got from Discovery.
Yeah, I remember.
I
was happy about that.
I mean, even Discovery. If the Discovery started out in the future instead of going through fucking 2 very painful seasons to get to the future, I think it might have been a better show. But I mean, there's still a lot of the Michael Burnham complex. That's really what it is. It's like, even with Picard, like Captain Shaw, right? We can see this dude is clearly fucked up in the head, right? He's got problems, and that's what you need to build on to be a captain of a show. Sisko had problems. Picard, didn't really have many problems, but he still did have problems. Janeway, had her own version of problems with her leaving her family and the dogs and shit on Earth, being stuck out. I mean, that there was there were flaws there that they had to overcome. Like Michael Burnham came in and she was like, "I can out science the science officer, I can out tactical the tactical officer, I can out captain the captain. What now?" You know what I'm saying? And then they're like, "Well, Michael's being too rough," and then they make another episode. It's like, it's like she cries after the episode. She cries after the episode. What the fuck is this? I don't know. It blows my mind. It's like, and they did the same thing with Rey, Star Wars. I mean, they fucking Mary sued her to fucking death. Captain and when they made her captain, I was like, oh my god,
Michael Burnham.
I like on Discovery is like, there's another more episodes of crying.
I mean, you know what? They did well in last season. They did all right in 3, but it's still not a great fucking show. There's it's fucking low tier.
Season 3 Discovery was one of the worst. I mean, they tried to give you they tried to make you feel everything under the sun except for an orgasm.
It's true. It's fucking true. I mean, season 1 were just complete blobs for me. I like season 2. But I mean, the rest of it is just fucking straight trash. It's like even season 1 where it's like Vulcans wiped out fucking 80% of fucking Earth and shit when they come back. And what? How the fuck did this happen? Wait, you don't feel that. Where it's you get something like DS9 and Sisko, in his monologue in the beginning, walks over to the wall. He's like, "It's Friday. I hate Fridays." You get to see who's lost. And then he goes to law, you can actually feel those fucking losses. You know what I'm saying? There's some serious shit going on. People are fucking dying, and you got everybody to back that shit up. Oh my God, you actually feel that shit. Discovery, it's like, oh, by the way, the Klingons just wiped out fucking 8% of the Federation while you guys are gone,
Yeah, it was like, who cares, right?
It's like, there's no emotion there. You know what I'm saying? There's no fucking...
That reminds me, somebody on TrekWeb said this decades ago, and it's always stuck in my mind because it's very prolific, especially now because it's absolutely true of why we put DS9 instantly in the S tier over TOS. Because you could have Nana Visitor and Alexander Siddig walk onto a stage with nothing but a cue card that says Cardassian Space Station and those two would make you believe that you're on a Cardassian space station with no
Every
other
actor
set
on that
piece,
show.
with no other set piece, because the acting was that good.
Their acting was phenomenal. Everybody on that show was a great actor. I mean,
Yep.
even the ones that weren't really acting, like Lita, you know what I'm saying? Like Chase Masterson's like a decent actor, you know what I'm saying? I don't think she was the best, but I mean, like Armin Shimmerman is fucking phenomenal. Renee was phenomenal, and these people had like years and years of TV experience under their belts before they even got to DS9. I mean, like
Avery.
you know, Andy Robinson is probably the best out of them all. I think. I mean, Garrick is my favorite character in Star Trek by far. And the reason why there's no other Garrick in any other series. There's nothing even like Garrick. I mean, that's why, I mean, DS9 is always my top.
Just to break in, I just wanted to say, first of all, hello to Kronos. He had arrived in the chat a while ago. Since I didn't acknowledge him, just wanted to say hi. But I do want to say that the unpopular opinion, I in my opinion, I think Garrick is one of the most overrated characters in DS9.
No, he's not. No,
well, I mean, he's part of the story. I mean, like that's why I like to be like because your sub characters, not even your hero characters, move the plot in DS9 sometimes more than the main characters did. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like they were essential to the fucking whole thing.
The show was so good that Morn was a fan favorite, and he had
absolutely
zero dialogue.
I love Morn. Everybody loves Morn. You know, I mean,
those everything, every scene with Morn was basically hilarious because you've got, you know, Quark there talking to him about how he's talking too much about stuff, and Morn is just quiet. No one has ever heard Morn utter a word. Okay, and then come to find out he's the biggest thief in the galaxy.
Right.
Just got away with, I mean, robbing
10,000 bricks
of Fort Knox.
And a Federation spy, no doubt.
Uh-huh.
He smuggled information off of DS9 to get it to Starbase 375.
Oh yeah, he did.
To help Operation Return. Yeah, that was Morn.
Well, I mean, then you know with Odo, and like even Odo when he interacts with Garrick, or you know even when Bashir interacts with Garrick, all these, you know, it feels natural and it feels awesome. You know, I mean, like these guys were, you know, phenomenal actors. And like Armin said, like when he did all the Ferengi episodes, like he would invite all the people to his house, all the Ferengis to his house that night, and they would practice and go through the show, so they were on it, so they could just get it done with and go through with it, and give everybody like, you know, suggestions of what they should do and stuff like that. So I mean, they were a tight knit crew, and the writers were better than the actors. You know, every one of those writers in that room went on to do something massive. I mean, Noreen went to The Expanse. Ronald D. Moore went to Battlestar Galactica. The list goes on and on. They all went somewhere. You know, I mean,
I probably shouldn't say he was the almost overrated character. It's just one of the characters I didn't really understand when I was first watching it, I guess. But thinking back on it and listening to you guys talking about it, I do think he probably did have the richest story arc in the entire series, which is odd since he wasn't a main cast member. So I guess that's kind of my bias against him, is that they focused so much on him when he wasn't even part of the main cast of characters. But yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this anymore. So
yeah, but I mean, like there's no other Garrick in any other Star Trek show or anything like him. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that kept you guessing. You know what I'm saying? You always, and his one-liners are amazing. Every one of his one-liners are just phenomenal. You know, it's like, oh, I might have overheard that having trousers. You know,
I mean, Lita, for crying out loud. Lita, it just goes to the lengths that the production team, Ira Stephen Bear, went to respecting every single character that ever came across his page, whether they were minor characters or top build characters. You had a whole awesome, wholesome arc with Garrick, and even even Lita.
I would say Nog had her best arc. I mean, out of most Star Trek, I think Nog's arc was probably one of the best.
Yeah. And you feel his pain too. From start to finish.
Like DS9 hit all the things that, you know, other Star Treks don't touch either. They did it well. They did family better than Star Trek. They did religion better than any Star Trek. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that they hit that were just, you know, top notch, and they killed it. You know what I'm saying? Like religion in TNG is like
non-existent.
They might go to an episode or a planet that, you know, is kind of more primitive, that might worship a god or something, but for the most part, it's fucking gone. You know, you get to see how religion interacts, you with Federation doctrine, and the Bajorans and their faith, and how it all mixes out. DS9 just did it better all the way around. Family. You had Jake and Nog, and their fathers and their brothers. You had the O'Briens, their family. I mean, it was just like a normal family. And I seen this article. What was like probably about a couple of years ago, how people are not mentioning DS9 as far as like Black achievement for Cisco, Jake's and Ben's achievement. So like it was a functional family in the 90s, on TV.
Mhm.
They're trying to give it their due because it really was. I mean, it was just like, but they just kind of gloss over it because it's Star Trek. And Cisco and Surak, they killed it. They killed it.
What annoys
They
me,
were great.
what annoys me about DS9 is that it's not aired half as much as the other shows.
Yeah,
Like I remember watching like I was watching BBC and they'd have TNG one day, TOS, the Voyager, sometimes Enterprise. I never once saw DS9. It's like they were deliberately avoiding that show.
And I see that pattern too. It pisses me off.
Well, I guess the best way.
DS9 did so much. DS9 should be the show that they're mentioning today.
Absolutely. I mean, but because it's darker, they kind of overlook it. And like the best analogy is like TNG is like Superman, right? DS9 is like Batman. You know what I'm saying? And like how they work. You know what I'm saying? Superman, beacon of justice. All the light, all on like TNG is like that. But Batman is more like I'm gonna fuck this fucker up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and shit's gonna get done my way. You know what I'm saying? And it might be, and he's brutal sometimes, but he's still a hero. He's still doing good. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's the best way to describe it. But because of the darkness of the show, people overlook it. And I've got friends that are vets that have other friends that have lost their legs in battle and stuff like that, and have coped with stuff watching DS9 just because of the war arc and like how real it feels like.
And Nog's story.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think some of the part of why a lot of stations resisted rerunning DS9 was also because of the fact that it was so serialized and every part connected to another part. I think that they just wanted to be able to run episodes out of order, and then you just couldn't do that with DS9 compared to the other series.
Yeah, and then they dealt with issues like PSTD and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? They touched on a lot of things, and it's just like, I don't know. It's plus, they expanded a lot of the races. They expanded the knowledge of what we knew about a lot of the races, and we got to see how they interacted with the Federation on a non-Federation, deal where it's like this is more like a cowboy Wild West than it is, clean, spotless Federation ship. So I mean, but it was great. The whole thing was great.
Yeah, I definitely appreciated it later on. I mean, I remember when I was first watching, I kind of gave up on it during the second season. I thought a lot of their stories were pretty boring, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's because, again, I was still pretty young. I was in my teens, and I was so used to the Starship Adventures and everything. And I think the tonal shift just kind of put me off at first, and just having it on a space station just wasn't as exciting to me. But like I said, when I came back to it years later, it definitely was a lot better than I originally gave it credit for, and I think it's finally just starting to pick up now because a lot of the people that did feel like me are finally going back to rewatching it and realizing it's a lot better than it was.
Where you can stream it, because now people are going back and they're just like, I'll watch DS9. They're like, holy shit, this was amazing. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like, and I've heard that so many times where people are just like, I didn't watch it because.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that like if people start watching in the early seasons, that might turn them off just because. I mean, with any series, it takes them a couple of years to get their footing. But I think DS9 had the slowest start probably of any of the series, and I don't think it really picked up until the end of season 3 when they did the episode Jem'Hadar. And then
Jem'Hadar really started busting stuff open.
Yeah, I think that's basically, for me at least. That's when DS9 found its footing and started becoming a good show.
He shouldn't have been a commander. Cisco should have been captain from the gate.
Yeah.
And, for me, especially in charge of a star station.
The early season stuff when they were focusing heavily on Bajoran politics and stuff, to me, I just wasn't interested in it.
I mean, in my opinion, it's the most real of all the Star Treks. Right?
It is. It really is. I'll give you that, yeah.
Yeah, when the Odyssey was destroyed, I remember seeing I remember seeing that for the first time, and I'm going, they went there. They freaking went there.
Yeah.
Because
And they
you've
wanted to
never
go
seen
further.
anything like that on Star Trek before.
Like there was an episode where Jim Hadar and one of the ensigns gets captured, right? And they brought it up to the writers' room, Ronald D. Moore, and he went to Rick Berman, and he's like, "Hey, I want to blow this ensign's head off, right? Can I do that for the Dominion arc?" And they're like, "Let me talk to the guys and see if I can do that." So he goes back, and he's like, "So what about it?" And he's like, "Well, there's good news and there's bad news." He's like, "No, the studio won't let you do that, and the bad news is the ensign just doesn't exist." Yeah, they had to pull it out. So they wanted
the only thing they made a mistake in that Jem Hadar episode, I could not stand the first officer of the Odyssey. That was the worst actor they could pick. His line delivery was completely terrible.
Well, that was J.P. Hertzler, right? In the first one, when you talk about the first episode, Emissary.
Yeah. And I'm actually glad that after that episode they brought in the Defiant, because if they would have kept going with just the runabouts as essentially fighter craft, that would have just been nonsense. And so I'm glad they actually brought the Defiant, and that made the show a lot better.
The best shuttle is probably the Delta Flyer by far still. But I mean, like, it's funny to watch all the cut, because like when you're doing videos about the shit, you get to see how much they use the scene with the fucking runabout coming out the thing. And they use it over and over and over and over for episodes and episodes and episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just reuse it. TNG did a lot of reuse shots, too.
Well, I mean, I remember I was watching it behind the scenes on TNG, and they were talking about how they did essentially 90% of their effects shots before the first season even started. So they were just reusing shots nonstop. They didn't actually go back until season 4 to actually start doing new effect shots.
But yeah, I mean, they were good at it in TNG. Like that episode where the first kind of a far point where Bones comes with Data, and they start talking and they start walking down the hall. That hall is actually a painting. Like it looks like the rest of the hall. It looks like the hall keeps on going, but it's actually a matte painting they put up.
Yeah, I mean, it works sometimes, and especially in standard definition, it worked all the time because it wasn't completely clear. But now that everything's at high definition, sometimes it definitely looks like a matte painting.
Yeah, it does now.
Just see the brush strokes and stuff on the screen there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pop Culture.
They used a pom-pom, a light up pom-pom for all the
Myline pom-pom for all the phaser
pom-pom
hits, all the shield hits, all the essentially all the force field hit interactions. They were really clever in those days, for sure.
Yeah, they were cutting edge. I mean, even Star Trek, the original series, they were cutting edge. That no one had ever done shit like that before.
Hey, Pop.
I love the excuse. I love the excuse everybody's saying, this, what do you expect them to do like in the 60s where they had cardboard cutouts for sets? Well, they did a lot of good stuff with cardboard cutouts at that
Absolutely. They took it to the next level on that stuff in the 60s. And I mean, I know it's cheesy. I still love it, though. I mean, I watch it.
I mean, I give them credit for what they did, but some of those effects just don't really stand up for today. Rewatching.
It's the fights that don't stand up, the choreography, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like the Gordon fight.
Oh God,
the lighting was terrible too in a lot of the episodes.
That was
ridiculous. Yeah,
watching that now is just laughable.
I keep bringing this up. There's a scene in Return of the Archons where they're in jail. The lighting is lit up so bad that as the camera's panning, you can see the camera and the camera guy and the director down the scene.
The weird thing I hate about the '60s shot is like where they go to a face and they make it dark, right? They have like this dark shade over their face. And the '60s did that a lot. It's like, but they put like a shadow over them. You know what I'm saying? It was weird. I don't know.
Yeah, like the white bar right over their eyes.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that was kind of one of my main issues with rewatching TOS nowadays is that the 60s style of acting, where it's more essentially watching a stage play, just doesn't really work for me as far as
it's like Shakespeare. It really is. I mean, it's like it really is like kind of like stage play. It really is.
I mean, that's just that. I get that was the acting style of the 1960s, but for me, it kind of pulls me out of the real out of the realism of it, and it's kind of harder for me to suspend my belief when I'm actually watching the TOS nowadays. But
absolutely, yeah. I mean, I still watch it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good show, but yeah, I mean, it obviously has flaws and it has aged. So, but I mean, I still admit it's a good show, but I just don't understand some people who can't admit that it's aged weird badly.
Too much makeup.
I don't think it's aged badly. It's just
Well, no, I shouldn't say badly, but
It's
I mean,
just
it definitely
age.
does show his age. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a miss. I misspoke. I shouldn't have said it badly, but you can definitely see its age and just the acting style and the lighting style and how they shot it.
I am glad that they remastered the special effects in the early 2000s. I know it's blasphemy. Some people go, "Oh, it's blasphemy." Well,
Right.
I think
in
looked
the shots
good. They
where
did
the
well.
Enterprise is breaking orbit of a lot of the planets, you can
Looks
see the
phenomenal.
reflection of the production assistant smoking a cigarette in the reflection of the camera as as it's panning back from the Enterprise.
And you can always see the matte painting match the the matte the background matting to like matte out the Enterprise, so
The
you always
little
have a
string
track square
stars.
essentially
Yeah.
around the ship.
So thank
Yeah, I
goodness
mean,
for
like-
redo of the CG.
Yeah, but the CGI, I mean, on the old series, it looks pretty good. It makes
Yeah,
it
I
look
thought
pretty
they I
well.
thought they did a good job for what they wanted to do. I don't think it really damaged the original series that much. There's
I
some
think it's better.
there's some shots I did like from the original, but I like it both ways to be honest.
It just takes me out of it, though. That's all. Like,
Yeah, that it does sometimes. Yeah, definitely.
It just looks crisper, right?
breaks
So I
it.
mean, that's what it comes down to. It looks a lot crisper.
yeah.
And the new effects, I think, definitely make the ships we're seeing on the screen look a lot more real. A
Oh,
lot
absolutely.
of times they look completely fake when on rewatch nowadays. But yeah, I mean, I think it's good both ways.
The background of Starbase 11 outside of Kirk's window, they got rid of the. I'm particularly glad they replaced that because you could see the closet itself where the cardboard cutouts of the buildings are, and the corner of the wall. the paint in the background is just different.
I do
Well, didn't they
not.
change that? Didn't they when they remastered things? Didn't they try to change the aspect ratio a bit so we were seeing a little too much of the set at the time when they redid
Yeah,
that? And that's
I
why
think
we were
they
kind of
tried
seeing
that.
some artifacts that shouldn't have
Well,
been
even when
there.
I'm doing videos, I put it
Yeah.
all in HD. I just stretch it in Adobe. I just
Right.
stretch it out.
Yeah, I do. I do not pay that close of attention to stuff like
I don't
that.
usually either, but sometimes when you like pause it for just no reason on just random scenes, you can just start pointing out just weird shit that's happening in the
Yeah,
frame.
I mean, but you can do that with contemporary movies.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Especially with TNG too.
And
Early
Enterprise
seasons
is
for
bad
sure.
too with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, TNG for me, it's the stunt doubles, right? The stunt
Oh, yeah.
you can
Yeah.
see the stunt doubles so good.
Yeah,
on the
they did
HD
not do a
version.
good job of hiding that. Well, they did again in standard definition. We didn't really notice it as much, but
Oh, you couldn't really tell.
now in high definition, it's clearly
Yeah.
not the same people.
Yeah, I mean, different hair, even color. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I remember the fight between Riker and the Admiral in Conspiracy,
Oh yeah, definitely.
where he gets knocked down on the table. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And just like he's got different color hair, and then also it's Riker again, and he looks over. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
There was one scene in Enterprise that really took me out of it. It was in Bounty, where the camera panned over just a little bit too much to the left, and you could see the production assistants, the ladders, the back of the sound stage, and everything, where they were supposed to put the view screen, but they didn't. They just left all that naked set.
I mean, I thought Enterprise was a solid show. I loved Enterprise. I mean, like the first 2 seasons were like, yeah, man, but the last 2 seasons were amazing. It's got Manny Koto to do it. And
Three had a
Metalis
handful of
is like
stuff
Manny
for it.
Koto. I mean, Metalis and
Yeah.
Manny Koto are super fans. That's who you need in charge of
Yeah.
running Star Trek.
No, I honestly
They
should
were
probably
working
go
on
back and
Enterprise.
rewatch Enterprise. I mean, I know I hated it first run, and I kind of hated it a little bit during rewatches, but I probably should go back and actually rewatch it again.
Season
just
3 and
to see
4 are
if I
amazing.
still not
I
like
mean,
it.
because I mean, you can definitely tell it's the shift
Yeah.
when Manny Koto took over. When Brandon
Mhm.
Braga, because Brandon Braga and Rick Berman were writing most of those episodes, and they were burnt out at that point. They had done Star Trek for what, 12, 13, 14 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
I thought a lot
Brandon
of the stories were pretty weak, and honestly, I think maybe I was a little bit just too biased because I was just so used to 24th century stuff that going back, to the pre-Kirk era, just was a little bit too much of a tonal shift for me. But yeah, like I should probably. Go
I mean,
back.
there's a lot of episodes in season 1 and 2 that are kind of dry, right?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, like, God, is DePaul gorgeous?
Yeah.
If you
Really?
if you go
And
to
I
season
think she plays a really good Vulcan too. I mean, she did a great job.
till
playing
season
Vulcan.
3,
Really, they probably should have started
Her little
Enterprise
snipes were
like
amazing.
they should have started it like just before or at some point during the Earth Romulan War that would have led directly into TOS. And they wouldn't have had as much trouble with continuity and canon.
Yeah.
It's a lot of canon snafus in throughout Enterprise.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I'd love to see like Star Trek K7 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like another station show, but like maybe in a different time period. Where it's like a DS9 kind of type deal where they're staying in one place. And I don't think Starfleet Academy is going to be that. So I mean,
I don't.
I think they're going full woke for Star Wars because they need a full woke show, right? And Discovery is finally getting canceled. So I think Academy is going to pick up the woke showness.
Oh, definitely. I don't have any.
Then nobody's going to watch it. Okay.
Yeah, I have zero hope for Academy.
Probably nobody watches Discovery.
I mean,
you get your die-hard Discovery fans. You said, and like I said, the last 2 seasons were all right, but it's still a subpar show. So I mean, it's not like great, you know. But they did way better, I think, in the last 2 seasons than in the first 2 seasons. God, the fucking first 2 seasons were a mess. It's just like
I still haven't seen season 3 or 4 of Discovery yet. I was so fed up after watching halfway through season 2 that I just gave up on it completely.
Season 1 and 2 were like the opener. If they started at season 3, it would have been a much better show. If they just started in the future, like spaceship gets shot to the future, we have to deal with it. Not this like bullshit like Red Angel dumb shit that they fucking pulled to fucking get to the future. And
a red signal that we can detect from across the galaxy.
Yeah, it's so fucking.
Even though the sensor in the Enterprise would be like a parsec.
It would have been better. I think it would have been a whole different show and better if they just started in the future.
All I'm saying now is that if Mary Wiseman is confirmed for Starfleet Academy, there's no way I'm watching it.
She probably is. I mean,
yeah, it's going to be the Tilly show.
That's pretty much what I'm thinking it's going to be. Because
I mean, it sounds like they're going to have Tilly be the headline and character of that show, which makes zero sense to me. She seems to, at least in my mind, is the least popular character in all of the Trek franchises. And so I think that's probably the worst decision they can make.
Like, it also depends on what time period they're going to set the show in. Are they going to the fucking Starfleet Academy 32nd century?
Yes,
I think they were saying it's going to be in the future because it's going to be the first academy in like 100 years or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What?
Yeah,
because I guess in season 4, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they stopped Starfleet Academy because essentially when everyone split up,
there was no
going to be like their first class back.
Burn or whatever it was called.
Yeah, season 3. I mean, sorry, yeah.
The burn. Oh gosh,
caused by
the worst storyline on Earth. He cried, millions died. Like what the crap?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, from what I've heard from season 3, I kind of like the idea of everyone losing warp drive, but the execution of that just sounds like it was complete dog shit.
Was awesome.
They're going to spin this Starfleet Academy off of Discovery.
Yep.
If they do, I'm not.
Oh, that's confirmed.
See, I'm not. Okay, everybody. At this point, we need to kill this shit. Okay. Don't watch it. Don't write about it. Don't cover it on your channel. Don't say shit.
I have no plan on watching Starfleet. You know what? I'll probably check out episode 1 just because I'm forever curious about this stuff. But
I've only rewatched Discovery twice.
Let this garbage die a horrible death.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if I'm researching an episode, I'll watch the episode of Discovery or something. But I mean, like for the most part, I watch those once and give up. You know, I do.
Go ahead.
JP loves the Klingworks.
From what I heard, I don't know if I'm right or not, but from what I heard that even though Strange New World season 2 hasn't started, they've already gotten greenlit for season 3.
They've already got greenlit for 3.
Okay.
So is that right then?
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah, I just don't understand that. I really don't.
They did the same thing with
Discovery. Did the same thing
with Discovery.
It's Picard season 3. They're getting some of their money returned.
Right? They're actually making money
off getting returns on it from Picard season 3.
I wish they would just save their money and make something good.
They're taking it and laughing at us.
Yeah.
Doing exactly what Doomcock said.
Well, I mean, I wish they would release the Watcher numbers, right? I wish they would release that, but they probably don't because it's Strange New Worlds and like Lord Dexter are going to be way ahead of like Discovery, you know, their Capital Start show or whatever, because they launched it with Discovery, you know. So, but I can't see more people.
Picard's got to be doing record numbers.
How?
Picard's got to be doing record numbers right now.
Right now, absolutely. They've got to be doing fucking killer numbers this season.
This is why
I mean, from the hype around season 3 of Picard, from a lot of people, I would assume that they're doing a lot better. I'd say they're the top show of the new era of Trek right now. But I'd still say they're probably a far cry away from most of the original stuff.
There's a YouTuber called Desparo, which I've been watching recently. He has a video where he talks about how like these streaming services are inflating their numbers by using like third-party ratings generators.
Are you serious?
Yeah. He has a video about it. You should check it out.
I mean, I can get where some people are saying that, but until we get any kind of real proof, which we'll never get, I mean, it's all speculation. And I think some of that is sour grapes and just people wanting to just destroy the show. I don't understand how anyone could actually come up with that, especially when we don't have any kind of actual viewership numbers from the streaming platforms. I could get if they're going off of by kind of what the ratings are as far as the international audience, because you can get those kind of numbers, but
he does kind of explain it. Basically what it is these are like data collection centers that like places like Variety feed off of. So when like Variety will do an article on a show saying it's like this is the best rated show ever, they look up this this data collection center. He name drops it in his video. But they don't have all the information because, like you said, the companies are leaving certain things out, so they fill in their analytics with. It's kind of like Jurassic Park when they make the dinosaur and they splice in frog DNA, you know, and you get something a little different. Well, that's what happens when they insert like A plus B equals C. Well, they don't have B, so they kind of fill in B with some kind of fake sludge, and then they come out with a number that's probably not even accurate.
Right.
You know,
I mean, I kind of understand that, but again, we have to understand that the entire TV landscape has changed, where shows don't have to depend solely on ad revenue anymore. All these shows are paid for upfront, essentially, by investors. So, I mean, they don't need to really worry about, you know, making money on the back end of these things. So they're making it all on the front end of these things. And I think, and instead of amortizing these things throughout an entire year with a 26 episode season, they're able to do this by quarter now. And so I think the best numbers that we can get and the best indications of how they're doing is through their quarterly reporting. And so far, it seems like Paramount is still making money right now. So I mean, you kind of got to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, but
the thing about Paramount is we're focusing on the Trek shows.
Right.
Look at what they are running. What
they have
streaming over there. They've got a shitload of stuff over there, and
plus they got old
probably
stuff like Taxi,
tons better.
They got a bunch of good stuff from the back in the past.
Well, I'm talking the new stuff. I mean,
but they have it all. I mean, they have a lot of properties.
And they've got a shit ton of stuff over there. That's new stuff that's probably doing better than the Trek. We're focusing on Trek.
Right, but you have to. I think what you need to understand is that Paramount is best known for Trek, and I think if a lot of people are still watching more of the older stuff than the new stuff, just having new stuff keep coming out is bringing subscribers to their service, and that's what's keeping them afloat with money. So as long as that keeps happening, I think they'll keep making things. I don't think Star Trek has to be a huge money making machine for them at this time, because they have so much other back end stuff that they can rely on as well.
I don't think it's Trek that's bringing in the money. It's everything else.
Well, I'm sure it's bringing in money, but it's not. all they're making money on.
But see,
Yeah,
this
I
is
don't
always
think by any stretch it's a leader in profits or revenue right now, but I do think it's helping them bring in subscribers to their service.
it can't.
Well, I heard they were trying to sell at one point.
This has always been a niche market, though, a niche fandom. It's the fandom of Trek is smaller than Star Wars or whatever else.
It's like a $4 billion it's like
it was, and I can give you that, but then again, at the same time, the refresh of Trek, whether we like it or not, the new type of storytelling is bringing in people that are more action oriented and not really story orientated. And I think that that's helping widen Star Trek to a broader audience and not make it as niche as it used to be. And that's why they're seeing more people watch at this time. But I don't think it'll last.
Money-wise, I mean, it costs way more money to make an episode now. That's why they only do 10 episode seasons as opposed to 26 episode seasons, because you're talking about 4 or 5 times as much now to make an episode. I mean, Discovery's got a $9 million budget per episode or something. It's ridiculous.
Because I don't think it'll matter how many advertisers they have. I think I think what's going to matter is how long they can keep other outside investors investing in their shows. And until that money starts drying up, they'll keep coming out with new Trek stuff, whether we like it or not. And like I said, it's bringing in the woke crowd right now, and that's kind of one of the larger TV audiences, whether we like it or not. But I mean, it's kind of proving out to be that way. I don't think it's going to last forever, but for now, I think it's working for them.
I haven't looked at any financial statements from Paramount, but I'm sure they're doing pretty well. I mean, a lot of those streaming services were doing pretty well.
I mean, from the last conference call I listened to was probably a couple quarters ago now. I just haven't had time to do it, but I mean, they've still been making money. They're still plus in revenue, even in the hard times that everybody else is having. They're still able to make money right now, which is kind of odd.
As long as they got cash flow still, I mean, they're good.
Yeah. But right now, it's pretty much all about cash flow.
Yeah,
I got to get going.
About cash flow.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tokyo. You have a good night.
Right. You guys have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks for having
me.
Good. Cap.
You don't have that.
So where are we at on this? How long? 5 minutes late.
It's all over.
It's all over. Thank God.
LBG finally just came out of his.
Oh.
Turn over and go back to sleep.
Let the adults talk.
No, but so what are they doing better business overseas than we think?
I don't even know if it's that. I think they're just still making money, and at least still staying cash even, and have positive cash flow at the moment.
Positive cash.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to make huge profits. They before the downturn happened, they were sitting on a pretty good pile of cash. So I think they're still running on reserves, and they're still hoping things get better and hoping they can get through this little recession.
If they survive through the tech crash, because tech took a huge hit. They survive through that, you know what I'm saying? They still have purchasing power. They're good. They're good to go.
Yeah.
There's a lot of companies right now that are in the negative and have nothing at all. So, I mean, especially with the SVB collapse, that shit hurts. I mean, Roku, Roblox, all these companies took massive hits because of that collapse.
That is true. Yeah, so I think probably in the next few years we'll find out. I think that's also despite declining viewership and no viewership essentially in Discovery. I think one of the other reasons they decided to get rid of it is because they're starting to have a little trouble with debt financing also. Because I mean, let's face it, with interest rates rising, they're not getting the free money that they're used to be getting either. So these shows are
the free money they're used to getting
more expensive.
And he wants to keep on raising. So, I mean, hopefully he cuts now, but it's not looking good. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of shit in a lot of different markets. I mean, I follow the Eurodollar market, all that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised, regardless of any kind of viewership numbers, if we start seeing a slowdown in production rates, just because we don't have free money out there anymore right now, and things are just getting more and more expensive. So, I mean, even let's say if a show was a hit, you could probably see it getting canceled right now just because it was just too expensive to make right now, and they just don't have the free cash flow as they had.
And then the smaller banks, they give the loans for that type of stuff because it's harder to get banks from bigger loans from the big banks. They just don't do it. They're risk averse. So I mean, like with all these smaller banks in trouble, collapsing in, liquid.
Yeah, we're gonna see probably another deleveraging of all companies. So
Everybody's deleveraging and de-risking right now.
Yeah, I think things are going to start getting bad, but I could be wrong. But I don't see the brightest future for the next couple of years. I think we're going to start seeing some major corrections.
Just pick a report. Just pick one. You don't have to even look. You don't even have to look at 2 or 3 reports. It's bad. It's really bad. China's open was a flop. I mean, like oil's going right the fuck back up. You know, we'll probably be at $140 by the end of the fucking year. There's a lot of shit that's happening right now that's really, really bad financially, and your bigger companies are going to be able to weather the storm, but a lot of your companies might get swept up in that. So the tide's going out right now, and you're going to see who's got clothes and who hasn't. So I mean,
definitely. Thomas says we should do more Trek tier lists, something like Enterprise ships, Starfleet ships, alien ships. I do have a Federation, a Star Trek ship tier list almost ready to go. I'll probably do that sometime next Monday. But yeah, we'll definitely do some more tier lists. If anyone else has any ideas on different tier lists that you guys want to see me do,
we do like captains or something. Like this is my only day off, so I mean, like,
we'll probably because I think Salty Trekker gave up on Monday live streams, so it's pretty much Monday's open. So I'll probably just start doing.
So we stopped doing it altogether?
Yeah, it seems like it. But I'll probably start doing essentially like a new virtual pub essentially on Monday nights. So this will hopefully be a regular thing, but we'll see if things get crowded on Monday again. But it's kind of the plan for right now.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Oh hell!
Well, we'll mix things up too. I've got a weird quiz thing we can do. Might do that next week instead of a tier list. But we'll hopefully keep things kind of fun and have a little variety of different things we can do on here. I know a lot of people just like the open talk stuff, so we'll obviously do that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into a lot of shit, Star Trek, finance, globalization, all sorts of dumb shit. I watch global markets, I do all that shit. So, I mean, where everybody's at, what everybody's doing. So,
I love that shit. I can nerd out on the financial market for hours, but almost nobody I know likes to talk about it. So
I mean, it's fun to talk about it because we can see like where people went wrong and what's good. But right now, there's a lot of similarities to 2008.
Yeah,
it is ridiculous what people are saying. Like the same people, like Janet Yellen, what she said in 2008. Now it's like basically the same fucking shit.
It really does feel like the start of 2008. I guess we're gonna kind of see in the next coming weeks how things go, but. I'm actually relieved that we're not seeing banks fail nonstop. So it seems for at least right now we've kind of stopped that bleeding, and we kind of stopped the contagion by having the Fed bail out.
I mean, the Fed just puts a Band-Aid on it. Leaves it alone. Until it breaks
just kicking it down the road.
Like, we have tools. Well, what happened to the tools that worked last time?
Well, I mean, the problem is the Fed's going to start rapidly running out of tools to correct things because they can't actually. I mean, they can bail things out still right now, sort of, but they can't do anything like lower interest rates because that would just cause massive inflation.
And we destroy everything right now.
Yeah, so I mean, they're kind of in a hard place right now. So we're in that weird period of waiting to see what happens. And I mean, in my opinion, things will probably get bad for a little while, but we'll see.
But I mean, the Fed has too much power, way too much fucking power. And their biggest tool is, their biggest tool is psychological. That's it. That's their biggest tool.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, everything's fine. Don't worry. Fire's over here.
I'm gonna call it a night.
My eyes. Bored, Mr. Lundell.
No, I was just I'm finally getting tired.
No, I hear you, man. It's getting long here. Sounds good, Mr. Lundell. Thanks a lot for joining us. So.
Okay.
You have a good night, man.
All right, same with you guys.
I can't believe how fucking much of a mess it is. Everybody look, every report, Dry Baltic Index, every fucking thing is on fire. And it's just like, it's fine. Don't pay attention to that at all. Credit Suisse, don't worry about them. UBS cutting off, 30% more of its employees. Don't worry about that either. Like we're fine over here. Deutsche Bank, they're good.
Yeah, I mean you simply can't have essentially 20 years of nonstop stock market going up without having corrections here. So I mean,
and then
we're going to definitely see a correction. How bad it's going to be, I guess we'll have to find out soon. But it has to correct soon because right now things are just out of control. And
Yeah,
companies are
like,
way
you got,
overvalued.
You have a lot of these agencies, like, spoofing books, like the BLS. It's like, we did great all last year. All right, BLS, yeah, we're getting all these fucking jobs. Oh, by the way, we're going to revise down 1 million jobs because we miscounted. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you misplace 1 million jobs?
Yeah, well, I mean, the biggest tell for me right now is that every time before earnings season, we're getting pre-warning revisions from companies saying that they're not going to hit expectations.
Yeah,
and that's the one thing that starts really worrying me. And if
like,
that keeps happening, we're going to start seeing major corrections, I think.
Guys, I'm going to go to bed too.
Sounds good, Tim.
Yep. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, but you have
wrap things up January here pretty soon here.
You got, like, people like Lennar and D.R. Horton that are coming out and being like, yeah, we're not going to be doing so great. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, the housing market's not doing great, and we're pulling back on housing, and we're losing all these orders and shit.
The market is overheated. I think, the changes they made in the housing market was supposed to prevent another bubble from happening, and we essentially got ourselves right into a secondary bubble. So it's
let's not mention the $1 trillion commercial real estate bomb that is.
Yeah, and that's the main problem. Is the commercial real estate is the biggest problem right now. Housing
$1 trillion
overheated, yes, but we could still, we could probably calm that market down. Just with raising interest rates, pulling some of the liquidity out of the market, but that and this weird loans that were being made. I mean, we kind of stopped subprime loans, but we didn't stop things like subprime car loans.
No, we did.
So it's the exact same problem with the housing market we had in 2008 that's happening in other debt instruments.
Well,
so.
I mean, then Bear Stearns had liquidity issues as well. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, liquidity is a big thing about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you have 10% on hand and everybody's going to the bank at once, you can't fucking service these people. You can't do it. And that's why everybody's pulling liquidity. That's why we have a discount window. That's why we have the BTF fucking whatever tool the fucking Fed came up with this time to fucking loan billions of dollars. That doesn't have the amount to bail out the banks fully.
Right.
And when you have all these woes, like they 13 billion some people had up in SDB, and it's Gavin Newsom's bank, so we're gonna save this bank, and it's like, and then Jen Yellis comes out and she's like, well, fuck all the other banks. Is every bank gonna be saved? We'll decide on that. We're just gonna get together in a group and be like, we're gonna say if you're a SIP bank or not. You know what I'm saying? And then we're just gonna bail you out based on feeling.
I honestly think that's a mistake too. I think that we should let some of these banks fail.
Everything should fucking fail. We should have let it fail in 2008. We just kicked the can down the road.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the whole thing with SVB was it wasn't a problem that it wasn't a failing bank. It was just they hit a liquidity wall. They just didn't have the liquidity that needed.
And they didn't have a risk manager. Okay,
yeah, and there were other banks that were willing to step in and save the bank and buy it themselves. But for some reason, the Fed stopped that and decided to backstop it themselves, which makes zero sense to me.
I mean, if you look at like how the Big Four, when this shit happens, they're hedging. So even if they're losing on the interest rate, they're fucking making money on the hedge, or they're staying afloat on the hedge. Like SVB didn't do any of that. They didn't have a risk manager for like 9 months or some shit.
Shit. I don't understand that.
And the regulators knew. Yeah. Like they fucking knew. Yeah. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? How do you fucking just pass this up? Oh, don't pay attention here. So I mean, it's fucking brutal. I mean, it's like the Eurodollar market. There's more fucking massive. The bond market, the swings, like 80 to 100 point swings. This is like unprecedented. Like the Euro market swings are unprecedented. This is shit that has never happened before. I mean, ridiculous 50, 60 point swings on the Eurodollar market, and then, with China going around with, the yen to dollar thing, which is, even if we do lose the petrodollar, we'll probably still be fine because, I mean, the Eurodollar market's, 4 or 5 times that, so I mean,
it'd be weird having to actually price things in yuan, which makes kind of no sense. And I think that would be actually a danger to our economy if that happened. But I think that the real problem with our dollar just completely declining is I mean, it's amazing that the euro is almost at parity with us.
Yeah,
I think I think the British pound is close to parity with us for the first time in many years.
Very close.
Yeah, it's just insane what the currency markets have been doing.
Just read the economic reports out of Germany, like the GDP dropping there like a fucking rock. Or any of the other Euro nations. They're all fucking dropping like a rock. You know,
I
it's
haven't
like
seen it that bad. This bad. I mean, like again, it's a bit like 2008. I haven't seen currencies
this
flop
time is
the way
different.
they have been for a very long time, and that's actually
but this is
scary. And it's not being reported in the news either, which is
no, they
actually
just gloss over
pretty
it. That's
bad.
what pisses me off. It's like
Yeah.
even the business news is glossing over this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like your CNBCs and your MSNBC Business and Fox
Yeah.
Business, they just look over this shit like no fucking problem. We're not going to pay attention to that. Oh, shit's on fire. Like tell fucking people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like at least be honest. You know what I'm saying about the situation. But it's like we don't want to admit that we're in a recession. Right? We just changed the fucking definition of the word. You know, and then you know it's like it blows my mind. Just deal with the fucking recession. Deal with the hit. Let it play out, and stop fucking with shit. Because it's like every time they touch something, it breaks, and it's definitely broke now. You know what I'm saying? This is as broke as I've seen it in years and years.
I agree.
I mean, you know, and like I said, this time is different. This time is absolutely different. You know, and this time is actually scarier than 2000.
It is because, like I said, they're out of tools in their tool belt. I don't think the Fed can stop it if things decide to go extremely bad. If we start going downhill and everything and the shit hits the fan, I just don't know what they're going to be able to do. We can't quantitative ease anymore. We can't lower our interest rates to stop things. So I mean, we're just kind of fucked if
and then he's continued to raise interest rates.
It hits the fan.
We export inflation. You know, I mean, our interest rates make every company. We can put third world countries underwater just by raising our interest rates. So I mean, you know, and like right now with the global market, now with the people declining and spending, oil's going to go up and up and up and up. And up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be $140 a barrel by the end of this year. You know, and that's
what
most
it really would. I mean, I think our oil market is being manipulated to being as low as it is right now. Anyway.
Well, yeah, but the Biden administration they backed themselves into a corner because they only want to buy from 68 to 72. But the only problem is that they buy a lot, oil goes up. It's a commodity. So I mean, like you can only buy so much until you hit the point where you don't want to spend anymore because they're going to hit that 72 wall trying to fill the strategic reserve once again. You know,
I think one of the things that are helping us in the energy market is the fact that we essentially destroyed the natural gas pipeline from Russia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everyone's like, "Oh, that's so terrible," but I mean, the United States is happy about that because we're selling our LNG to Europe for an inflated price. So it's like we're just making money off of tragedy.
Yeah, they fucking blew it up. They know they blew it up. I mean, it turned into Russia blew up their own pipeline. Yeah, right.
It makes zero sense.
So like this 6-man SEAL team or something, pro-Ukrainian group, has the ability to go underneath, not only dive, but they have to put a concrete barrier around the C4 so the explosion goes inward. So they're planting concrete too. It's not just like we'll go down there and put like a bomb on a fucking pipeline. It doesn't work that way.
I was watching a Security Council meeting the other day. They brought up a vote to investigate the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. Everyone that was in favor was pretty much Russia, China, pretty much the BRICS nations.
Yeah,
and everyone against was essentially everyone in NATO. It's like, oh wow, you guys could just not make it a little bit more obvious that NATO was involved.
I mean, seriously, I mean, because it's like, even in Ukraine, we shouldn't be in Ukraine. They were never an ally, and fucking the only reason why we're there is because a lot of our politicians' kids work there. Tony Blair and all them fucking are. Right. I mean, they're all in Ukraine. They're bleeding Ukraine dry. How can a fucking country with the natural resources of Ukraine be broke? It's just impossible. They have so many natural resources on top of wheat, on top of metals, on top of so much. But it's a corrupt country. And we're just right now it's a money sink. What I think is China is going to go and make peace, and we're going to lose all the fucking weapons that we just fucking sent, all this money that we pledged Ukraine. China is going to go offer you fucking Zelensky a better deal, and fucking these Russia and fucking Ukraine are going to fucking square up.
Honestly, at this point, I think even if Zelensky was amiable to making peace negotiations with China and Russia, I don't think NATO would even allow it at this point.
No, probably not. And we had a chance to stop it, but we fucking sent fucking Jobo over there.
I mean, it's gone off the rails. At the start of this, I was all in for America helping defend their nation, but now things have just gone so bad. There's clear corruption in the Zelensky administration. It's just ridiculous.
And then the U.S. too, as long as it takes. All right, but this is not only us. This is Germany. Germany is like there are massive riots all over Europe right now. Tens of thousands of people
And of course, and that's also not being reported either.
Yeah, not being reported. Germany is under fucking them attacking the farmers in Netherlands, not being reported. You know what I'm saying? And they're fighting people like the World Economic Forum who want to do these 15-minute cities. They want to, they don't want anybody fucking meat anymore. So they're attacking the farms in New Zealand. They're attacking the Netherlands. They're attacking Canada. All these countries that are aligned with the World Forum.
Definitely. I mean, everyone gets pissed about hearing about, we're sending $3 billion to Ukraine. What a lot of people don't realize is a lot of that money is, staying in the United States, going to our military complex.
Yeah, it's going to ours. It comes back.
So we're making hand over fist over, because of this war.
Because it's a debt obligation. It's not like we're giving it to them.
Right.
Right.
It's not like we're sending bags of money over to Ukraine.
You're going to have something like the IMF to bail them out, though. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be able to pay that shit back. God knows how much damage in dollars is in Ukraine right now. You know,
the world is in a fucked up place, and I honestly think we'll probably be at war with China within a couple of years anyway. So we're kind of.
I'll take a couple of years because China's got its own problems too. So I mean, like they're starting to inflate. Did you see their PMI?
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous. 58%. Bullshit. There's no fucking way you're at 58%.
Oh, they've never done
it. The copper market hasn't moved. The steel market hasn't moved. None of these markets have moved to indicate that you've got a 58% or there's actual demand. I mean, the last thing I heard was there's trucks parked down the fucking mile in China with product that no one fucking can buy or wants right now.
Yeah.
Because everything, no one is spending any fucking money. The Fed is destroying demand, and they're doing a damn good job at it. I mean, and it's just not our Fed. The Euro's Fed. All their countries' Fed. They're doing the same thing. They're tightening. Right now, it's like half a year money to live in Germany. Just for rent.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. That's why all these people are revolting. And we don't see any of that. They get scrubbed clean in the U.S. So people are like, "Oh, happy world," like, "Oh, Germany's doing great over there." They didn't drop, 4 or 5 points in GDP. No fucking no problem. Oh, our GDP shrinking? No fucking problem. It's like, it was 2 quarters. Now it's like 4 or 5 fucking quarters that we're dropping and we're shrinking. Is it time to call it a recession or not?
It's not a recession. It's transitory inflation.
I mean, just fucking be real with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, just fucking, like, the person who follows economics knows. They're fucking lying. Every fucking time he gets up there. And then when you have people like Brian Deese and all these people from BlackRock and the Biden administration making decisions who are aligned with the World Economic Forum on this green shit, these crazy pushes they're doing for green energy, it's like, if you killed oil in the night, millions of people would die.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
We would cease to exist. Oil is very important. Like, down the line, maybe around 2050, all right, we might have the capacity, but that's not now. And we're not even close to that now. Our solar capacity and our wind capacity can't even come to like 5% of the energy needs of the world right now. It's clear. It's like, a lot of people are getting left in dust. People can say it's conspiracy, but it looks like there's an agenda in place to like dehumanize, certain areas and stuff like that. And it's like, it just blows my mind. A lot of people are blind to this shit. It's like I'm from Chicago, where like most of my friends are liberal up there. A lot of them are Democrat. I have a lot of libertarian and Republican friends in Chicago, but for the most part, it's a Democrat city, and they're fucking clueless about this shit. They have no fucking clue. They're like, it's like, oh, okay, market's still good. Market go burr, or let's put money in the market. I took all my fucking money out of the market. I am sitting on cash right now because I don't want to fucking touch anything because it is way too fucking volatile. Like, I have my staples that my Teslas and stuff like that. I'm just gonna let that sit. The AT&T and all this shit I ever had. I have a lot of stocks and stuff, but your main ones that have staying power and pricing power, I'm keeping. I got rid of everything else.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm pretty much all in cash right now. I've dumped a lot of my positions.
Are just dumping in the team fucking bills right now.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. You're not doing anything with it, but you can see the flight to safety. And it's in the European markets, in the Asian markets. Everybody's on this gigantic fucking flight to safety. Everybody's de-risking, everybody's de-levering, and they're getting the fuck out.
Yep.
And they can prop up the market all you want, but I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be pretty dire. I don't think it's going to be like a 2008. I think it might be a little worse than a 2008, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be different this time, but how bad it's going to be, I guess we'll have to find out because I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. It's like I go to work every day and I'm like, is today?
Yeah.
What's breaking today? Oh shit, another bank went under. Oh, you fucking First Republic. Okay, like 3 days later, what's going on today? Oh, Credit Suisse is in trouble. Not just for the fucking thousands of scandals that fucking thing.
Yeah.
They
And
found
that
out.
was pretty insane. The Credit Suisse failed. I mean,
Yeah. And then UBS became, it's like, because when you get company A and company B and merge them, they usually become a more media core company. They don't usually get better, right? Especially if you're taking on toxic assets. That's going to drop your status. And then on not even a week later, UBS is like, we have to fucking get rid of like 20% of our people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just fucking bought Credit Suisse.
Yeah, exactly.
Schwab went under. Schwab, fucking Barron bought Schwab. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking crazy. These are staple fucking places that are having problems. Everybody's going to the fucking big four. I mean, I think Big America put out a statement. They got like an extra 500 billion or something from all these people just going from smaller banks, and they just don't want to fucking deal with it. And credit union, all this shit, and they're just fucking piloted into the big four. At least it'll be safe there. So it's a flight to safety. Or they're putting it in T-bills or some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't blame them. I mean, it's a rough fucking market right now, and it's like I have a lot of friends that are like, market go burr. I was like, I'm not fucking gonna even look that way. I'm not gonna even look that way right now because it's like, fuck, man. It's just like, it's like red, green, yay, one day, red.
I agree.
Really, it is, and just with all the fucking things going wrong, and nothing gets reported. That's the shit that pisses me off. Nothing's getting fucking reported. It's like they scrub that shit.
We got to focus on essentially Trump getting arrested and politics right now, and that's
or Hunter Biden's laptop. They found some new information. It's some shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's either one of those, and it's like, all right, drop the Trump fucking thing right now, because all this shit's going on in the background. And the Trump thing hit when fucking China was over there making these deals with Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
You got them two to stop. They don't air that. You know what I'm saying? I think the only one that did was Fox. Tucker did for like 20 minutes or something. You know what I'm saying? But every other fucking news network, they leave it alone. That's a big fucking deal.
It is. Well, definitely.
That's a huge deal. But you see what these people are doing over here? No, we're not going to pay attention. Trump. Fuck Trump, dude. Just go away.
I mean, the saddest thing about it is that, even if the shit hits a fan, the rich people, they're going to be fine. They've got enough cash, stocked away to be fine. It's going to be the middle class and lower classes are just going to get hammered again. And they're not going to be ready for it. It's just going to come out of nowhere for most people, and that's the most sad thing about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you go to the store and a fucking eggs are no longer $9; they're $15.
Yeah, I mean, no one's prepared for what's coming, and
I mean, like people who are hedging are preparing for what's coming, but even that might fucking break. You know what I'm saying? Because it said every report that comes out, whether it be CPI, PI, PPI, all these fucking reports are fucking horrible. Like, I mean, like with like a media core, maybe we went up a point of 10% or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh yeah, inflation's lowering. It went down by 0.01%.
Right. Yep.
Great. Well, we're still way the fuck up there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then the Fed, like it looks like they're still going to raise. I mean, like there's a lot of bets right now that they're still going to go like another quarter point.
Yeah, I think they're talking about another at least half point through the end of the year.
Yeah, and before they start cutting, which is ridiculous because that's going to fucking put way more pressure than necessary in places you don't want to put pressure in.
Yeah.
So unless these banks start, piling in liquidity, I think there's going to be more and more bank runs. I mean, there's more.
I mean, just essentially by raising too. I mean, that's going to hurt a lot of the banks because they're not going to have the liquidity they need. They're not going to be able to do the debt service they need to do.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, they need essentially. I think the best move the Fed could actually make would just be hold steady for the next quarter or two.
Yeah, no one's getting loans. You know what I'm saying? They're tightening up right now. The bank is tightening like a motherfucker, and you can't get a loan from a big fucking bank anyway.
Yeah, just don't raise, don't lower, just hold us steady for a little bit and see how things work out. Because right now, just continuing to do what we're doing is just putting us on a road to.
Yeah, especially if they're bailing out these banks. If they make a new tool, it's like, oh, okay, well, we make the BFTAG right now. Okay, it's like they love their fucking acronyms. They did the same thing in 2008. The same exact thing. I mean, don't they learn? Don't they fucking learn? It's like, and right now, those pictures are exactly the same. There's a lot of correlations between 2008 and what's happening now, from what people are saying to what reports are coming out to like how commodities are rising and lowering. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of correlation. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know, and, it blows my mind. It really fucking does.
It does.
Like,
all right, but I think with that awesome happy news,
yeah,
we will go
I'm
ahead.
trying to be the counter here. You know, it's like, we're all going to hell. You know, it's all right.
No, I mean that's fine. I mean, I love talking about this shit, but like I said, you're like probably the only other person that enjoys talking about this kind of stuff. So.
I mean, I watch videos on this shit all day. I mean,
I do too. I watch way too much financial news. So
I read financial reports and all this other shit all day long. You know, and so I mean, like, but I want to see where the general thing is because I want to know where we're going. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I do this is because I want to know where we're headed and when to get the fuck out when shit goes south. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you just never know. It's like I wake up, like I said, I wake up every day. I'm like, is this the day? Is this the day?
This could be it.
And it all comes down, you know, and it's like we're teetering on that edge right now. So I mean, it's like.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and everyone in the chat who's decided to hang out with us tonight. And if anyone's been watching this on replay, if you got all the way to this point, congratulations! You should probably win an incredible prize. Fortunately, I'm broke and can't give you anything.
You have the equivalent of an economics 101 degree.
All right. Let's see. We'll be back definitely next Monday for another essentially virtual pub-like thing. The rest of this week, Wednesday, we'll probably do a midweek card break again, and we'll just midweek card hunt. We'll probably do something like Pokemon again. Otherwise, I don't really know what else we'll probably be doing. I'll probably be doing some gaming over on Twitch for anyone that's interested in that. And then on Friday, we'll do our usual Friday night card hunt. It won't be anything huge, but we'll probably do something on there. If not, we'll just do an open lines thing over here on Friday night. But other than that, that's pretty much it for us tonight. Have a good night. Thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye. Probably should end the stream before leaving studio. I've done that way too much.